disappointed in every one of you.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to offend you.
I'm disappointed in every one of you.
I kiss you on the mouth.
No, I'm not cool with that. Just, I'm sorry.
One more time.
I'm disappointed in every one of you.
I mean, I'm dealing with degenerate animals.
I'm disappointed in every one of you. Disappointed in every one of you.
All right, come on.
Honestly, I can't do it, man.
I'm disappointed in every one of you.
Let me tell you why.
It's gonna be all right, Nicky. Go ahead, shoot.
He's just killed a little fucking man.
What are you going to do about it?
You're heavy because you got nothing. You don't got a thing. You're heavy because you got nothing.
Lobito!
You got nothing.
I want to get out. I want to get out of this rat hole. I want to get online. I need
BDA boxing.
This is King Bucho. Welcome to BDA Boxing, the Boxing Debate Arena post-fight show. What a fight we had. It was pretty exciting. But now it's time for people to step up. And yeah, a lot of people were talking shit in the chat. You know, I picked AJ by decision. Thought there was no way Usyk was going to win. But he did. But there's other people that, you know, now they have to show up, man. They kept saying that we hyped up Usyk. Blah, blah, blah. He's going to get destroyed. I want these people to show up now. But I understand if they don't have the balls to do it. We have Mr. BDA. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Bucho. I mean, look, I've always said it. For me, it's not personal if I get a pick wrong or not. Because, again, just because you picked one guy doesn't mean you didn't give the other dude a chance. You just had to make a decision and you went. But you were trying to explain that to some people and they didn't get it, remember? There's some dude in the chat, I mean, in the comments, John Smith, and we're like, man, we're giving AJ props. And he goes, you never give AJ props. I mean, some of these people, I think they're slightly on the spectrum or something. So, I mean, at the end of the day, look, never underestimate a guy. That's the first thing you got to do in boxing. Never, I mean, we try to tell people, look, Usyk's got a chance, man.
And new champion of the world.
Chief, hold on.
I'm sorry, I'm too excited. I'll be quiet. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Yeah, but you gotta give everybody a chance, especially when you see a precedent for it. I mean, people kept going back to the Chisora fight. Oh, but Chisora. Yeah, but what about Joyce and Fa? Two guys that more physically resemble Joshua, and these people just didn't want to accept it. And not for nothing. Look, I don't begrudge people for this, but all those people are talking a ton of shit. So you show up when we get a pick wrong, like when, for example, Vasily Lomachenko versus Lopez, but you don't show up when you get completely totally off the wall. I mean, that to me is a little. They should be ashamed of themselves in that aspect. You gotta look. Listen, whether we get it right or wrong, we show up because we don't give a fuck. So what? We got a pick wrong.
And I suggest that we always. These people know that we always have a show. We do a show after the fight, after every big fight. So. The fact that some people were asking us if we're going to do a post-fight show, it just shows you that these people are new to the channel. They don't know who we are. They just heard something they didn't like, and then they went with it. You know, now we're haters and this and that, and we don't give AJ any props. You people are disgusting. But by the way, people, the phone lines are open. Don't be shy. Call in. It might be a little chaotic because we're going to have. I expect a lot of people to want to have their say. Let's take one phone call. Then we go to the panel, and then we go back to the phone lines.
That sounds good.
267. You're on the air. 267.
What's up, guys? It's Philly Irish.
What's up? Philly Irish.
Hello.
I'm looking at your prediction here.
I called it.
You called it. Usyk unanimous decision. We got a winner.
I said, everybody, when this fight was made, he was going to outbox AJ. Like, AJ would trim down too much for this fight. AJ was going to try to outbox Usyk. He had nothing on Usyk at the end of the day. I had it 9-3 Usyk. As of right now, you can't deny right now. You can say, people can argue that Fury's the best heavyweight, but I think Usyk's the best heavyweight until Fury fights him. Like,
all right.
You just beat a guy that actually beat every top 10 heavyweight in this division so far, but Deontay Wilder and Tyson Fury.
So what's next for Usyk, in your opinion?
I think there's going to be a rematch. There's a rematch clause, so there's likely going to have to be a rematch. And I think the rematch should take place in Ukraine.
Good luck with that.
And I think after that, it's undisputed.
All right. What do you guys think?
That should be the goal.
Either that or retire after this and put yourself on top and just go out like that. But he still thinks he's got some stuff in the tank. I do exactly what Billy Irish is saying. He's been right so far. I wouldn't question him.
Yeah.
Like, the thing is, AJ was hurt in this fight a couple of times. He almost got knocked out in the last round. And you could tell, like, right away, Usyk was a guy that everybody thought he's a slow starter, or he's going to start slow. AJ's going to pack rounds up. Usyk went from the get-go and went after AJ with double jabs, triple jabs, countering him. He easily was able to outbox AJ. And AJ made the biggest mistake in trying to box at Usyk and not use his height, not use his power. And it cost AJ. I don't even think if this rematch he adjusted, he'll be good enough to beat Usyk. I don't think AJ has the boxing IQ to beat Usyk. I just think right now Usyk is just on top of his game. The fastest cruiserweight right now to win a heavyweight title. We can say that right now.
Yeah, we can. And people sometimes get mad when you compare him to Evander Holyfield. But, I mean, I know Usyk's career is not over yet, but maybe eventually we can actually make that comparison. We can make it now. But anyways,
yeah.
Anything else?
No, it was a good fight, but I just think that Usyk this was all Usyk. I just didn't think AJ could really get into this fight, and I think this was an Usyk pace fight, and AJ couldn't handle an Usyk pace fight. But thanks for taking my call.
All right, thanks for calling. Take care. All right, let's go back to the panel here.
But isn't that what AJ trained for? To go for a Usyk kind of pacing fight, and look how that turned out.
Yeah, you're right. Who wants to go first, though? Chief, you want to say something? I know.
Comparing him to Evander Holyfield right now, based off of career to this point, it's hard. I think that Holyfield dominated his division a little bit more because he was knocking people out, but they were older fighters, and not all of them were as in their prime as Usyk. So it's a very, very strong, solid, legitimate comparison on who you want to rank higher between the two of those in their career right now. And I'm from Georgia. I love Evander Holyfield. Don't get me wrong, but I would not argue with anyone that puts Usyk over him.
Yep, I agree with that.
Man, that's high praise. I mean, it was a fantastic fight, man. Early on in Bucha, I know you were taking score. You were scoring it round by round, but it was pretty clear. The first 5 rounds, maybe 1 to Joshua. Then in the middle rounds, he's sort of starting to do what I expected him to do, or what I said he needed to do to win, which was pity pat. But even I was wrong in one respect. Even though I picked Usyk to win, I was wrong in the respect that I thought Joshua's jab would be more. He would be working it more and would have better results with it. But instead, he could never really land flush on Usyk with that jab as often as he wanted.
I think.
If I may jump in real quick, the friend that I've mentioned before that likes to say stuff said that Josh was going to knock Usyk out, and he said he was going to come out jabbing because he jabs like there's nothing else, and if he doesn't do anything else, he will be jabbing. One, we noted this the other day. Southpaw jab versus orthodox jab. It's not going to be the same, so it's not going to be as effective. 2, Josh will always pause with his jab in the beginning to feel his opponents out. If he would have gone out there sticking it to begin with to try and at least set distance, it could have been a different fight, but he pawed with it. And that was right up Usyk's out. It's what Usyk wanted him to do, and he fell right into that trap.
Great point, man.
By the way, I don't know what happened. Andrew Shooter in the chat, I think you became a member. It says member 2 months. I don't know if you donated or whatever, but he says, thank you. He says, skinhead mercilessly beats down defenseless black man.
Oh, come on, man.
Well, he did look like a skinhead, but...
That's stupid.
Well,
Uh,
That's just wrong, man. That's
I thought he was gonna say not welcome after the fight after he won. You know.
oh,
Hey, but you know, yeah, I mean, it was yeah. I just want to let other people talk as well, but just sensational fight. And Usyk, Roy Jones kept saying during the telecast, oh, you know, Joshua looks fresh, and he was starting to warp my mind. I said, yeah, he does. But then at the end of the fight, the motherfucker, they were already pulling the stool out as soon, even 15 seconds before the round ended. So
the round
trouble, man.
Last round ended 5 seconds earlier. That you can see was round a second, like it was 5 seconds
He's
left.
about to get knocked
They
out.
stopped. I swear to God.
Yep. That's exactly what was happening. They put that stool up. They rang the bell. They saved the champion from, like they did Lennox Lewis against Vitaly Klitschko. They saved him from getting knocked out. And anyway, we know what happened. He was getting tired. He was getting beaten. His will was starting to fade. I want to throw a show out to Precise, because when he first came on, when we first announced this fight, he was the one saying the fact that Fat Andy and all these other guys are the reason why everyone's trying to ride high on Joshua, and he really hasn't proven anything. And once we as a panel listened to him and started looking over the video, I'm not speaking for everybody, but that's what changed my mind on the whole thing. And I just got to give a shout out to Precise, because he was right on the money.
And I need to give a shout out to Slide Tendencies 87. It says, when you constantly fight the best, you can lose. And it's true, though. I mean, say what you want about Joshua. He took on Alexander Usyk. He took on all these other. He has the best heavyweight resume so far. So you gotta give AJ credit for that.
Absolutely.
All right, we got a few phone calls, so we're gonna have to go. Like, we're gonna take phone calls and then go back to the panel. Take phone calls and go back to the panel. So let's start with a phone call here. 346. You're on the air. 346.
Hey, what up, boy, Logical Man? Check this out, man. I can't believe that fight, bro. I thought Usyk was overrated. Man, he put in that work. But y'all, check this out, because that was to me, that was crazy. Let's say, just saying, if Wilder beats Fury, come on, bro. When we get a Wilder versus Usyk, that'd be fucking crazy.
Yeah,
you never know, man. You never know. Some people are saying that the Fury versus Joshua fight is cursed and that it's never going to happen. Just like what was the one in the UFC? They were saying that Khabib versus the Mexican dude who looks like a vampire bat.
Ferguson.
Yeah, Ferguson. Yeah, they said that one was cursed too. It was never going to happen.
Tony Ferguson.
Or Lennox Lewis, Riddick Bowe.
Yeah. So, caller, what do you think is going to happen next?
Man, be honest with you, man. This Wilder Fury gonna happen. I think Fury gonna take it. But if I'm just being dead serious, you can't try to teach a old dog new tricks. But if Wilder can get that body, man, and actually move them feet as he's been doing in the little training videos, he got a heavy chance, because Fury's talking like, I'm gonna knock his head off. But dude, if he knows what this game plan you coming for, your ass get caught with a straight, clean right. Because in the second fight, man, let's be real, y'all. Them right hands wasn't clean right hands. Fury was actually moving his head and moving back when he got hit with him. It wasn't a full connection. Once he get a full connection around that chin real good, because Fury, he's pissed off. He's confident right now. Anything can happen, man. Then with Usyk, it's up in the air, because AJ just signed that long contract with Matchroom, and it just, we don't see what's gonna happen, man. It's just so much can happen because we don't know what's gonna happen. That's why.
All right. Well, hey, caller, thanks for calling. Call back again next time, all right?
I was gonna ask him a quick question. Has he seen Usyk fight before, or why do you think he was overrated?
We're moving on here. But
okay, cool.
Yeah. All right, let's check another phone call quickly. 44 whatever. You're on the air. At long distance.
Bro, how you doing? It's Kenshiro here.
Yo, what's up? Let me look at your prediction.
Like I said, what did I say yesterday was going to happen?
You said Usyk decision. Okay, you're good.
Right. I knew I said what was going to happen if he stuck to the game plan. All these people that said AJ's going to win, you can all F your mum in the A. I don't want to hear that crap. You don't know what you're talking about. You come off this channel and go to the LD.
Have his moment.
Let him
have his moment.
I don't know what anybody even thought that AJ was going to win. If you just look at stylistically, as I said, as long as Usyk kept his whole composure for 12 rounds, he was going to win. unless after the Hail Mary shot came up, and that's it. AJ's finished. He lost to Ruiz. What, one fight ago was it? Was it last fight he lost? Oh, sorry, apologies. But I mean, the last opponent, and now he's lost again. He's Frank Bruno 2.0. It's finished for him now. Fury's lost his massive payday, and that's it.
All right, well, Kenshiro, we gotta move on, but thank you for your call, all right, and congratulations on your pick. All right.
F your mom in the A.
Just wanna, before we continue, I wanna thank Trill Bollins for his contribution. Thank you very much. He says Usyk would toy with Mr. Windmill. All right. Well, maybe we'll get that fight. You never know. All right. Let's go back to the panel a little bit, and then we'll go back to the phone lines. Who wants to go next? Your thoughts.
I'll go.
Go ahead,
Butcher.
Pete. Go ahead.
What's up, everybody? Yeah, that was a fucking great fight, right? That was a fucking good fight. Good heavyweight fight. Usyk did his thing, man. Usyk's. I'm glad there was no fucking round on the scorecards. You know, Joshua just couldn't see him all night. Usyk came out early, put some rounds in the bank. Did take a little break in the middle of the fight, maybe a few rounds. I don't know if he got tired or I think he felt like he was getting he was standing in there a little too long in the middle of the ring with AJ. He got caught in the middle with a good punch, I think, in the 5th or the 6th, but just kept him back on his game plan. Too much movement.
What was your scorecard?
Lefts.
What was your scorecard?
Oh fuck, I don't know. 9-3, 10-2, whatever you want to call it. I mean,
damn.
That last round might have been a 10-8 round for Usyk.
Yeah, I scored it. I scored it 10-8.
I don't score the fight. No, I don't score the fight like with a pencil and shit during the fight. I'm not Adelaide Bird.
Yeah,
but
I had it 118, 109,
116, 112 over here, and I was kind of generous to go AJ in some rounds, round 6 and 10. They were close ones. But
yeah, so
okay.
You guys took a point away for that last round, obviously, right? The ropes were holding them up.
No, I rarely give 10-8 like that. Like, they really have to go down, in my opinion.
Wow. Well, the last thing I'll say is this, man, is you know, I think we see from Joshua again is that he's most vulnerable. And Wilder's like this too, but he's the most vulnerable when he's like, I guess, how do I say it? Going for it when he doesn't necessarily want to, but he thinks he has to, when he exerts himself. Because he came out that 12th round, and I don't know what it is about that exertion or whatever that, you know, it's how Klitschko caught him, and it's how Usyk damn near cleaned it up. But he gets in trouble, man. It's tough. But anyway, props to Usyk, man.
Absolutely. All right, guys, one phone call, then we're gonna go back to the panel. One phone call, quickly. Let's be patient. 917, you're on the air. 917. Go ahead.
Hey, what's up? Did you guys save the prediction sheet from yesterday?
Yes, sir. What's your
name? I got
name?
it on the money.
Who are you again?
It was Nicholas. My name.
Nicholas. Usyk by decision. All right, you got it.
I got it. No, it was a good fight, though. I mean, we saw it play out the way what most people predicted. You know, just he kept the same pace all night. And AJ, I think it was around the 9th round, that's when he kind of lost he was doing really good, honestly. It was an even fight. After the 9th round, I guess he gassed. I don't know what happened. Crazy.
Well, okay, so what do you think is going to happen next? I think it's a rematch. So how do you see that?
Definitely rematch. There's no other option. I mean, what are you going to do? Like, all those belts, you might as well fight for the belts, you know. And then, you know, Wilder and Fury, whatever happens with that. I mean, let's say Fury wins, like, he can't get the fight right away. Now it's Usyk Joshua. So in the meantime, I don't know what the hell will happen with Fury, who he'll fight. And then if Wilder wins, then maybe we could see Fury Wilder 4.
Yeah, maybe.
And then the winner of that fights the winner of, you know, AJ Usyk 2.
Who knows, man? Who knows? But then definitely things are getting interesting now.
By the way,
yes,
I just saw now. I mean, I'm going to go rewind it and see. But Joe Rogan posted on Instagram that apparently they rang the bell 5 seconds early.
Yes, I've noticed that. Mr. BDA noticed that.
Did that really happen?
Yeah, that's we saw it.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna rewind it on the zone. I'm gonna clip it, and we'll get to the bottom of it while we do the
Perfect. You do that.
That happened, and holy crap, man.
Oh yeah, it's nothing new apparently. But
Yeah.
caller, we gotta move on. Thank you for calling. All right, and congratulations on your pick. Take care. All right, go back to the panel over here. Who's next?
I thought Joshua was in the fight all the way up to like the 9th round. He got a little clunky, while the other guy remained fluid and utilized his speed. And that's how we got to him. It was the speed. It wasn't so much the power, but the speed. It was like a chess match, like a speed chess. It was good action. And that's basically it, man. I thought Joshua was in the fight, but he started losing rounds like right around the 9th or 10th. By the end, I had it like 8-4. But he was in the fight to like the last quarter. If he would have got some rounds in there, who knows what would have happened.
Yeah, I agree. I think we had the same scorecard almost. What was your scorecard?
My scorecard, I would say 8-4, but all the way up to the end,
me too.
He could have done a little better. I don't know, 7-5, not quite 7-5. Like an 8-4.
All right.
But he was in the fight, man, because he was landing body shots, and you would have thought that his body shots would have like taken an effect, or they would have flattened Usyk's tires, where his footwork would have slowed down, and he would have taken some of his stamina away. But that didn't happen.
Right.
But he tried. He landed some good shots.
On the flip side, Usyk didn't hit the body nearly enough, especially when hit pity pat upstairs and the guard was high. A few big body shots there. Look at what he did when he actually did hit. It always made Joshua bend over. He didn't do that nearly enough to try and bring his hands down to bring the headshots back up. But he doubled him over every time he hit him with a straight left to the body.
Yeah, both fighters could have done a little bit more body work, because when they did, it was pretty effective.
Risky.
Well, let's go to another phone call. 305. You're on the air. 305.
Honestly, I feel bad for. I should have went with my heart and chose Usyk instead of going logical and going with my head and choosing AJ. To be honest, I should have stayed with Usyk.
Are you?
I think I made a mistake.
Yeah. What
That's
was
his
your...
dog barking at him.
Wait, is this?
Yelling at him.
Who is this? Is this Johnny of Warehouse Johnny? Who is this?
No, this is Anthony.
Yes, I'm here.
This is Anthony.
No, we're not talking to you.
Oh, right. I got your prediction here somewhere. All right.
And to be honest, when I watched the fight a little bit. I was watching the end of the fight and stuff like that. I agree. I think, and then I rewatched some of the highlights on YouTube. It seems like AJ was underestimating Usyk early on in the fight, thinking Usyk wouldn't last as long as he did. Do you guys agree with me, or do you guys think I'm looking too looking too much into it?
Looking too much into it.
Do you guys think I'm? Do you guys agree with me that it seemed like AJ early on in the fight was underestimating Usyk, or am I being an Usyk fanboy and saying that?
What I thought was AJ was being, in the beginning, in the first 5 rounds, he was confused, but he didn't lose his cool. What he started to, he didn't want to give up too much ground, because he probably said, man, if I start giving up ground and confused, I get stopped. So I can't be doing that. I got to stay, sort of like in the middle of the ring, even though he was losing the battle when it came to the jabs, to the lead hand. He was losing that battle, but eventually he started to break down, and that's why the 12th round almost finished the way it did, where he almost got stopped.
All right, caller. Anything else? Because we gotta move on.
By that speed, I was.
Yeah, and actually, if AJ doesn't exercise his rematch clause, which I think he would, I think the good fight versus the best fight for Usyk next would be Baturviev or Povetkin. Alexander Povetkin.
Usyk to fight Baturviev?
No. Usyk's staying a heavyweight.
Right.
Baturviev's not moving up. I don't think that will happen. But then the Povetkin fight, I don't know. I think Povetkin should retire if he's not retired. But
By the
listen,
way,
things
just
are getting
real quickly,
interesting. We
Butcher,
gotta
I think
move on.
Beterbiev even now would give Usyk a hell of a matchup, just like he did in the Olympics, man. I think styles make fights, and if Beterbiev shows up in there acclimated to the weight, I think he could give him hell too. I don't think he beats
that would
him,
be an
but
interesting fight.
styles make
I don't
fight.
think it's gonna happen.
Hell yeah.
All right, we gotta
Usyk's hand
move
speed
on.
tonight is going to be a problem for anybody, even those cruiserweights or light heavyweights. That's fucking fast. I've never even seen Usyk that fast. I've
All
never
right, guys,
seen him
here's what we're
faster.
gonna. Here's what we're
That
gonna
first
do.
round he came out, that hand speed was crazy.
Yeah, the hand speed was something else. By the way, guys, we're gonna take a phone call, but with the phone calls, we're gonna do like 1 minute, and then so the callers, if you're there, say what you need to say, and then we move on. All right, we don't have time today for all of it. So I'm gonna go to the next phone call. 773, you're on the air. 773. Oh God.
What's up, boy? What I say? Usyk. Man, I've been on the Usyk train for a while now, and I always.
Did anybody
rated
get
him
shot in Chicago when the fight was happening?
What's that?
Did anybody get shot before you made this phone call?
Absolutely not. I'm not in that part of town, bro. I'm on the
Okay,
safe
buddy.
side.
I just want to make sure.
You think I'm stupid like that? You'll never catch me.
Your thoughts, Kevin. Your thoughts.
Usyk. Yeah, I've been high on Usyk for a long time now. I've been rating him as one of the top pound-for-pound fighters, even when he's at cruiserweight. And every time I rate him, they have pound for he ain't that high. He's like 7, 8, 9, or somewhere down there. He's a pound-for-pound best fighter in the world right now, no doubt about it. And
I agree.
It was he just proved it tonight. He just proved it tonight. AJ,
Hey, Kevin, you hate the UK. We know.
Athlete, and went in there, got it done.
Kevin, we know you love the UK, and you said that he was gonna Usyk was gonna get robbed. He didn't get robbed. What do you think about that?
He did it. He beat him so badly they had no choice. There would have been a riot. There would have been a riot if they robbed that scorecard. The credibility of boxing, whatever little it had, it would have been down to 0. So there's no way in hell they could have robbed him.
All right. Anything else, Kevin?
AJ's lucky he didn't get knocked out. He was about to get knocked out 3 times.
I agree.
think it was like 3 times. If Usyk didn't, if he put the pedal down and really tried, but Usyk's just one of those guys, just really smart. He's not going to extend himself, try to get the finish. He's just going to keep doing what he did. Fought the perfect fight. But I saw Roy Jones at the end of the fight. He's saying, Usyk versus Fury, yeah, they're the 2 best, no combo. Who wants to watch that? I don't even know if we'll make that fight. It's so boring. 2 thinkers. It's Roy Jones. This punch-drunk fucking clown. They got doing commentary. I'm watching it. And it's just ridiculous how they allow these dudes can't even formulate a sentence. Punch drunk, and you got this dude doing commentary. Ridiculous. Leave you guys to it.
Yeah.
All right, Kevin.
But
Thanks for the
that
phone
is
call.
true, man. That is true. It'd probably be a boring fight.
It'd be a boring
Usyk's
fight.
southpaw, and the other guy's too long. It would probably be a boring fight, man. To be honest.
Usyk will beat. Listen to what I'm saying. Usyk will beat the winner. He'll beat both of them.
I don't know about that, man. Beating
I'm
Fury
telling
is a completely different animal, man. He'll clinch him. He'll fucking wrestle him. He'll try to molest him. He's gonna do everything, man.
All right, got to read some super chats quickly, and
Real
then
quick,
we move
before
on.
you get another call, there's Bucho's got a. I mean, I'm not Bucho. BDA's got a small point that he could do all this other stuff, but also he's very athletic for his size. Tyson Fury is, so it's not a given he would win that fight. I'm not disagreeing with Recognize at all, but it's not going to be like tonight if they fight.
Listen, I'm over exaggerating, but I'm telling you,
I think it'd be worse.
Usyk, I'm putting my money on Usyk, right?
You're all over the place. You're all over the
All
place.
betters, come.
I'm never betting
It'd be
against him
worse
again.
than I think it'd be worse than tonight.
And Fury got better legs for a big man than Joshua. Joshua did okay, but he got clunky in the end.
Gonzalo, Mr. BDA, Bucho, bring it.
Hey, let me read a couple of super chats here. Help Bucho out because he's got to juggle a lot of things at the same time. And shout out to Andre Shooter for his contribution with the super chat. He says, "I had it 10-2 to AJ. Y'all just racist." Yeah, I agree with Andre Shooter. I agree with the last part of that comment. Shout out to Andre Shooter. Shout shout out to Chris K for his contribution with the super chat, aka Undercover Asian, and he says Usyk bossed AJ with jabs, stayed in the pocket all night. AJ screwed himself by trying to box. His body shots look good, but not enough. Absolutely, Chris K. Yeah, the body shots, like Butcher said, if he would have stuck to the body, things might have been differently. But then again, perhaps we'll never know. And
I thought Josh was. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Real quick. Yeah, just finally, shout out to Michael Poe for his contribution. He says, I told everybody Usyk on points, and I also noticed Usyk people saying at the presser, see you in the rematch, slip or not of the tongue. Oh, yeah, Michael Poe was saying that there was a slip of the tongue there by Aegis people about the rematch. So, like, saying that they knew they were going to lose. So, shout out to all of you guys. Thank you for your contributions. Really appreciate it.
Real quick, I was gonna say AJ got a little desperate and and kind of dirty towards. I want to say somewhere around 8, 9, or 10. He started grabbing. I mean, so
back
obvious what he wants to do, and
back of the head uppercut.
Yeah,
it is Lennox Lewis
because he was losing so bad and he was hurt. Also, when I say hurt, like exhausted from getting punched with these snappy punches, so his head's a little dizzy. He was trying to bail him. He was trying to get himself out of the fight, okay, by doing something a little dirty. And Usyk wouldn't allow it, man. He just would not allow it. He was just like, man, I'm gonna beat you. Like every time AJ had some momentum, he just took it right back. And I'm telling you, man, that fucking last round. Now I know there might be 5 seconds left on the clock. That might be an issue. I don't know. Wasn't paying attention. But he was about to go, man. He was Yeah.
Hey, can I say something real quick? I posted the GIF here on the Discord. Real quick, I posted the GIF on the Discord. Yeah, it ended. They maybe unless the zone started the clock early, that's why they cut it off. But you could tell here in the GIF I posted, it's 8 seconds. AJ's on the rope. They kick the clock off the screen, and 2 seconds later they stop the fight.
How about for other rounds, BDA? Because I thought I felt like some of the later rounds too were like that.
I think there was one. Yeah, I think there was another one where they cut it short. So I don't know if it was. I'd have to go back and see if they start the round off at the right time and maybe the zone was behind, or maybe they saved Joshua in there with 4 seconds left. I mean, 4 seconds. It could be nothing, but still, I mean, it's 4 seconds.
I mean, maybe he hits the floor, right? Maybe he goes to the floor. Who knows?
He was fucked up, man.
He fucked. I mean, whatever. It ended. The right guy won, but he fucked him up, man. In that round.
Guys, if you're looking on the screen, you can see it says 9 seconds. 9 seconds, and then they just end the whole thing. It says
good for Usyk, man. Good for Usyk. All eyes on him. It's not the same to be a cruiserweight champion than to be a unified heavyweight champion. So all eyes are on him. That's good for him.
Campeón de peso completo. That's how you say, right? Peso completo. That's how you say.
Hey, but by the way, real quick, I know other people want to talk to, but some people are speculating that Joshua might have suffered some sort of brain damage, because he really did.
He was tired though.
He looked like the type BDA.
No, BDA was saying something.
That would get that.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. You see, he sat down on the stool right away. Even Roy Jones said, "Man, if it's a close fight, you're supposed to at least put your hands up, like make it seem as if you thought you won." But he
broke shit out of him, and that
he couldn't get up, man.
He was tired.
20 seconds? What was it? 20 seconds of like that last round?
You're right.
Yeah.
The last 30 seconds.
30
he
seconds.
was overexerted himself, and Usyk really rocked him good. And right on the ropes.
He's probably fucked up, man.
Yeah, he was out, and he needed to sit down. It was either sit down or take a fucking knockdown.
Probably broke the eye socket, man.
Look at that girl that got killed. It's the people that got killed. It's a combination of fatigue and it's overexerting yourself and taking punches at the same time. That's what kills you, man.
All right, we're gonna take a few phone calls and then we're gonna do this. So let's give how much time should we give the callers? You guys tell me. A minute, or is that that's enough?
3 minutes.
3 minutes. Okay, we got a lot of phone calls.
Let them have them around. We'll give them a whole round.
Let them have two statements or something like that, and then.
All right, so let's start with 470. You're on the air. 470.
Hey, what's up, guys? Good fight. I called yesterday, and after I watched the Usyk Joe Joyce fight, and that's when I realized that AJ had no chance in terms of boxing. I did think that AJ would would, at some point, impose himself on Usyk and throw some heavy leather and just go after it. Unfortunately, he didn't do that. Just after watching that, a lot of people are saying, don't try to box the boxer. And I think that was the conventional wisdom people had. If they do a rematch, I think he's just going to have to, he's just going to have a game plan to go after Usyk. There's no point in trying to box him. Now. I mean, if you didn't know before, you just can't do that. Hands up, go after the dude, body shots, head shots, make it a firefight. And if you can't get it done after 4 or 5 rounds, it is what it is.
Hey, caller, didn't you feel like that fight played out like Usyk only had a puncher's chance? I mean, Joshua.
That Joshua had a punch, yeah, but
he only had a puncher's chance, right? Like, didn't it just play out that way? The only shot he had was knocking him out with one shot.
But he didn't really go for it either, right?
Pretty much, that's all.
Couldn't.
That's the only chance. And just watching
that's what got him in trouble.
Just watching it, that was clear.
Yep.
All right. Yeah. Anything else?
No, I just, it's, I think a lot of people's plans have been upset, no pun intended, but, I guess they'll do the rematch and, we'll see. But yeah, just like, Recognize said, it looked like AJ, it just looked like the only shot he had was a puncher's chance. And if they do a rematch, like I said, AJ's I think that's the only chance he has. And I think it's a good chance. If he uses his physicality, makes it a rough tumble fight. Body shots. I mean, the guy's got good body punching. He's good combination punching. I feel like he has the ability to wear Usyk down, but he's going to have to completely revamp the game plan of the rematch.
All right. Well, thanks for the phone call. Call back again next time. All right. Take care.
All right, guys. Usyk stops him in a rematch.
Just seeing the way it played out, I think Usyk beats him 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, and now he's going to have maybe more confidence. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because he's a champion now.
He's a champion. He hurt AJ. He took, I guess, some of AJ's punches. So, yeah. All right, let's take a long-distance phone call. 3519. You're on the air, 3519.
Hey, guys. What's up? It's Michael Poe.
Yo, what's up, man?
Can you guys hear me? You guys sound a little disappointed. You guys upset? I mean, I like both guys. I just picked Usyk by points. I said either officially or unofficially, I see him winning. And I'm happy for the dude. I have to go back and look at that. And I noticed that AJ was holding back on that right hand. I don't know if that was Usyk's doing. But he did it, man. He's great. Pulled it off. And I'd like to hear Precise's take on it. He's been calling this out for a while.
Well, I don't know where Precise is, but hopefully he jumps on later on. What do you think, Michael? Before we, go ahead.
Yes, sir.
The rematch.
No. Go ahead.
What do you think is going to happen in the rematch?
The rematch, he has to stop being timid. He has to go hell for leather like he used to do, even if it's for one of those 6, 7, 8 second bursts. And that's it.
All right.
That could be enough.
All right. Anything else? We're gonna move on.
That's it, my friends. I don't want to. I know there's a lot of other people. I'm going to continue to listen to the show.
All right,
Michael. All right, guys. Thank you very much for taking my call.
Michael. See ya.
I think the blueprint's out how to beat AJ. It's combination punching and utilizing speed. That's the blueprint to beat him. He gets discombobulated when you throw combination punches, utilizing the speed, because the power comes with the speed.
Speed is power. Now, okay, we're gonna take another phone call here. 937. You're on the air. 937.
Hey, evening, guys. I'll make it quick. Just gonna say that I feel like Usyk fought how AJ fights against other people. He wasn't afraid to get in his face and kind of bully him and rough him up, and he was in and out quick. And I feel like AJ, I don't know if it's since the Andy Ruiz thing, but the trainer, one of the trainers made a really good point, Teddy Atlas. He said that now that AJ's been hurt, he fights too cautiously, and I wanted to see what the panel thought about that. And the last thing was just all the people in here saying that there's a lot of people that are saying like, oh, Wilder would have destroyed. I'm like, man, Wilder ain't fought nobody good except Tyson. So that's all I got to say. Thanks, guys.
All right, thanks for calling. Recognize, go ahead.
To the point of let me start with the Wilder thing. Like, I mean, that's easy to say after a loss. I mean, Wilder got thrashed, and AJ fans were saying the same thing. They were like, "Oh, can you imagine what AJ would do to him?" And maybe there's some truth to that. Yeah, Wilder lands his crazy right hand on AJ. AJ might hit the floor and not get back up. All true. Okay, that could happen. But that's just that's low. Like that's like super low hanging fruit, right? Pick on a guy after he just lost, basically.
Yeah, but
AJ's not chinny, guys. There's nothing wrong with AJ's chin.
He didn't fight cautiously. He was pressing. He was coming forward. He didn't fight cautiously.
Real quick, what
he fought not to lose.
To the point of him, right. Okay, so when he was standing his ground, even though he was getting his head snapped back, I thought it was smart of him in the sense that, okay, you're a little confused. What happens when you're a little confused by your opponent who's snapping your head back, and then you start backing up? Then he's not used to that. He's not used to that against a guy like Usyk, right? And so Usyk's going to win that battle.
Every player's got to be defensively responsible, right?
So
even himself.
Yeah. But he did fight a little cautious, which I mean, I don't know if that's a bad thing. I don't know if that's
it's part of the game.
Necessarily such a bad thing, especially when you're getting caught with a guy's punches you don't see coming, right? Or you see them coming, but they're too fast. So can you imagine when you're coming in and you're doing it like sort of kind of reckless? But yeah, that's it. That's all I gotta say about that.
All right, I just want to read.
You have to be cautious at all times. Like Usyk was being cautious too, but Joshua, he wasn't running. The fight was held in the center of the ring. He was coming forward, and you have to be cautious in these exchanges because you don't want to get pieced up. But if you're still cautious while still doing something, okay, it doesn't mean that he was being like overly defensive.
Now, protecting yourself and being cautious aren't the same thing.
Yes.
All right, guys, I need to read some super chats. Oscar Valdez, King of Brazil, says, the beating Ruiz gave AJ was worse. Why are you celebrating? Okay, so what are we celebrating? Nobody's celebrating anything. Well, people who got the predictions correct are celebrating, maybe. Well, Oscar Valdez, I don't think you... he always complained that we were giving Usyk too much praise, I think. Markidian123 says, thank you for your contribution. He says, AJ needs a real strength and conditioning coach. They were fighting at a high pace and he gassed. He didn't use any of his physical advantages. He should have clinched and make Usyk carry his weight. Maybe. What do you guys think about that? Strength and conditioning, he should have used his weight.
Well, we've pointed out the fact that's not his style to begin with. So even though it would have been a good strategy, that's not an instinct for him to grab, and lean. And hold behind the head. It's just that's not in his character. He holds behind the head to throw the uppercut, but he doesn't do the old Klitschko and Muhammad Ali of grab with the right hand and yank their head down. He's never done that. It's never been an instinct of his to lean weight on someone hoping they're going to wear out. He likes to catch you on the end of the shots with his aesthetically pleasing knockouts. And that wasn't going to work for him in this scenario. It was leaning, hoping it would work.
Yep. All right, guys. Holy fuck, we got a lot of phone calls. Let's take him down. 757, you're on the air. 757.
What's going on? Thanks for taking my call.
No problem. Go ahead.
Yeah, I seen the fight. I thought it was a pretty good showing from Usyk. Pretty much what I expected. Joshua, like I don't think it was nothing really wrong with his conditioning or with strength or none of that. It's just that Joshua is robotic and his feet they're not slow, but they're not fast either. He has like maybe like if a 1 out of 10, he has a 5 in advance to speed of foot. And people like that, them type of fighters is always going to give Joshua problems. Because like you said, he's not somebody that's going to go in there and rough somebody up. The only how he could have really beat Usyk if he would have used his weight on him. Tried to bully him more so than trying to land a clean straight right hand or land to the body, because Usyk's movement of head and his movement of feet, keeping Joshua turning and making tiring out. That's not a style that Joshua can deal with. That's why Andy Ruiz, some of his physical advantages were able to give him problems. So the Usyk guy, his movement and his boxing and his like the little quick shots, being able to be slightly a little bit more speedy with the hands, it gave him too much trouble. Like I said, when you don't have a style where you can go in there like a Lennox Lewis or some people and just bully a person, hold them on the back of the head and get uppercuts and really make it more of a dirty, grimier fight, then you're gonna lose. And that's what that is. Like, this wasn't a fight where Joshua can do no beautiful style of boxing and jab him. It just wasn't that. He needed to go in there and bully this guy and go up against the ropes and all that. You know what I'm saying? But that's all. You know what I'm saying? Thanks for my call.
All right, thanks for calling. Take care. That's a good points there. But like Chief keeps saying, that's not his fucking style. That's not his style. But it would have been nice to see AJ try that. All right, another phone call.
Also, it's illegal. Technically, it's illegal. But
yeah, 347. You're on the air. 347.
It's a middleweight.
What's going on?
Haitian.
Let me see this before I even say, about AJ's performance. Let me see this. Usyk did a great job. He's a pound for pound number one. That you can't debate facts. You can look at his resume and prove it. Canelo, if you look at him and Canelo's resume, bro, and you actually break down the time that they fought their opponents, and you'll see Usyk comes up on top. But let me say this. AJ needs to fire his team, bro. Did you hear what that corner was saying? Brilliant, AJ, brilliant. While he's getting pieced up. Brilliant, AJ, brilliant performance. Brilliant. Like, who says that? Like, what corner man says, who keeps shouting brilliant performance every time your guy gets beat up? Like, that's yes man, bro. He has a bunch of yes men around him, bro. That's it, bro. And also,
so no, hold on, Haitian. What was your prediction again? Just want to check it out, man, because we're checking here predictions.
AJ KO, bro.
Okay.
AJ KO, but I was wrong. AJ did stun him sometimes, and I didn't really see like a lot of power on his punches. I don't know, and he wasn't even throwing that much to begin with. So I don't know, but Usyk neutralized him, bro. Basically, bro. Like I saw that every time AJ threw a good shot, Usyk would come back. Don't really let AJ get in his rhythm and his confidence. That was very good by Usyk. I think if Fury beats Wilder, Fury and Usyk is a fight to make, bro. I think AJ, you might not agree with this, but I think AJ needs to hang it up, bro. AJ needs to retire, bro. He needs to retire, bro.
Well, we'll see what happens. Haitian,
might be dead.
We gotta move on, but maybe later you can jump in if we have time. All right. Who else do we have here?
Bye.
773. You're on the air.
I'm back. I
773.
gotta call in one more point.
Yes.
You know what's funny is the way they're hyping up that Joshua versus Wilder fight. Oh my! This is the fight of the century. You gotta see this fight. And, Wilder, you blew it. You lost. Like,
Can't
this
hear
is what the
anything,
media, and this is the media fanboying over these dudes because they're both large, African, and muscular. And so you got all these dudes fanboying out because, look at them, they're so big and muscular. But who ends up being the last man standing?
Butcher, we can't hear
the dude made a Play-Doh in the small little cruiserweight. See, this is why boxing skills pay the bills. And these dudes hyping them up because they're big and black. That's what it is. That's what it comes down to,
right.
the way people were talking about that Joshua versus Wilder fight. Like, oh my gosh, give it a rest with that crap. Last man standing, Usyk versus Fury.
Shit.
And another thing. This is another thing. Joshua didn't underestimate Usyk. He was dodging Usyk for as long as possible. Okay, Eddie Hearn was dodging that fight. The thing what had happened was he was not the better boxer. He simply ran into a superior boxer. The dude came in, he was active, the head movement, the angles, everything about it. He's just a better boxer. Some people are coming in, he was underestimated him. He didn't let his hands go and this and that. No, it's because he ran into that superior boxer. End of story. And another thing, this rematch clause. Boxing's got to stop with this crap. Rematch clause. This dude got beat thoroughly, and now he's got to go there and do it again after the masterclass he just put on. It's ridiculous with this UFC clause every damn fight. UFC doesn't pull that crap because it's stupid. Let's see how the fight goes. Then we'll determine if we need a rematch or not. We don't need a rematch after that beatdown, after that masterclass. There's no need. He proved he was a better boxer. He showed us a better boxer. You feel me?
I got it. All right. Well, Kevin, thanks for calling, all right? Call back again later.
Thanks, Bubba. Y'all be good.
Did he already call in twice, man?
Yeah, he called in twice. I let him call in twice. Yeah, let's take another
Yeah,
phone.
the call was fading in and out, so I don't know.
Yeah,
maybe
I had
make
to
sure
restart the line. Is it good now? Okay, 267. You're on the air. 267.
Yo, what's up, guys? I just
What?
wanted to call because hype. That was an awesome fight. Well, I've watched both those guys' careers. Neither of them are done. Fuck that kid earlier when I first started calling, who was saying fuck Roy Jones for being punch drunk. I'll listen to him all day. But Usyk didn't show me in the Witherspoon and the Chisora fight that he was ready for heavyweight, but I'm almost thinking he was playing 4D chess and took it easy on those guys and then turned it up on Joshua. Because I honestly, I thought he was too small, and I'm pretty impressed. First round, when I saw him flip a jab and land a left hand, I went right to DraftKings, started throwing money down. Fourth round,
DraftKings,
kept
buddy.
going. I was like, away. Yeah, didn't
All
call
right.
in with a prediction yesterday because I thought I wasn't honestly sure who was going to win. Kind of hoping Wilder beats Fury now, just because I think that's a better fight. Usyk versus Wilder.
What was the odds on DraftKings when you put your bet down?
Oh, how much? 250. I put down 150 first round,
Usyk
and then
stoppage.
100 fourth round.
You bet a prop bet
so
while
like
during the first round for the first round.
What?
No,
You bet a
no,
prop
no,
bet during the first round for a knockout.
No, when the odds start
Wait.
going, like as the rounds go, you can see the odds going up and down. You can just make a bet right there.
And I got one.
I know, but I'm saying you got to be a real degenerate. I like this guy. During the first round, he sees him land a
You're
straight
insane.
and he bets knockout round one. He's hurrying up, getting his.
Oh, no,
Yo, who is this? Who's
No. He didn't do it in the first round, guys. Come on. Go ahead, caller.
No, I did.
You just said he did.
First round, not for.
Okay,
for
then you
win
are
for
insane.
Usyk.
All right.
I was like 8.
I like insane people. I like that.
Yeah, me too. Who is this caller? What caller is this? Identify. What's his handle?
Al the Degenerate, I think.
Times a year ago, but you guys got a great show, so I was listening in, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna call in and express my joy because regardless, it was just a good fight to watch. I thought they were both evenly matched. It was my mindset.
It was a great fight, man. Thanks for calling, all right?
You see, Bucho, you see the effects that boxing fans have when the fight's good. Okay, maybe it was a little bit one-sided, but then the right outcome comes out. You know what I'm saying? Like you see at least a good vibe for boxing fans to watch instead of this bullshit. Oh, it's a draw, it's a split draw.
Yeah, it's a robbery. It's a one-sided fight. I mean, this was. I think we can agree with that. Usyk won the fight. You can debate that, but it's still in. I mean, there was some drama in the fight, right? There was, Usyk was bleeding
like the
at some
caller
point.
said, man, like calm down. AJ's not dead. He's not in a fucking morgue right now. He's not in a hearse. He's not going to retire. He's not done forever.
No,
chill. Fucking take it easy. Usyk's not going to walk forward and destroy everybody he fights. You know what I'm saying?
No,
it wasn't that far off. It was interesting that it was a chess match, man.
Absolutely.
Usyk just executed better than AJ did.
Yep. Let's take another phone call, guys. 612. You're on the air. 612.
Hey guys, happy Saturday. What a match. I think Alexander Usyk has become the new pound for pound top dog. Hats off to him. And AJ, don't be disappointed. Real respect. You've taken up the tough fights. This is just one stumble. But I do agree with some of the other earlier callers that he needs to change his team. And he's a much better boxer. I think that, I don't know, it's the British style or something that is restricting his progress. And he needs to bring in someone new. AJ, just watch. I recommend you to watch the Lomachenko Lopez fight as well as the Canelo and Saunders fight in preparation for your next match. And this is just a question to the panel. I am not a boxer, but if anyone has experience in the ring, I just wanted to know: is it tough for an orthodox fighter to hit a southpaw, a shorter southpaw with a left hook or a body shot? That's it. That's
Yes.
it from mine. Thanks.
Yeah.
The answer to that is yes.
Yep. If you know how to, if you know anything about a southpaw versus the orthodox, it's usually always harder for the orthodox to get off punches like you just mentioned, hooks to the body, good uppercuts, because you got to kind of like, especially if he's circling to your lead foot, you being the orthodox fighter, sometimes you got to shoot crosses through your body, and if you understand what I'm saying. Instead of like shooting a straight overhand cross, you got to shoot like almost like the Matrix. Think of that. Think of the Matrix moving his fucking body around, dodging bullets, then throwing punches at the same time.
Good example there. I want to thank Cal.
I know it's a good example. I know that.
The Matrix, of course. You can't go wrong with the Matrix. Cal Saitharak, thank you for your contribution. He says Alexander Usyk, #1 pound for pound. Oh, we're gonna discuss that later on. Yeah, good. We can do a fucking show on that. Let's take another phone call. 818. You're on the air.
Hey, what's up, Bucho? What's up, BDA? Recognize?
What up?
Boxing Chief, I think. Bro, that fight was crazy, man. It lived up to the hype. I loved it. I put in a prediction of I thought AJ. I said AJ was gonna come forward and he's gonna be in the center, I believe. But I thought he was just gonna be super aggressive, knock him down early. But he didn't. He wasn't scared. But the footing and southpaw stance definitely messed with AJ. It was a good fight. I think the most I gave AJ was 3 to 4 rounds. I had it like 16, 112, I believe. It was a good fight, man. I'm glad. And I still got Canelo pound for pound #1, but Usyk he's probably like top 5 now. Top for sure, top 3 maybe.
All right. Anything else?
No, not much. Well, I just wanted to oh, never mind. I'll ask in the super chat because I want to word it correctly. Thank you.
All right, man. Thanks for calling. Take care.
Bucho BDA.
What? Oh, wait, hold on.
I'm ahead out. Oh.
We got another phone call. 817. You're on the air. 817.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah, just speak a little louder, please.
I just want to say that. What's up? I'm sorry.
Can you speak a little louder?
Hello?
Yeah, can you just...
Yeah, sorry, I don't know what's going on. Do I sound any better or no?
A little bit. All right, just go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, you guys got a great show. I sent a super chat in yesterday. I was the one who said that Joshua's chin's cracked and he's gun shy, and I was proven right today. It's something I've noticed since that first Ruiz fight. After that Ruiz fight, Joshua has been real scared to throw, and his chin's been cracked. I think it might not even be that his chin's cracked. I think he's just scared to get hit now. Like he got so fucked up by that first Ruiz fight that he's just terrified of that ever happening again. And it's like sort of like a self-fulfilling prophecy. I knew Usyk was going to win. I actually only gave Joshua 2 rounds, and I gave one. There was one swing round which could go either way for me. But man, that was an incredible fight, man. An absolutely incredible fight.
Yeah. Good points about the chin being cracked and the gun shyness. It might be something we have to look into, man.
Yeah. And I just like, I don't know if you guys heard, but I think I heard one of the commentators say that Joshua said that after the 9th round, he couldn't see anymore. So I'm wondering, do you guys think he got like an orbital bone fracture or something like that? Because you saw, his freaking eye was swollen shut. He couldn't even freaking, he was holding on to the ropes to get back to his stool, wouldn't leave his stool. He got pretty fucked up by Ruiz in that first fight, but this was at the same level, but that was pretty bad, man. He was his eye. I never seen Joshua's eye like that,
Maybe, man. I didn't know. I didn't hear anything about that, but yeah, we'll also have to look into that. The guy was blind at the end.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Mm-hmm. No, I just, you guys are great. I love you guys getting so excited, man. I keep doing what y'all are doing. You guys are doing great things for boxing.
Oh, man. Thanks for listening, man. Call back again next time. Take care.
Yeah, no problem.
Good, man.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, thanks for the compliment, man. Appreciate it.
Hey, they talking about that, that blind feeling, man. That's how you feel when something breaks, or you have like something wrong with your eye, like a scratch. What's the fucking word I'm looking for?
Retina.
Yes. Your eyes get real heavy and you feel like you can't see. Yep.
Or when you're about to pass out.
Haven't you heard, man? Haven't you heard? Broken orbital bones are in style. That's the new way.
Or when you're about to pass out, you can't see. It's hard
At
to
least he
see.
didn't quit. At least he didn't quit. Give him that. He didn't quit.
Yo, I thought he was gonna quit after when he got hurt, man.
I was gonna say, can you hear me, Bucho?
Yeah, Jimmy, go ahead.
Oh, what's up, brother? No, I didn't know if you guys could even hear me because I was having a hard time. But now, no, finish what you were gonna say.
Oh, no, go ahead, Jimmy. Give us your thoughts, man.
Oh, all right. I just finished it because fucking, for some reason, Raw called a couple people like they froze up too for like 4 rounds. So I just finished it up and stuff. Listen, Lomachenko's old man needs all the credit in the world for that right there. He had that boy. Remember I said the only thing I was told was they were focusing in. It wasn't the sparring because they knew this kid already had great hands, great footwork. It was conditioning. Everything was about conditioning. Joshua even said before the fight, this is going to come down to conditioning. And Joshua is just too big. Listen, you go put that fight against any of Joshua's fights. Put them on if you put a bunch of TVs, a bunch of screens going, open screens, and watch it. You won't see anybody else move the way he was. Joshua's not used to. In the 9th round, he was still dipping his head, changing his rhythm of attack, coming in at different angles. He never allowed Joshua to time him. He couldn't throw punches to what he wasn't thinking was going to be there. He would always dip and another thing, my God, he would dip to the fucking outside, not even worry about foot position, whether his foot was on the inside or outside, didn't matter because he was dipping to the jab. And what about when the elbow was over his ear? He would throw that left, straight left. How many times did Joshua eat that in the right eye? He couldn't get out of the way of that punch. Now, used to southpaws, obviously they give him a hard time. Saw that more than ever, but it was the movement, the speed that everything was coming at him, and he never had a chance to breathe. You go back all his fights, even against Klitschko, it was times they both kind of stood there and just pawing at each other, you know what I mean? Waiting, kind of looking, tap, tap, throw the jab, wait, jab. No, it was dip, in, bang, hand movement, head movement, in and out. That mentally exhausts you. And I'm telling you, he was just couldn't breathe. It was just about as much as exhaustion it was any kind of a beating in that 12th round. But I'd also like to say, if there isn't an investigation to why that fucking thing was cut 6 seconds short like that, that's bullshit. He had him on the ropes. One good shot, he was folding that motherfucker away. And they popped the round because there's Eddie Hearn. I just signed him for life, probably a nice bonus, and he's about to get seated. But yeah, no, that was a clinic. It was a clinic from somebody, just a much superior boxer who's been honing his craft and the images for you just saw it right there. He did everything that we said if he had to do, the way to beat him, and he did it. And it was just going to come down to, could he do it for 12 rounds? Could have been that big, hold that conditioning, and he absolutely did. So props off to all the hard work, because that's what it took to beat him.
Yeah, good breakdown, Jimmy. And yeah, we talked about the time, like at the end, they just fucking ended that round 5 seconds earlier.
What's his Usyk did have to labor in there. I mean, I thought he won the fight, and I'm surprised they gave him the decision because I've seen wider decisions like that, or fights that were more one-sided go to the other guy or a draw or something. So especially Roy Jones was like, hey man, Usyk needs a knockout coming to the 12th. And I remember thinking, wait, I mean, I think he already won 7 rounds. I mean, if anybody, it's Joshua needs a knockdown here to make something happen. But yeah, man, Usyk, he had to labor in there too. But like you said, Jimmy, he's just that in and out movement, all that. He just tired Joshua out, man. He was redlining it. He had to redline it just to keep up with this guy.
Yeah, exactly, and that actually affects your vision when you can't get enough oxygen in. Have you ever done that? Like, get so like out of breath, you almost pass out. You just kind of start. Everything goes dark around the peripheral vision. You just stop because of the lack of oxygen. Your body just can't produce it fast enough. And as for Roy Jones, man, I don't like to bring that shit up, but I've said it before. If you ever want, I mean, because I've been told down in old Pensacola, Roy don't like white people, and I'm not even going to tiptoe around it. He don't. And if there wasn't evident about that, him calling that fight, saying that he needed a knockout or knockdown going in the 12th round, come on, that's fucking absurd. Talk about fanboy glasses.
I'm sorry, I thought he
Holy
said that Joshua needed it. I thought they asked if Joshua needed it. No,
because I wasn't listening. I had the fucking volume shut off.
Yeah, the way I heard it was the judges thought it was close, which most of us thought it was already
all right.
sealed. They said, does Joshua need a knockdown to win? And he said, I thought it was Joshua, not Usyk, they were saying. And I thought he said, yes, he needs a knockdown to either get a win or a draw. That's the way I heard it, and I could be wrong, but I just want to point that out for the record. That's what I heard.
Yeah, other people heard the same thing Jimmy heard, though.
Statement you made about Roy Jones. He likes his favorites, and I won't go with ethnicity, but he's very one-sided towards his favorites when he commentates.
All right, let me just, before we take some more phone calls, Mr. E, thank you for your contribution. He says, too easy, 9 rounds to 3, Frank Bruno was better. All right, yeah, because some people are calling him Frank Bruno. I don't know if, I think AJ is better than Frank Bruno, maybe. Yeah, he is. John Gonzalez, thank you for your contribution, generous contribution, and then he gave another contribution, like $30. John Gonzalez with that narco money. Let's just keep it. Let's not say anything about that. Let's not say anything about that.
Hey, happy birthday to John Gonzalez too, man.
It's his birthday?
Happy birthday, John.
Well, it was yesterday, but happy belated birthday. Sure.
Oh, happy
Hey,
birthday.
Bucho, you think a prime Mike Tyson beats Joshua and knocks him out?
Yeah, come on. Yes, of course.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
For the same reasons, brother. The movement, that side-to-side movement. But he would... Yeah, he was excellent at that. That side to side, hands under his chin. He would have dotted in underneath that, coming in underneath one of his lazy jabs. Joshua's got a good jab, but it's lazy. It's slow. He doesn't snap it back as hard as he snaps it forward.
Okay, but people are saying,
and Usyk knew that going in, read the film study. He left it out there, and he would fucking make him pay for it. And Tyson would too. Difference is Tyson would have taken his head off.
Okay, but people are saying Bruno eats AJ alive.
I'm sorry,
Come
go
on.
ahead, Bucho.
No, that's just that people are saying that Bruno eats AJ alive. I don't know about that, man. I don't think he's...
No, they don't know boxing. Bruno was big and
Don't get too
physically
far.
strong. He was big and physically strong. I don't use the term brawler and boxer and all that other stuff that casuals use, but that's what he was a brawler. He did not have a god of technique. He would usually get you in close, hold you with one hand, and rabbit punch you with the other. That's how he got most of his knockouts. He didn't have good form. He was not a good fighter. He was big and he was muscular and he was strong. But that was it. AJ's much better fighter than Bruno ever could have been. I will go with the question of Tyson and I know we got to get more calls, so I'll try to make this quick.
Yeah.
Tyson and AJ, the pre-Douglas Tyson against the pre-Ruiz Joshua is the fight you want to have, because once they were both damaged goods, and you get given, AJ's career's not over yet, so we have to see what happens there. But the doubt that's in both of their heads after that, you get... Once Tyson started to have that doubt in his head, he quit moving his head, he quit training hard, he didn't have the heart that he used to have into the whole thing. And that would affect the outcome of how he might have fought a pre-Ruiz AJ.
Good points. Yeah, I hear sirens outside. All right, let's take another phone call. 301, you're on the air, 301.
Hey, what's up, guys? A great fight. I did notice whoever said like the English style is outdated. I remember Kell Brooks said the exact same thing after Terrence Crawford, and I gotta be honest, like that back foot heavy style, it really bit AJ in the ass because he was forced to like lean back from Usyk's punches. He like was putting so much weight that he had to move his front foot just to like move back. And Roy Jones kept saying that all night, that he doesn't move back when Usyk feints. He just stands there trying to pivot, and it just seems like he's really unsure of himself. Like he can't employ the tools he has. Like he had a good leaping left hook. Like did just kind of touched Usyk to the body a few times, but it was there. He could have employed it. But honestly, yeah, Usyk just, I don't know, that was a really impressive performance. To have that kind of mobility when you're bent over at the hips with your high guard up like that, he really just gave like AJ nothing. And like I was surprised by how he took those shots. There were a few times Joshua slipped to the outside and hit him down the middle, and he wasn't fazed by it at all. So Usyk's like a tremendous fighter. Like he went up in stock, definitely like pound for pound number one. Like maybe better technically in some respects than Lomachenko. Maybe strategically, I don't know how you look at that. But regardless, yeah, I think Usyk will probably beat him every single time because it did come down to kind of a conditioning war. I noticed in the middle rounds, like from the 4th to the 8th round, you could have given Joshua maybe 3, maybe 4 rounds if you're really generous, but I gave him 3. And he was able to get closer, but he wasn't able to do anything. So I think he was just so tentative. And Usyk was managing his energy really well, just like an incredible performance overall. And honestly, yeah, I agree with you, BDA. Like at the end, I didn't like how he was sitting down. He was blinking. I do think he may have taken a lot in those like final seconds. Like, there could be some real brain damage. So we'll see. I hope he's okay, honestly. Because when a fighter is sitting down like that and blinking, it's never a good sign.
Yeah.
And that eye, like it looks busted. Like honestly, the right eye, like the orbital bone, looks broken. It looks sunken in, like Kell Brook had, twice. So.
Good points. Thanks for a phone call. All right. Take care.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He jumped out of his stool when they were announcing the scorecards because he didn't want to appear like a defeated man. He reacted. He knew if I'm sitting down, even though scorecards are already like given, nothing could have been changed. But he jumped up like, hey man, I gotta be like up on my feet. That's why I was surprised. One thing also, that Usyk started fast. He's the bank early. I thought he was gonna wait a little, but no, right off the bat, he started landing punches. He won the first round in my eyes. Anyways.
Yeah. Gonzalo, what do you think? Listen, remember when we talked about, I think a caller just touched on it, the Chisora fight and the other one, and I said it back then, I'm like, geez, and I watched it, because I didn't watch it live, so I watched it the second time, and I even said it on the show, it's like, I think he's better than he actually showed. I said, I don't know if he's holding back and now I believe it more than ever. I believe he really wasn't going to. Some fighters can max out, can beat somebody, they have to bring it all. I think he knew he didn't have to show everything. He showed wrinkles tonight he didn't use towards Chisora, right? Guaranteed. You know what I mean? He showed a few more wrinkles, and I think he held him.
He's like adaptive, reactive, right? Depending on style, you're going to basically do what you need to beat that guy.
But the head movement, bro, he didn't utilize that kind of head movement against Chisora.
Because Chisora's coming at him like a maniac, just running after him, and AJ's not.
He didn't have to.
Can't afford to fight like that. He can't. AJ don't have the gas tank to run after you like a crazy person. So Usyk really there was no head movement to it. It was his feet. He was just displacing with Chisora. It was a chess match, letting him gas out a little bit. The way Usyk started, I didn't think he could keep up that pace. And and to be fair, he took it down a notch in the middle rounds, But that first round, he was coming out so fast, so many punches, so much footwork. I think that Usyk said, "I'm not gonna step out and then let this guy back me up. I'm not gonna treat it like Chisora and just immediately give deference to that. I'm not taking a step back, not in those terms, but I'm gonna do what I can to pivot instead of displace and circle because that can be a long night, But AJ didn't come out as crazy as Chisora did, and he did connect with him. He did catch up with him. Usyk slowed down enough and stayed in the pocket enough with him that he did catch him in the middle rounds, and he felt that power. but AJ just he never came forward after that. He never like shifted the tide. Maybe he got 3-4 rounds out of it, and then Usyk got back on it. But just to let people know, if after the Ruiz fight, if he's being too cautious, right? And after the second Ruiz fight, he comes in there, he's too cautious ever since then. You see the 12th round, you see what happens when he gets fucking reckless. So you can't blame the guy for not walking into, just flaming himself, walking head on into a train, He should fight his fight.
Just to Pete's point, man, I'm reading now some people across the message boards in the comment section, in videos and all that, they're saying, man, dumb game plan from AJ. He should have gone for it against a smaller man. But I'm thinking, like I said before the fight numerous times, if he goes at Usyk, he would have gotten tired even earlier. He's just not that type of fighter. And to have gone all out, maybe more body work definitely would have helped. But for him to have fought like Chisora, you saw Chisora gas out after 5 rounds. He was working on fumes for the rest of the fight against Usyk. So jumping on the Usyk, it's easier than it seems, man. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you have to go. Sorry, go ahead, Jimmy.
Oh no, Gonzalo, I'll go after you. Go.
Yeah, it's like a constant seesaw battle. You have to be careful to the point that you have to watch out what's happening after one single exchange. One fighter throws, you gotta be not hesitant, but you have to always be watching that. When you throw, you can pretty much expect that the other fighter's gonna throw. One, because he's gonna want to get his get back, but because you expose yourself. Because when you go in hard, you throw your long levers where you commit and and basically the other guy's waiting for you to commit so he can attack you. And that's when you're probably a little bit more or exert yourself after throwing a combination. That's when you're more exposed. So it's not even like every combination that you throw, it's always like these mind games. And AJ did a pretty good job. Make it to the final bell. He did pretty good considering he lost.
He made it to the final bell because Usyk didn't hit the body enough. It's just like when Lennox Lewis fought Ray Mercer. If Ray Mercer would have gone to that body in those middle rounds, Ray Mercer would have made it. Lennox Lewis would have made it to the 10th. He would have folded.
It's kind of risky to go. It's kind of risky to throw body shots against a big heavyweight.
Well,
it's
when
like a
they're
little
in,
bit risky because your head's down there.
Well, every time he threw the straight left of the body, his hands came down. Then you go upstairs. Then when they go back up, you go back down to the body. He was showing a lot of respect to AJ, and I don't blame him. But in a rematch, if he does exactly what he was doing in this fight, just does more of it, I can see him stopping AJ.
All right, what was the distance. If you go back and look at it, even when he was in the pocket, he was only in AJ's punt knockout distance, that 6-inch distance, very shortly. Most of the time, he was to AJ's on the outside a little bit. He would just step a little to the outside, which would make AJ have to throw across his body, or he would just stay on the outside of the pocket just enough where even when AJ would catch him, you see a few of those right hands AJ caught him. It looked like Jesus should have hurt him more because it was all face. But if you look at it, Joshua's whole body's extended. He caught him out at the end of the punch, so it has already lost all its explosive power.
And against the grain. It wasn't like his body was open. His shoulder was like going across his chest to land it, which takes some power away, like you were saying.
Exactly.
All right, guys, I need to read the super chat. I don't want to read it, but since he donated, I will. 100% X. He said, I told y'all AJ is nothing more than a tap dancing filling the blank bees. My God. Come October 9th, the big homie will rise from the ashes and make you cry. So he's talking about.
Oh shit!
Yeah, this guy's
Your
crazy,
king is
man.
back.
He's back with his racial stuff. Whatever, but thank you, man.
My king is back.
It's a constant back and forth battle, and the evidence you have is like Usyk. You could have also said, why didn't he pull the trigger earlier? He probably would have knocked him out. But at the same time, he didn't. He waited. There's also a risk that he gets caught, right? The same could apply to him to kind of explain away why one fighter doesn't want to fully commit, because you expose yourself, you get fucking knocked out.
Yeah.
Absolutely, man. And by the way, I'm going back here to the episode we did on Wednesday where we're doing the comparative analysis. And I remember that the big controversy of The first part was that we gave the experience and ring IQ to Usyk. I think we settled the matter because I mean I wasn't sure either. I might have been wrong, but I think it's pretty much a given that Usyk has the better ring IQ, right? I mean the smaller man outboxes the bigger men.
Just execute.
Oh yeah.
But
Much
and
better
also
ring IQ.
Usyk's such a problem. Number one, the southpaw thing, just the numbers of it. I mean, even when a southpaw fights another southpaw, it's awkward for that. For Usyk, it's awkward to fight another southpaw. You just see less of them. It's just hard. You just see less of them in your whole career. You see, there's harder to find sparring.
Mm-hmm.
Add that with Usyk's that front hand style and his footwork. And listen, I don't get too into the weigh-ins, especially with heavyweight fights. I don't know that weight for these guys is. I mean, 10 pounds north or south for a heavyweight, 10 pounds north or south on 250 pounds or in that range is. I don't think it's going to make or break anybody, but Usyk and Joshua, they're both. I think they're both. You can't question their professionalism, right, or their training or their dedication. So Usyk put on a lot of good weight for heavyweight. He's a hell of a lot stronger looking. I mean, I don't know what numbers. I didn't see him on the bench like water yet, but the thing is, he put it on responsibly where he still had his mobility. He's still a small heavyweight. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, and he knows that. He's not stupid. So he just, I think if he looked at his last fight, he might have said, look, if I start just displacing like I did against Chisora, when Joshua comes forward, I can't give that much ground that early. Kind of like Lomachenko did in, coming out of the Tio fight, going into the Nakatani fight. Maybe we don't need to be so cautious, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they both set a game plan up very well, I think. Usyk, again, his hand speed, you're putting on weight and you're carrying more speed. That's pretty impressive. I don't know if anybody caught that. The first round, I was fucking shocked. I think AJ was a little bit too. But the damage that AJ took came in the last quarter of the fight, last 3 rounds, especially the 12th.
Yeah.
Usyk landing in the first rounds, I don't think bothered AJ that much.
Well, he got
physically.
hurt in round 3 or something like that. No, like when did he get hurt?
Yeah. No, he did. He did get knocked back, but I'm just saying, like.
Yeah, at the end. I
AJ,
mean, now people are saying he was
knew
blind.
It was serious, but even Usyk knew I can't just jump in here and start hooking off with this guy because he's a heavyweight, man.
Exactly. Like, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
hold on. Gonzalo, let's because there's 2 phone calls left here, and I think these guys have been waiting for a fucking. Yeah, 3, 2, 1. You're on the air. 3, 2, 1.
What's up? I'm so happy you finally let me into the call. I'm reading these comments and I'm just kind of like, I don't know if most of these people were born like in 1990 or later, and they weren't around to see a lot of the real good boxing matches from when I grew up. I was born in 76. I remember seeing people like Sugar Ray Leonard. I was the biggest fan of Mike Tyson. Wasn't even a fan of Lennox Lewis when he was on the scene. I was a Roy Jones
I like her
fan.
better already.
I've been watching this game for a long, long, long time. But what I'm trying to say is like, this is not about cap. This is not about this, that, and the other. If people just kind of watch the progression of a boxer, you can kind of see what happened tonight. If you will notice, the Anthony Joshua that fought Dillian Wright was a brawler. Rob McCracken, in my opinion, has totally coached the brawler out of AJ. I don't think that dude is, I think he thinks too much. He's trying to basically take the SAT score or score a high SAT score in the fucking ring, and that's not what he needs to be doing. If he can find a coach that can mirror or that can work with both his brawler ability and his ring generalship, I think you'll see a better and improved AJ. But that gun-shy dude that we saw and that we've been seeing for the last couple of fights, that's not the Femi that we remember from Klitschko that got rocked and got up. That's not the same Femi that we saw that got rocked by White and got up. I don't know who this dude is, but this trying to sit here and be the better boxer, that shit ain't going to work. He going to keep losing if he keeps rocking with Rob McCracken in that regard. And that's all I got to say.
Good phone, great call, man.
That's
call
a good
back
call.
next time.
What's your name?
That's a good call.
What's your name, caller?
She gone.
My name is
That's
Nikki.
excellent
I'm a
call.
married woman. I'm not
No,
gay
she's
or
not. She's
anything
not.
like that. I'm just a chick that's always watched boxing, always been a fan, and will always be a fan.
All right,
Call
great
back
call. Call back
anytime.
again next time.
You put
Take care.
you put a lot of guys to shame with your knowledge. Good for you.
All right, that's a
You know
good
what? I
call.
agree with everything she said, but the language I didn't care for it. The bad.
You guys just agree with a bunch of simps.
I liked it. She was born in '76, and
Yeah, a
she's
lot
using
of
the word cap. She's
yeah.
keeping with it.
The gun shyness. We're gonna have to.
Show some respect to the young lady. Show some respect.
You guys are simps, man.
I'm showing mad respect. I like it.
We're showing respect here. All right, let's take another phone call. 502. You're on the air. 502.
Hey, what's up, guys? I don't know if I can follow that girl. She was very knowledgeable. I just want to get you guys' thoughts on how you think Usyk and Fury would match up. Personally, it's something I've been thinking about is, Fury, it's like he's tailor-made to beat any of these big heavyweights. I think Fury would stack up in any era where big heavyweights dominated. But I think it's actually like a smaller guy like Usyk's size that can actually take away Fury's best advantages, which is, his agility, his quickness. And so, like, Fury, I think a guy like Usyk could actually make a guy like Fury look like a lumbering giant. Make him look slow, make him look sloppy. What do you guys think?
He would annihilate him. Let me ask you guys a question.
I think Usyk
Does anybody think
Fury.
that Fury has
Usyk
any of the power necessary to keep Usyk from basically just not even having to displace?
Pick him apart.
And he doesn't even have. Yeah. He didn't have enough power to keep Usyk cautious. AJ at least had in the middle rounds. Usyk came out very, 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 very fast for the first 5-6 rounds.
Yeah.
And then I think around the 6th, 7th, and 8th rounds, especially in the 6th or 7th, AJ had some success. I mean, some solid landed punches, like a solid right hand, maybe to the body. Usyk started feeling those shots. More,
but I think
his
with
fatigue
Fury,
was one thing, and also because AJ's power.
I think
Fury doesn't have that kind of fucking power.
I think with Fury's that he can
I want to
switch
go
it up, man.
recognize.
He can switch it up.
You can
fight
adjust,
south-
but you can't just change your stripes, man.
I think
I know everybody thinks he's
I get
a
what
come
you're saying.
forward destroyer, but
I would
everybody thinks he's a
bet
come
on-
forward destroyer. But
I would
if
bet
anybody,
on, but he could lose that fight easily. He could lose that fight easily.
I'm not saying he can't lose. I'm saying, like,
You're not saying anything. No, I'm joking.
Don't slingshot too far after watching one fight. So, like, everybody's seen Fury in the last fight. You seen him like clip Wilder in the chin in the 3rd round, full extension, perfect punch. The question was, do you think Usyk could do that? Yeah. If any heavyweight lands flush and you don't do anything about it to recover, you're going to look like Wilder did in the 3rd round and like AJ did in the 12th. So it's like, well, now Fury's not I just can't think that Fury's some come forward fucking destroyer, right?
That's not how we're gonna have to win.
Usyk,
Yeah.
All right. Pete, we gotta let the caller say something because.
my bad.
No problem. Caller, go ahead.
Well, no, I mean, I guess what I found so interesting about Fury is, he's the longest, he's the biggest, he's the fastest. And so when you put him in there with other big heavyweights, say 6'5" and over, I feel like, honestly, like, go through the lineup historically, like, I think he stacks up because he is the biggest, the longest, the quickest, the most agile, right? So I feel like if you want to beat Fury, you're going to need a guy who can make him look like a lumbering giant, who can take away all of his advantages. And I feel like Usyk, he's the perfect guy for that. And it's not just because he's, and it really comes down to the feet. It's not just the quick hands and the combination punching or whatever. He's got the feet. And Fury's got sweet feet, but Usyk's just so much quicker than he's going to move around that wherever he wants to go. And I feel like he embarrasses Fury. And it's not even that Fury is not a great fighter. I just think it's that matchup, it's the
So nobody who can beat Usyk at heavyweight.
Who can beat him? I would say Ruiz is a tough matchup, but which Ruiz shows up, right? But also Ruiz is a potted plant. But I feel like Usyk would have to stand in front of him and trade shots. It would look very similar to the Joseph Parker Ruiz fight. which I actually thought Ruiz lost. But either way,
Fury could beat him. Fury could beat him.
I think Fury. Well, okay, caller. Good call, man. Call back again next time, all right? Take care.
I'm not saying Fury wins. I'm saying if you asking me who's the guy that could beat him, it's Fury. Yeah.
I'm with you.
Of course, after this win, he looks like he's a master boxer because he is a master boxer. But Fury is going to be, he's going to be a problem, bro. That's for sure.
Recognize he's the second highest boxing IQ in the heavyweight division. That doesn't mean he's great. Doesn't mean he's great. Doesn't mean he has all the physical attributes. He outfought Klitschko. That's how he beat him. He outfought Wilder twice. That's how he beat him. It wasn't his power. The power is not going to be the relevant factor in if he's going to beat Usyk or not. And I'm not picking him to beat Usyk, but the power is not going to be the factor.
Could win.
No, exactly.
Usyk can win. Yeah, and I wouldn't bet against him.
You see what this Usyk win did? It kills the conversation that he can't beat these heavyweights, right?
Right.
That conversation is over with now. So now we're at a stage where, wow, he can actually compete and beat like the higher level guys, and we're seeing that.
All right, guys, I want to read a super chat here. Get these hands. He says, I already like her, the caller, I guess, better than Precise, 100%. All right. We have a Precise hater. Thank you for your contribution, man. Yeah, we got another phone call. Let's just take it down. 470, you're on the air. 470.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just have to call in. Y'all were talking about Fury versus Usyk now?
Yep. Yes.
So with Joshua losing and Usyk winning here, I think there's a misconception here that people think that because this is a boxing match, you gotta box a guy. You've got to go into a jab, go into a contest of who can outmaneuver the other guy. Tyson Fury, if you watch his fight with Steve Cunningham, he had the same problems with a former cruiserweight. He went in there with a cruiserweight, couldn't land his jab, couldn't land his combinations. What did he do? He did what he told AJ to do in this fight. He walked right after Steve Cunningham. Rough house tactics, some you could say tactics that weren't necessarily above board. Went after him, punched him wherever he could, and ultimately ended up knocking him out. Tyson Fury's not going to go in there with Usyk in a battle of who can land a jab or who can land a... No, he's going to use every inch of his 6'9" frame and all 270, 280 pounds on Usyk. So it's going to be a completely different... He's not Anthony Joshua, who made a mistake with his tactics in this fight.
Yeah. Again, like perfect example. When Fury did fight early in his career, when he got in the ring with a cruiserweight, he found difficulties in his speed, got dropped, which is normal, right? You fight a little guy. A lot of times, you find their speed to be a lot more difficult than you used to. And so you get big on them, and that's what he did. So that's why I say, there's a lot of ways that Fury fights. There's a lot of different approaches that he has. So I don't just, I don't live on the moment. I do believe that Usyk, and I'm willing to take that money because more than likely Usyk is going to be the underdog. So I'm willing to say that, yeah, Usyk has a great shot of beating him. He already proved that because he went in there and beat one of the top heavyweights today. Even if you don't like AJ and you think AJ is a fraud, right? But he's still, he's still one of the top three guys before Usyk came into the heavyweight division. And, we already know what happened there. So he's a lot more different than Fury. Fury has a lot of approaches to his game plan.
Absolutely.
Anything else?
If there's a rematch, I'd like to see. I don't know if AJ still has it in him. I'd like to see him bulk back up, get his calories back in his system, go for Usyk. Just make it a slugging fest out. Round one, just get out there, hit the body, hit the arms, hit everything you can hit. And if you drop dead out of exhaustion by round 4 or round 5, so be it. But he went for it. And if Usyk survives that, yeah, I'd be more inclined to think that he could take on a Tyson Fury. I just don't know what got into AJ's mind, his coach, his trainer, with trying to outbox a master. So, but that's all I wanted to say. I just heard you guys talking about the potential Fury matchup. Just wanted to give my thoughts.
Good call, man. All right, call back again next time. Take care.
Excellent call.
All right, guys.
All right, let me just quickly super chat TT. Thank you for your contribution. He says Usyk is a generational talent, amazing fighter. I thought he would stop AJ between 7 and 12. So much respect for AJ though. He could have dropped the belt. It's true. He took it. That's what I said from the beginning. Hey, credit to Joshua. He has one of the, if not the best record in the heavy division right now, and he took on Usyk. So props to AJ. Go ahead.
I think they're still 1-2 in the division.
But Bucho, props to a certain extent. Remember, it was his mandatory that he enforced. They try to buy him away.
Yeah, but that was because it was going to be a Fury fight, right? And then once they found out that
Fury, when that fell through, even then he still, because if we talked about then, we both said we wouldn't match him. It'd be a stupid matchup when you're looking for that big money fight on the line. So they did. They tried to buy him away, but Usyk said no. He pressed his advantage and made the fight instead of taking walkaway money.
Okay, Mr.
I'm a little worried here about they still haven't started the post-fight press conference. Don't they usually do that about half an hour at least after the fight? Like it's
about an hour. Should have started by now. Yeah.
Yeah, it should be starting soon.
Okay, guys, what do you think about AJ? Apparently, he was blinking. He was hitting down after the fight. He was blinking. Did you guys see anything? Did you guys hear anything about that?
I didn't, but after Whitaker knocked out Hurtado was blinking a lot, and they took him for a CAT scan afterwards to see if there was anything there. It's a long time ago, so I don't remember the results, but there was worry of neurological problems from all the blinking and the fact he got knocked out by Pernell Whitaker. So I wouldn't be surprised if they're doing some kind of on-site testing to make sure he's good to go. I mean, he sits down from exhaustion, the constant blinking, and it could just been blinking from whatever orbital damage he's got, but they may be making sure that he's okay past the eye.
Was in the chat, Funk Rate says that the post-fight conference has started.
Yes, he left right after the decision.
In the chat,
I think it took a great effort of him to stay upright and composed to like the 10th, 11th, 12th round, while still trying to look for the knockout himself while receiving the worst out of those exchanges. So just by giving that extra effort, kind of like Jimmy Garcia when he fought back in the 90s, he was there to win because I think his mother had died, so he wanted to put a great performance. And just by trying so hard, that also fucking damage, it hurts you.
Yeah, he was hurt and didn't know it. He kept staying up and kept trying to keep coming out in his corner when he wasn't throwing any punches. Again, we're going off topic a little bit, but when he wasn't throwing any punches for 2 rounds, they should have known that something was probably wrong. And when they finally stopped the fight, we saw what happened.
The ref could have jumped in the 12th round and stopped that fight. He wasn't throwing any. He was out on his feet for the last 15 seconds of competition. I mean, he was just hands down, sticking his tongue out, all that bullshit aside.
He was hurt.
He was just being held up by the ropes. So yeah, right after the decision, he bailed. He would have stayed in the ring if he was medically able. You know what I'm saying? Like he would have given a post fight.
Yeah, it looks like he might have hauled ass. But I mean, I'm looking at Usyk now. The press conference started, but it's just Usyk there. And man, he looks. I can recall the last time he looked facially like I think maybe the Brady's fight, but yeah, he looks like he took his lumps himself, man, from a 240-pound guy.
Yeah, absolutely. You're gonna take some punch. A guy with that kind of weight on you, when a guy like that has that kind of weight on you, he can bruise you up a lot easier, But you see, they're like scratches. They're like a bunch of scratches everywhere.
Yeah,
but for the way those shots obviously recognized is completely right. When they did get in close and he tried to put the weight on him, it didn't affect Usyk at all. He pushed JJ off rather effectively.
That's true, huh? That's the faulty cardio right there, man. And it's interesting. That was the story of the fight.
3 or 4 times.
The cardio was the story of the fight because, like I've said, we all said it before. We all know it. you can do the best things in the world in there in the ring. You can be the fastest, the most agile. Your stamina is shit. It ain't gonna work out. And Usyk, you gotta give him props. You can tell he trained his ass off because it's true. In the middle rounds, he did look like he was losing a little bit of wind in there. Because again, think about it. It's a 6 feet 3 inch tall guy going in against a monster like Joshua. He had to keep on hopping early on.
To your point, after the fight, he said, "I've been training for this fight since January." So he's been putting in work. He's been putting in work since January.
Miles and miles of road work, without a doubt. Swimming pools, everything to get his muscles in condition for the long haul, without a doubt.
Big muscles with stamina.
That's why I say, Jimmy, that's why I say, Jimmy, this guy's built like a swimmer. And one thing you know about a swimmer's build, in the gym, you hear these terms like when you sometimes it's bullshit, but in a lot of cases it's true. Fighters with swimmer builds they obviously have a body built to last. And the reason why they like that is because they train their bodies to be that way.
Absolutely, man.
I mean, a lot of road work, all that shit. Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, even in the look, if you look at his Olympic fights, he was pushing it hard. Like like he would get one shot, and like Sugar Ray Leonard, he would come back with 3 of his own. Then you look at his cruiserweight fights, same thing. When things got rough against Brady's and Hunter, he just upped the pace up to a point where the other guys couldn't really handle it. To a certain degree, against Bellew too, and he pretty much did the same thing here against Usyk. I mean, he would take one. I mean, Joshua. Man. Against Joshua, he would take one big shot and boom, come back. I mean, it didn't look like much, but man, I'm telling you, he must have been exhausted doing what he did in that ring, and AJ more so than him, but still, it's
you know what his style reminds me of, at least in this fight, a much higher skilled Troy Dorsey. I'm just going to outwork you by throwing more punches. It's just because Dorsey was nowhere near as skilled as Usyk. But it's his work rate that beat most guys. It wasn't the fact he was strong enough or he could hit you hard enough. The thudding shots of 1,000 punches hitting you got to most of Dorsey's opponents by the end of the night. It wasn't the fact that he hit with hard power. He just kept it going. And he just, anytime he had a chance to counter you with 3 punches versus 1, that's what he did. And that's what Usyk did tonight. And when he kind of faded in those middle rounds, I'm not positive it had anything to do with AJ. I think it had to do with carrying that extra weight that intensely those first 3 or 4 rounds to where he needed a little bit of a breather. Now AJ did capitalize, but I don't think his power really affected much. I think his size may have, but and the weight maybe, but not the actual power. I don't think he felt anything that said, "Ooh, man, I got to watch out because I might get knocked out if this keeps going this way." I don't think that ever entered his mind for a second. Then in the 10th round, if I may just finish this, so I'd say 6 through 8 to 9.5 were all Joshua's, and that 10th round was starting to look like Joshua's too, and then Usyk just turned it around. He's like, "Nope, I'm just going to pick up the pace." He hit him with a good jab and a good straight left, and then he just kept going with it. And AJ just couldn't keep up with that pace, and that's what swept those last 3 rounds.
Yeah, that was. Can I just ask real quick? Is there a Middle Eastern woman singing in the background there for you, Chief, or what the fuck's going on?
No, my daughter's got some friends over, and I'm outside. The weather's so good, the windows are open, so you can hear them like having a good time inside.
It sounded like you were in Jerusalem or something. Anyway.
Yeah, you're stupid. No, I was gonna say the best punch from Usyk, or one of the most nicer punches that Usyk was throwing, was his fucking stiff lead, his lead right. So he would throw it kind of like it's like a jab, and it's like it just kind of like drops down, like it turns just at that right second, and you can see fucking Usyk's eyes it kind of goes back a little bit, and he was doing that with his lead hand. He showed.
Yeah, we talk about it all the time. Recognize he's generating the force,
man. You know what it is, Gonzalo? Gonzalo's the strong wrist. It's those wrists, man. The wrist, the wrist, the forearms.
It's the torque of the jab at the very end, and they call it a shotgun jab in some places.
Yeah, but you still got to be strong, man. You got to have strong forearms for that. To do that to a big man, you can do that to your guy your size, but make a big man's head snap like that, who got a much bigger, fucking head than you're usually punching. It shows. He showed a lot of great technique, man. A lot of great technique in that fight.
The kinetic energy is coming from the sole of the feet into the torso, shoulder, coming down the as he spins it when he's bouncing up and down.
Right. Exactly. Well, Gonzalo, I talk about all the time, dude. Rhythm. A fighter who's got good rhythm, who can break up his rhythm, is the hardest to time. That's what it is. Listen, Joshua is very. People say robotic, but what it really is, just he just has the same. It's kind of the same movement. He's kind of easy to figure out. He's not changing shit up, and I mean, you guys hear me. I carry on about it all the time. A kid who can dance good. If you get a tough white kid, every trainer would say, "Give me a tough white kid who can dance because they can figure out rhythm." Come to find out, did you guys know that he's like a Ukrainian folk dancer? Like, I guess he can do. He's been trained. He's a crazy dancer. Fucking Usyk, like
He was
they're
doing it
wicked
after the
into
fight.
dance.
He was doing it
Yeah.
in the ring.
So,
He was doing it.
oh, is he? Okay. So yeah. So he's a wicked into rhythm and dance, and I guess he plays musician too. So it just goes to show you. I'm telling you, rhythm matters. Guys who can hold the rhythm, and I think he figured out Joshua's rhythm, and he made him pay for it all night because he never changed it up.
And the reason he spins the wrist when he punches, when he's generating that energy, it's like a towel. Have you ever like rolled up a towel and flicked it? When you flick it at the end, and you throw a happy shot with the towel and you hit your leg, you hit somebody in the leg like that.
Yep. That's what it is, Gonzalo. Little twist on the end of that punch. Bah.
Yeah, you snap the wrist and you flick a towel and you're gonna hit somebody really hard.
But you know what?
Did they both have the same gloves on?
Once more, bam, bam.
They had the
Did they
same
both have?
brand. They had the same brand, right?
Did they?
Yeah, but I don't know
Okay.
if.
Oh, so they had the horsehair punches on.
I don't know. I don't know if Rival makes horsehair boxing gloves. I think they just. I know they make several different brands, but I don't know if they have them like Everlast, where you can have that.
Well, the Everlast MX is a pure, I believe, horsehair.
That's what
But
I'm
then
saying.
most companies make a half and half at least. They'll do a foam wrap with the horsehair.
Yeah,
Most
I'm not
companies.
sure
I'd be
which.
surprised if that's not what they had.
I'm not sure which brand they had, but I mean I know they had the same brand, but I don't know if they had a different model of boxing glove. Can I just say, Butcher, you still got something going on, or you let me know, man? All right, I think he's still gone. Well, listen, I wanted to say too. Now I'm reading comments here from other people, and some people are saying, "Well, man, Joshua has a bad chin." I disagree, man. I mean, we made a video about it, about can Usyk hurt Joshua, and they said, "Yeah, man, listen, again, if you're hitting another dude, whether he's bigger than you or whatever, and you're managing to snap his head back, you better believe he's gonna feel that type of shot." So it's not that Joshua has bad chin; it's just fucking Usyk's a 220-pound man in there who knows what he's doing when he's throwing his shots.
If he didn't have a chin, his knees would have buckled, and the ropes wouldn't have kept him up. He would have folded right there against the ropes.
Yeah,
bro.
Yeah.
BJ, were you surprised by AJ's stamina, bro? I was, bro.
I was in the sense that I thought he was gonna gas out earlier. I'm surprised.
Yeah, no, I'm saying, wait, dude, I wasn't unimpressed with his stamina. I mean, he had a nonstop movement in front of him for 12 rounds, being that big. I don't think he really embarrassed himself with the stamina. The kid was just in better shape with a higher ring IQ and just made him pay for his mistakes. It's what boxing is. It's capitalizing on mistakes. Joshua would hang out a lazy jab. He got capitalized on it. He would throw punches when he shouldn't have, when he wasn't in the right position, and Usyk capitalized on it. That's what you saw all night.
To be honest with you, in an even area, not in Britain or not in some place that would be more friendly to Usyk, some of those body shots that they would have stopped the action and probably called time and given him warnings because those were really his belt was already low. So anytime you're hitting on the belt, when Usyk's belt is as low as his is, it should automatically already be a warning because it's not a belt line shot anymore. It's now borderline low. And so those were really, all of those were on the cusp of, in a neutral site, more likely would have been stopped the action and warned.
What did you think of the judge overall? I mean, the referee's job. From what I saw, it didn't seem like he did a bad job. What do you guys think?
I think he did fair because every time he grabbed him behind the head, he'd stop and say, don't grab him. Which we thought
he did do that in the 8th round, too. He grabbed him by the back of the head.
Right,
Yeah,
we
I
thought
didn't.
that if that happened,
The referee
because it
acted
was in,
like he didn't see it. Nah, he saw it. He saw it.
Did you
Go
see
watch it. Watch it again. Saw
AJ's?
that.
Did you see AJ's tweet? Bro, he looks like he's about to cry. Like he looked like he was literally holding back tears, bro. Like he posted a picture with him flexing or whatever. he looked like he was gonna cry, bro.
Were you gonna cry when he lost?
Oh no, I'll sleep. Beautiful. I'll sleep like a baby tonight, bro. So don't worry about me.
Well, you said you were going to talk shit after the fight.
Yeah, you
And
said
now
Well,
you're
let me
pretending
say this. Let me say this. I was wrong. This is boxing, bro. You expect people to
That's
hit
right.
every prediction, right, bro?
That's right. You see, you got
That's right.
humble.
Yeah, that's what I've
Whoa,
been
whoa,
saying.
Got
whoa.
humble.
And that's what I've been
So
saying
now,
all along.
okay,
Got humble.
okay, okay,
I've been saying. Wait, hold on. I've been saying all along. Just because you get a prediction wrong doesn't mean you didn't give the other dude a shot. But you said you were going to talk shit. That's the only thing that's at stake here. So next time, just say, "Look, I picked this guy." I know you were just trying to have fun, but yeah.
I've been eating my crow all day, but let me say this: you got predictions wrong. I know the Loma Teofimo fight. Everybody in the panel got prediction wrong, bro. So don't come at me, bro. Just because you're
Actually,
fans.
I can tell you this, man.
Yeah, I was about to say, a lot of us just said it would be a certain way. It was still a close fight. Nobody said it was going to, I think the people said Teofimo was going to knock out Lomachenko. Got their prediction wrong.
Bro, there was people literally saying Loma was going to destroy Teofimo. Facts.
No, I don't remember that.
Everybody in this panel said that.
I didn't hear any of that on the board.
The
I
episode is
remember
still
that.
up. So, I mean, the episode's still up. So you don't have to, I mean, I predicted Lomachenko late in the fight, and he almost did take him out. It's just he started off too slow, man. But anyway, listen, I don't want to go into the past. Why we're going to the past for? What I'm trying to get at here is, I'm looking at the press conference here, and they just asked Usyk about what his next fight is going to be. He said, "Well, as long as there's a rematch clause, the next opponent is AJ." So he's still into that fight.
No, but hey, Haitian, I thought, and again, you probably were just joking around or busting balls or whatever, but you were making, your prediction was like, you guys are crazy, AJ's going to kill him. Fact. That's what you were saying. Like, you were pretty fucking adamant about it, brother. I just assumed you were busting stones.
I'll be 100% real. I like 50% of me actually believed it, and the other 50% of me was trolling. So take that.
I can't believe it because you were flip flop. You weren't as like sometimes you were adamant, and other times you would. Yeah, I thought you were just being hyperbole. All right, I believe you.
There was a part in the middle of the fight where
but I'm still going to be a boxing fan, bro. I'm not in boxing just for AJ. Yeah, AJ lost, but he's still got 20 million, and I'm not. I don't even got 20 million. So why would I care AJ lose or not, bro? These guys are both richer than anybody on the panel, bro. So
I don't know about that. But you know what? In any event, you were. Yeah, I know you were half trolling. That's why I'm just giving you a little bit of shit here. But there were some people, man. I was actually going at them. I usually don't go back and forth with people in the comment section, but there was these dudes that were saying like, "You better. What's going to be your excuse when Izzy loses?" And I'm thinking, hey, I'm saying it's a 50-50 fight. In fact, if you look at my prediction last night, I said I'm going out on a big old limb and saying Usyk by late fight stoppage, which didn't happen. So I got the prediction wrong. I just picked the right guy. He almost stopped him, but he didn't. So all these people that are going out there, when they go after somebody because they made a prediction, I mean, come on, it's fucking boxing.
But let me say this: Usyk deserved his win 100%. He deserved it, and I think he's pound for pound number one. I do. I mean, Canelo, like I said before, you compare his resume with Canelo, and you actually break down when he fought the guys, like if they're at their best. Usyk fought them at their hometown. You think Canelo would fight any of his opponents at their hometown? Never in his lifetime, bro.
I agree, man.
So, and Usyk is number one. I think AJ, bro. Where do you? I don't know if you guys asked this question already. Where do you guys think AJ goes from here?
Well, there's a rematch, and
No, like if there's not a rematch.
If there's not a rematch,
Well, there's going to be a rematch. He's not going to go at AJ's not going to be able to go after Tyson Fury and Wilder winner with having a loss. So
after seeing that, do we really think AJ is gonna take that rematch, bro? Like, I don't know, man. Will he take the rematch after that beating, bro?
I'll give you my answer as soon as I have a question for you first. What would you think he should do before taking that rematch, especially since there's a clause?
Yeah.
Bro, I would say get a tune-up fight and then fight Usyk.
So even though you won't go for a direct rematch, but you're still saying rematch is his path, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay, I firmly agree with that. I firmly do. I don't think there's another path for him to take outside of trying to finish business with Usyk before he does anything else. I'm not saying he's done, but as top kingpin, I think his days are over as top kingpin. There's always going to be someone that thinks that they can push him over that edge, and if they have enough confidence, they may be able to do so because he's going to question himself for the rest of his life every time he's in a fight now.
yeah, bro, and I always thought AJ was gonna KO Fury, bro. Would have smashed AJ, bro, if it was if he was fighting tonight.
Yeah, man, Fury would have. I think Fury would have. It would have been hard for Fury, but ultimately, if he would have tried to wrestle him and all that a little bit, I think he would have tired Joshua out. And I don't know if he would have stopped him, but I'm pretty sure he would have beaten him by decision. A lot like it went down today. Joshua apparently he will be doing the conference. Usyk just left and the cameras are still on. So either Eddie Hearn's gonna come in or Joshua will step in. So it's at least it's good to hear that he wasn't seriously
Bro,
hurt.
I don't think AJ.
So why did it take so long, BD, till now? It's been like more than an hour. Was hurt probably.
Maybe they were checking him out for a little longer than normal.
I got a question.
He was crying.
Why didn't Joshua reinvent himself, kind of like Klitschko, tie up, clinch, and basically throw like a? Is Klitschko's powers on another level?
Well, you just hit the nail on the head on one thing. Joshua's powers have never been Klitschko's. So holding him until you get that right opening to just close that gap and take that big shot at the right moment to ice somebody, that's not Joshua. This is never going to be Joshua. Klitschko had that power. He didn't.
Do you think AJ? Do you think AJ like was too resistant? Like he wasn't throwing enough? Because I think so.
It needs to be 250 again. 245.
That's what some people were saying. Like,
because bro, if AJ thrown like he was touching Usyk up, like let's not try to say Usyk just like shutout. He was touching Usyk up sometimes, but he didn't really what's the name? He didn't really use that after he would hit Usyk with a good shot, he would just back off. Like,
I don't think Usyk was there to be hit with too much more. He moved.
Yeah, he was confused, so that's why
he those big right hands that he got occasionally that went down the pike. That was it. There was nothing he could else reach Usyk with because Usyk was like, okay, reset, move on. And he wasn't there. There wasn't anything for him to hit there. When he went in to try and hit the body, he landed some shots, and everyone's got good points there. All of them were borderline. So working the body is kind of being used very loosely there on what he was actually working, whether it was the upper scrotum or like around the belly button, but it was borderline. And so if he would have kept doing that, it could have weakened Usyk, yes, but Usyk just wasn't there enough for him to do that.
Yeah, Joshua couldn't line him up for the right shot with the feet. Obviously, you throw a punch, you can hit somebody, but line them up, you're positioning your body, to be able to turn that back foot just a little, and and throw a punch where you can spin your toes. He couldn't line them up.
Usyk also gave him a lot because he was moving to his left too much instead of moving to his right. When he moved to his right, AJ couldn't find him. When his foot was on the outside and he was moving to his right and throwing his straight left and trying to use the jab, AJ couldn't find him. Every time he moved to the left and AJ was I won't say he was cutting the ring off, but when he was coming forward and Usyk was backing away, he was backing to his left, which was right into Joshua's right hand, which no southpaws ever taught to do that on a regular basis. So why he gave him those opportunities, I don't know, because it wasn't like Joshua was forcing him to go that way.
It was a good fight because both fighters understood what the other fighter was trying to do, but who was able to execute better? That was Usyk. They knew that if I overly commit, get back, and that type of fight, very instinctual, very like IQ. Even on Joshua's part, even though
You're cutting off, man. You're cutting off.
Yeah, because he's a little bit more foolish. He gets KO'd. He does something a little bit less where he's not giving the respect that Usyk deserves in a boxing fight, and he gets knocked out.
All right, you were cutting off a little bit there, Gonzalo.
There's a stream. There's a stream I used to listen to called The Boxing Rant, and they were calling this years ago that if this fight happened, that his movement was just going to make AJ so dizzy. They weren't picking Usyk to win, but they have very, very, very high on their boxing pound for pound ranking. Usyk's going to be number one after this fight, no doubt about it. They like him that much, and they were saying that just because of his movement alone and the higher level of boxing skills outside of the basics he's got over every heavyweight. That it said that I think they use the term, what is it that medical condition where you get really dizzy, vertigo. This would be like having all the top heavyweights would be like having vertigo to have to look down and try and trace him. And that didn't quite happen tonight, but that movement was throwing AJ off all night, and it can throw off the other the top heavyweights. And Wilder and Fury, it may not, but it has the potential to.
So, are you guys interested in the rematch? So, are you guys interested in the rematch, or is it more of a formality?
Yes.
All right.
I think Usyk wins now for sure. At the beginning, I thought it was 50.
Oh, is he cutting off?
Because Usyk could very well outclass this guy, but I was like more like the Mississippi license plates. You got to show me, the show me state. I want to see it. Now I saw it.
Right. We saw it. All right. And by the way, I was just going through like some of these channels on YouTube, these boxing channels, the same channels that were that were defending Wilder after he lost, and they were creating all these excuses. Now they're calling AJ shit and crap and garbage just because he lost against Usyk. But if AJ is garbage because of the performance that he put on today, then what do they think about Wilder, though?
I want to know what they think Wilder's going to be able to do against Usyk.
Yeah.
Well, at least he's not making excuses.
Exactly.
If it turns out to be like the Luis Ortiz fight, where that one punch lines up just well against the southpaw, and it turns that fight around like it did twice against a 50-year-old unproven heavyweight, then that's one thing. But for the most part, most of us have the confidence that Usyk's not going to be there to be hit by one shot. You're going to have to put your punches together, and Wilder can't do that.
I think,
especially he's like a baby giraffe. He's got to line you up right, and he has a hard time connecting on guys. You have to be right there like a sitting duck, and Usyk's like a master at changing the angle, or he's not going to be there to be hit. So for Wilder to connect on him, I said it before, you have to throw a punch to find him at where he's going to be at. Because you're gonna throw a punch, he's gonna move, and he's not gonna be there to be hit. You gotta throw a punch if you're Wilder to connect, where he's gonna finally end in position to get punched, and Wilder's not gonna find Usyk.
We saw AJ actually catch Usyk a couple times and kind of, I wouldn't say hurt him, but stun him, right? And if that was Wilder's right hook, what do you think will happen?
He moves and Wilder has to reset and can't find him.
No,
I was going to say it's a different kind of punch, though.
I'm saying
Wilder takes.
What do you think?
Haitian, you ask people a question. Let Jimmy answer and then go back.
No, I was asking. Are you asking what Wilder would do to AJ?
No, to Usyk if he landed the punch that AJ did, because AJ catched Usyk.
But AJ didn't catch him in the pocket. He didn't catch him in the knockout zone. Like, he didn't catch him close enough. He didn't have enough on. It was at the end of his punches, and that happened because Usyk understands space and timing, and he understands not to be in a certain spot. And to what Gonzalez said when he said you got to punch to where someone's going, you know what that means? You got to figure out his rhythm. When you figure out someone's rhythm, that means you know what his next move is. So when you know what somebody's next move is, you can set traps. You can get him into that move, into that spot with a feint. then you get, because you know what he's going to do. And that's what Gonzalez means by you got to be able to fucking go where someone's going. If you're just going to go out there and this is what I do and I throw hard and not working what he's doing, your opponent in front of you is doing, it doesn't mean you're going to land that punch.
Yeah, because it's a game of inches. Even though you dodge, you can move your waist just a little bit, and when that other fighter releases the punch from the shoulders, you move a little bit where he thought he was gonna connect on you. He's not gonna find you because you understood that once you saw him move a little bit, whether you want to call it telegraphing, he just was able to read your feet or through that punch, and you move a little bit, man, it's gonna go flying by your head. And if you're experienced enough, you can remain calm to where you're not gonna like all flustered because the other guy's throwing. No, you're just gonna get a little bit out of the way. The other fighter's gonna miss, and that's gonna be Wilder. And not also that, not just that alone. Usyk's gonna counter back. Wilder's not gonna land that right hand often and enough. He might catch him here and there, but Usyk's gonna counter back.
I don't think it's gonna be clean. And what Jimmy said earlier that I tried to pick up on was when some of those right hands landed, Joshua's right arm had to cross his chest a little bit past his shoulder. You're hitting across the grain. I don't have any faith that Wilder's going to be able to throw across, if he knows how to throw across the grain. And if he does, that it's going to have anywhere near the same effect. Usually his shoulders and hips are open, the punch is turned all the way over, and everything's where it needs to be. So if he has to punch across the grain to land that right hand, like Joshua had to, first of all, I don't think he has the capability of doing that because he hasn't done it in his career. If he did, it didn't have any effect on his opponent. So
I understand. I will understand what you're talking about. I'm unfamiliar with. Maybe I know them in other.
When you talk about against the grain, think about wood or meat. When you look down, you see the lines and how everything's going. Okay, when you go to cut or saw, you go against the grain. You go against those lines. Your muscle fibers in your body go a certain way. Your chest goes from where your bicep connects to your shoulder all the way to your inner chest. When your punch, especially the right hand, has to go across your chest to land the punch, you're now going against the grain of the muscles. Your chest flexes that gets in the way of your shoulder and your back throwing with power because that's against the grain of those muscles. They're working against each other instead of with each other.
Right, I got you. And that's what Joshua had a hard time doing because you can adjust your feet where you can punch where the muscles are supposed to go. That's why Joshua couldn't find Usyk.
Joshua's athletic enough to capable to do that. I don't think Wilder is. That's all I'm saying on that. I think Haitian wanted to say something.
No, I want to say that we have a phone call, so let's take a phone call. 484, you're on the air, 484.
Hey, what's up, fellas? Just a few things about the fight. I thought I picked AJ to win by knockout. But, up until the 8th round, the fight was pretty much going exactly how I thought it would. I thought Usyk would win some rounds, and then AJ would come on in the middle rounds and then knock him out in the 8th. But, and AJ did win the 5th and 6th rounds on my card. And then, just Usyk just didn't go anywhere after the 8th round, and he just completely outboxed him. I thought AJ did have some success to the body in, rounds 5 and 6 in particular. It looked like he hurt him, and he hurt him with a right hand in one of those rounds, too. I mean, you saw Usyk's eyes get really big, and he went against the ropes, and it looked like he was about to go out right there, but he didn't go anywhere. Not really interested in seeing this rematch. Anyway, I mean, we already been through this with AJ with Andy Ruiz. It's like, wait 6 months or 9 months for a rematch. It's just I'd rather just the division just move on really, and I don't know what AJ should do. Maybe he should just retire. This kind of now that AJ probably will have to fight Usyk again. Fury will probably fight Dylan White, they were saying, after the Wilder fight. So, but yeah, I mean, if Wilder did somehow beat Fury, I think Wilder and Usyk would be a really interesting fight. I don't know how that would play out. I mean, I could see Usyk doing exactly what he did to AJ to him, maybe even stopping Wilder. But I mean, I think if Wilder lands with a right hand, Usyk will go to sleep. I mean, just in my opinion. But yeah, that's all. That's all I had to say. Have a good day.
Thanks for calling. I was gonna say that you're right, because I forgot now. So basically, the idea of unifying the heavy division now that's being pushed. even further now. Like we're not gonna get a unification fight anytime soon now.
Well, it depends though, right? Because now, say if Tyson wins, I mean, now does Arum have anything to do with Usyk top rank?
I
No.
thought he was.
No, I
I
don't
thought
think
he
so.
was a Hearn fighter.
Yeah, he was signed to I think this might have been his last fight on the contract for with Eddie Hearn.
Funny
Okay,
how
because
that's
I know,
get
yeah,
rearranged.
that's right. Because there was speculation who was going to get signed going into this fight. Actually, Steve Kim wrote about it in his article about this fight. And he said in his article, it kind of told you who the house fighter was when it was Joshua who got the lifetime. Even though he was courting both fighters, it was Joshua who got the lifetime extension. So obviously they're going to have a rematch. They're going to push his advantage of that. But he's going to have to listen. He can't. All right, I think everybody knows. You know who he needs? He needs a trainer in the mold of Stewart. You know what I mean? Of Kronk Jim. He needs someone to make him mean. He needs to go out there and just throw
Yeah.
bombs. He needs to treat him like a little man. Just boxing. I think he thought he could just really. I think he honestly thought he could box with them. It just wasn't the good game plan. He just didn't realize what nobody really said how good Usyk was. I don't think they even. I don't know. I'm just shocked. They didn't try to make a bigger fight.
They trained. Joshua didn't want to wail away and throw big shots. They trained like a little bit like a, that rock and soccer robot where you just throw like these straight punches where you're not cocking back, but you're just releasing your arms. He thought that his power and keeping it simple, keeping it stupid, basically throwing straight shots because it's better to throw straight shots because they get quicker to the target than the hooks. And if you miss with the hook, you're more likely to get countered. He thought that was gonna.
Yeah. Gonzalo, I think you're right. I think that was the plan because Joshua didn't even throw that uppercut as well. I don't know if he was fighting a southpaw, but you could have created situations where you could have thrown that uppercut. He didn't. That was the plan. I think the plan was to just throw straight punches, make it somewhat close, go to a 12th round, go to a decision, and you're gonna get it. But it didn't turn out that way.
They were banking on the judges. They were
exactly.
banking on making it close and let the judges do the rest. No, what you should have done was do or die. Go all out. Like, I know, it probably would have been stupid for AJ to do that, but listen, do or die, bro. At least you would have went out swinging, bro.
Yeah.
I think that's a lot of it, like what Gonzalo said, man. When you swing big shots and miss, it takes so much more out of you. And I think, to me, Joshua fought too conscious of that. Too conscious about keeping his stamina for later rounds. Keep his stamina for later rounds. Don't fucking shoot your wad too soon. And that cautious style of trying to keep his conditioning going played it with his mind too much. He should have been out there and brawling because you're not going to beat. The only person who could probably beat him in a boxing match because of his height and length would be the hardest for him would be Fury. I could see him bending at the waist, bending down, throwing out that long jab. It'd be real difficult for Usyk to jump in at that height.
Oh, go ahead, B.
Hey, Chief. Sorry, I didn't know if you were still here. You can leave whenever you want, man. You don't have to.
Oh, I know. That's just. I was going to go inside with the kids, but they're having their own fun, so I'm just going to stay out here.
Okay, good.
Well, I mean, so to me, Joshua was thinking that Usyk was going to wear out with the extra body weight. I can't read his mind. I'm not psychic, but a lot of people that I talked to that did think he was going to win, that thought that Usyk was going to wear down from carrying that extra weight, whether Joshua was leaning on him or not, that was going to make him tired. And so when he started to pick it up, it looked like okay. I lost the first couple rounds, but now he's slowing down. It's going exactly the way I want it. And then, somewhere around the 8th round, 9th round, some things were those were swing rounds that could have gone either way. 10th round, the middle of that 10th round, because I thought Joshua was winning the 10th round at the beginning. Yeah, Usyk came out fast, but Joshua kept coming forward, started landing that right hand, started backing him up, started throwing towards the body, even if it wasn't landing a whole lot. And then Usyk just turned it around by starting to just pepper him. And I was texting my friends. I said, okay, he won that round. If he sweeps these last 3, there's no denying he wins the fight. And that's exactly what he did. Joshua wanted him to get tired. It didn't happen, and he didn't know what to do because he couldn't catch him enough when he was just following him around, and he didn't really have much of a plan B. As far as Tyson Fury against Usyk, and I'll try to make this quick because I know other people want to talk. He has the ability. He does have the mentality and the ability to do what everyone said that Joshua should do, of maul him and lean on him and everything. It's not about power for Tyson Fury. It's about, I'm 6'9" and almost 300 pounds by fight night, and if I can't catch you, I'm going to maul you. I mean, he didn't outbox Wilder in the rematch. He outmauled him. He grabbed him. He threw him. He leaned on him. He almost did everything but elbow him in the back of the head. And had everything but that and headbutt him. He didn't do either one of those, but he did everything else. A few borderline shots that might have been low, threw him around the ring, and that's how he beat him. He will try that against Usyk. Now, I'm not saying that Usyk's not going to have the movement to throw that off, but that will take a toll on Usyk if he's able to be successful in doing that, and the referee lets it go. And Usyk's never fought anything like that. Now, Fury's never fought anything like Usyk. I fully acknowledge that. And I'm leaning towards Usyk, and I'd be betting on him. But Fury has the mentality to do everything that everyone said Joshua should have done to win this fight. He has the skill set, he has the mindset, he has the size, he has the weight. Will it work? I don't know. But he does have that mentality. Joshua didn't. It still doesn't and won't in the rematch.
Guys, we got a phone call. So Gonzalo, can we just take a quick phone call, and then you can continue. 626, you're on the air. 626.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Chris K, Undercover Asian.
Yo, Chris, what's up? What was your prediction?
Hey, sorry, my prediction was Usyk referee stoppage around 11.
Yeah, got it.
So, I mean, I guess that was kind of close, right? I mean, they almost maybe would have stopped in round 12 if it had gone on a little bit longer.
Yeah, you were close.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of out for a couple hours, so maybe I missed. I might be repeating what other people said, but I wanted to mention the jabs from Usyk, and some of those jabs, kind of like what Lomachenko does. They look like they're just coming from the shoulder, not even with much weight, but he was popping Joshua's head back a lot. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's Joshua's chin, Usyk's speed, the timing, the precision, but yeah, I was pretty surprised by that. It kind of reminded me of the last few rounds of Lomachenko Lopez.
Well, Paula, if you notice when he did that, a lot of the head snapping back is because he caught him as the same time Joshua was coming forward. So as Josh is throwing his jab, his body's coming forward, and as he steps out to the outside and throws his lead left, straight left, he'd snap his head back, or he'd paw the jab down. He'd paw Joshua's jab down at the same time, snap his jab. So it was catching him coming in, that would push his head back.
A lot of timing, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly, timing.
Yeah, so I thought that was pretty cool. And I rewatched I missed the first 4 rounds, so I went back and rewatched it. And yeah, even right off the bat, he was catching Joshua with these head snapping punches. But it didn't look like they had a lot on it. But yeah, it must have been the timing, like Jimmy was saying when he was coming in. And I think it just goes to show, you don't really need to bludgeon somebody. You don't need to throw everything into a punch. It's just when and where a lot of times.
Yeah.
Those punches are a little bit like, they have like the anchor punch effect. Like the Muhammad Ali punch.
Yeah.
Where there doesn't look like there's
right.
a lot of movement, and it can be a little deceptive, but there's a lot of, it's like a tsunami. It appears on you right when it's right in front of you. It's fucking there, man. I swear. It's kind of like Crawford, too. He's got the long, gangly arms, and he goes back, but all of a sudden he catches you coming in, and he just clips you on the way in. As you're coming in, he tags you. You say, "Oh, is that a hard punch?" But it is.
Yep, and it makes people gun shy.
Yeah.
When you're capitalizing on someone's mistakes, it obviously makes them more gun shy to repeat them.
No, that's a good point. I hadn't thought about that, but yeah, I mean, yeah, Joshua did look kind of mentally defeated too, as well as physically.
Yeah, man. I don't. I think there might be something wrong with AJ. I don't know. I was looking at some. He's blinking, and we'll see, man. We'll see.
Yeah,
Listen,
no, is that true? You think so?
I think so.
Well, when you
man.
get a puffy eye like that, anytime you get swelling, have you ever noticed when you have a big swollen, anything swollen in your body, it itches? Because it just, when you get a lot of red blood cells and white blood cells in one area like that, you'll start itching. So a lot of times when you get a swollen eye, you'll blink a lot and you'll scratch it or whatnot. But then again, he also could have scratched his eye with a lace. It happens a lot.
Okay.
I'll be surprised if he broke his ankle bone. I don't think he hit him that hard, but anyway, I'm sorry, Gonzalo. What's that, buddy?
No, I'm saying I probably got a little bit of delay, but no.
Chris, anything else?
Broken the oracle bone.
I do it to you all the time.
Yeah, but you know what? He probably lost a little bit of weight too, because he got a lot of muscle. If you look at his head, it's gigantic. He's like a fucking dinosaur. You know, he looks kind of small, even though he got big muscles. But just losing a little bit of weight, you know, it's just like right around the head. That head looks huge, where his cheekbones are not like full. Like, you know, he's probably depleting himself. It's just like you have to get used to cutting weight as well. And if you're used to walking around at a higher weight and you have this long training camp where you conditioned your body gradually, he probably did a good job with that. But still, fighting at the pace that he did against a fighter like that and still trying to remain upright, keeping your composure and making it to the final belt while trying to win at the same time, that's a lot of like energy. You're putting your heart out there, and your body's paying a price for it. You know, everything in life, it's like there's receipts we gotta pay, man, for everything we've done in our lives. And this is just he overexerted himself just a little bit, I believe.
Was that one of the lightest Joshua's ever come in at?
237 was his lightest that I saw once he got to the championship level. So I think he turned pro at like 224-ish. I was looking at that yesterday. And then he started kind of moving up and down in weight, getting to know his body, because I don't know how old he was when he turned pro, but it was he was filling into the pro rank. But the lightest champion he's been was 237 against Ruiz in the second fight.
But you gotta consider he's also getting older, so the weight to get weight off is harder.
Personally, I wouldn't have. I don't know if they had a targeted weight if they were trying to shoot for a certain weight. Oh, sorry, Gonzalo. Did I just talk over you?
No, just gonna Chris. Anything else? Because
no, that wasn't me.
No, I was saying Chris. Anything else?
Yeah, you know, I just wanted to say for the rematch, they should make sure Usyk doesn't use egg weights this time.
In 2 weeks, man. We'll find out. We'll find out in 2 weeks, man.
I think the rematch will be Usyk. I think he'll get the KO in the rematch, though. Usyk will.
I agree.
Yeah, I see it happening. All right, Chris. Thanks for calling, man. Take care.
Yes, thanks for having me.
To be honest, okay. Sorry, Chris. Chris.
No,
K.
go ahead, Gonzalo.
To be honest, yeah. Shout out, Chris K. To be honest, this was a close fight. Lomachenko said it himself. We all thought that if Joshua went the distance, that they were going to give it to Joshua. But it was kind of wide where the judges did the right thing, because if not, there would have been a lot of backlash. But just on technical ability alone, Usyk didn't win it. He did it on strategy. Because I thought, you know, if he gives up the first 3 rounds, the study rounds where he's kind of ambivalent, he's trying to figure out a game plan, he's got to solve the puzzle, and he can't. I'm talking about Usyk. He can't. Then those 3 rounds, they're probably going to give him to Joshua. But no, Usyk came out of the gate, not swinging for the fences, but outlanding Joshua, where he came out
busy. He came out busy, which he has never done before. If you go back, all his other fights, right, Gonzalo? He notoriously starts slow. Notoriously.
And maybe
so he flipped everything on it.
Understanding that what Lomachenko didn't do against Teofimo, and having him training him for this fight, you know, it's like it got him doing something that so it wasn't just technical. He was the better technical fighter, but if he would have just been the better technical fighter and would have started late, he probably would have lost. Maybe he still would have won, but just on technical ability, and this is why I love boxing, and I'm okay with whatever happens, because I always learn new shit every day. He coupled the technical ability with the right strategic game plan. He needed those 2 things to become world champion, and he did.
And you know, you were saying, Gonzalo, it was a combination of 2 things. If those early rounds would have definitely gone to Joshua, because let's face it, in the hostile environment, if those were just feeling out rounds, even if Joshua wasn't doing anything, I think you're completely right. They would have gone to Joshua. Would have lost him the fight the way he won the fight going away from rounds 10, 11, and 12. I don't know. I think it would have made it a lot closer to where there could have been a controversial decision, depending on what round Usyk would have picked it up. You got to remember, he probably would have lost the fifth and sixth round if he would have started in the fourth round, because he wouldn't have expended all that energy expended the first 3 or 4 rounds. So
Right.
he may have ended up sweeping the last 7 rounds straight because he wouldn't have exerted so much energy. But at the same time, he would have been climbing out of a hole when I don't think the judges were supposedly from neutral places, but the crowd, the promotion, the company, everybody wanted Joshua to win because of what was supposed to be on the other end. So those raised some really good questions that we'll never have answers to, but they're really good debate questions for another time.
Well, I'd like to know, how many times has he trained with his old man, Lomachenko's old man? He hasn't constantly been with him, right?
Well, he's been back and forth with him. So he's been back and forth with him. So he's trained with him. So when he decided to go back with him for this fight, there was already obviously there was already experience for working.
Relationship there.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Because I figured from Team Ukraine, and the old man was the Team Ukraine's strength and conditioning coach. So I knew there had to be some familiarity, like you said, because he definitely did things that you could see Lomachenko's old man's. A lot of things like Lomachenko did, the pawing, the dipping, just a lot of different things that I haven't seen him really do too often. But then again, man, like I think Recognize you said it earlier. What helped was those brawls he had unifying the cruiserweight division, always fighting tough guys, like you said, always taking on the top guys. Steel sharpens steel.
Yep.
Remember that. You can't stress that enough.
That's right.
That's badass, dude. The Duza Cruz, they made the Bridgerweight division. I don't know if whatever happened to that, because I haven't heard anything ever since its inception.
I think it went by the wayside. I think they're letting that thing die the death it deserves. It was going to be called the Wilder division, Wilder weight. That's all that was.
He went from cruiser to heavy, right? And he did something great. Ray Mercer, who did he fight? He fought another Olympic gold medalist. And I thought that, I think that, I shouldn't have said thought, that was wrong. But I believe that Mercer lost the majority decision. But now we have for the first time a cruiserweight beating a heavyweight. Somebody else attempted that. Mercer lost to, who was it? Lennox Lewis?
He lost to
Lennox
Lewis. Yeah.
What does this have to do with cruiserweight? Because Ray Mercer was a heavyweight gold medalist.
Olympic gold medalist, 2 of them that fought prior. But the other guy came up short by majority decision. Usyk succeeded.
Well, can I say something about that? Josh was in the press conference. He's been there for about 6-7 minutes. He seems to be in good spirits. They asked him about his health, and he said, "Yeah, I was feeling bad there for a while, but I'm better now." And they asked him about they asked Eddie Hearn about the rematch, and apparently Usyk would like the rematch to happen in the Ukraine, but Hearn said but Hearn kind of threw cold water on it and said, "Nah, UK is better, blah blah blah." And but he said, "We'll try to make everybody happy." Josh, on the other hand, he's like I'm saying, he's saying that he's in good spirits. He's saying what he said after the Reese fight, that he won't let the loss define him. It happens. He's fighting at the highest level, so it's normal to lose, even though he didn't really like it. And that's about it. Now, to Usyk's credit, that's what I'm looking at here. Like Gonzalo was saying, this guy, think about it, Olympic gold medalist.
We're back.
Yeah, BDA got dropped out there too, right?
Yeah, the power went out or some shit.
Yeah,
go ahead.
No, never mind. You go, brother.
No, I'm glad it got disconnected because I got a little flustered.
Yeah, but I listen. I mean, whatever beef they have, it's like Lennox Lewis needs to chill out, honestly. But he's kind of hard on AJ. Maybe he sees something in AJ that it's kind of. I don't want to use the word soft, but he's brittle, right? He can be figured out pretty easily. Where Lennox Lewis would, if you didn't chin check Lennox Lewis, he was going to beat you, basically.
That's where it comes from. Like your ultimate goal is to dethrone that guy as far as becoming a better fighter than he was. So Lennox Lewis got an eye on correction. Anthony Joshua's got an eye on surpassing Lennox Lewis's legacy, kind of like Canelo does against Chavez, and there's a little bit of back and forth between Chavez and Canelo. You see, so that I think that's where that comes from.
There's like a standard.
Can I say too? If I was Usyk, I'd tell Eddie Hearn to fucking pound it out his ass about not fighting in the Ukraine. I'd be like, bullshit. This kid's been a fucking traveler since.
Your show now,
Never has
press
home
1 to
fights.
hear important
He's
instructions.
earned the right if he wants to fight.
It appears that the host has already dialed into the show.
I'm not going to argue that one bit, but I would say that the counterpoint would be if you still want to go someplace where you know it's going to make money and it's not going to be in Usyk's hometown, you go to Germany.
Yeah.
Right, if you want a neutral site. Because the only other thing, the reason why they might stop Ukraine because of the political unrest and the fact that Russia might attack it any day.
Well, plus, is it really going to make money there? Is it really going to? Is that country got enough to support
No, they
that
would have
for people
already
to
made
come in and
fights
pay
there.
that kind of ticket prices to really jack that up, like England
Well,
or Germany?
what it comes down to, do they have the supporting cast? Like, because they have enough people. I guarantee they could sell at a stadium.
Yeah.
Now, here's the
Yeah, those
factor,
guys
though. When
are
you have
legends.
something like that, is it
Those
a
guys are legends
hotel?
in it.
Is it gambling? Is all those other
All
things
those
that draw
other
in the
things.
whales? You know
See,
what I
like
mean? That's
Usyk,
how, because someone's going to make the site fee. They're going to make, because it's not just like they get it, they got to pay a site fee, and they're going to make it back
Usyk,
somehow.
guys like Usyk, Lomachenko, and I heard what's his name, Steve Kim, talk about like when it comes to Eastern European boxers. I think he had both of those guys in the like the Mount Rushmore of like Eastern European fighters. And so those guys are legends, man. You put them in the Ukraine. I don't know if they got like a famous stadium where they could fight. But if they do,
Yeah, they got a big ass soccer stadiums.
right? So they got everybody would show up, right? Like everybody would want to see that fucking fight over there. But I heard Usyk say after the fight, he didn't even answer the question. Basically, he kind of just said, right now I worked hard since January. He said something about working. He's been like working hard for this fight since January. He hasn't seen his family in a very long time, so he just wants to go back and chill with them. Basically, is what he said. And I'm guessing he's talking about the Ukraine, right? When he says going
I'm
back
sure
home.
he is. I'm sure he is.
Yeah, he's a big
And as he
nationalist. He's a proud Ukrainian. I know he's involved in like militia work and everything. So
Is there some tension between him and the Klitschko's because like they're like commies and he's not?
They're all Ukrainian. What do you mean?
I don't know, man. I thought.
Well,
Never mind.
maybe Usyk
Maybe
is
I'm
more
reading
like
into something.
Russian, like Eastern
Well,
Ukraine.
I think that I know that the Klitschko's were like one of the brothers, Vitaly. He was actually a politician in the Ukraine. That's a good question. If he is, because it goes down, it's split two ways. There's some Ukrainian politicians who are pro-Russia,
Yeah.
right,
and then and if I don't remember if he is Ukrainian. I don't remember if he's pro. And if he is pro-Russian, though, I guarantee you, Usyk hates his guts.
Right. Yeah, they really
But
hate
I don't know
Russians.
if that's
Some
the
of these
case.
Ukrainians, from what I've seen.
Well, did anyone hear what Vitaly said after the fight? Because they wouldn't. I saw him being interviewed as I had to leave the house to go get dinner after the fight before you guys called me. But they were interviewing him like after the Usyk interview, and I didn't get to hear what he said. So I didn't know if anyone else picked it up.
I think Mr. BDA did. I don't know if you're listening. You can give us an insight.
Did I what?
Of what post fight? What happened? What did they say? What did Usyk say?
No, yeah. I'm doing the thing.
Yeah.
Joshua just said that he'll be back. He's in good spirits. Well, he seems. I mean, obviously, you can tell the body language that he's disappointed. He would have rather won than lost, but he seems to be taking it in stride, just like the Luis rematch. That being said, there's people now that are saying it's true. I did check out some LDBC people celebrating that AJ lost, but I'm thinking, well, what's the point now? Like, does anyone care really that much what happens between Fury and Wilder? Because even now, I was thinking, even before this fight, I was thinking, well, if Fury Wilder, it's dependent upon also Joshua Usyk, and if Joshua wins it, there's still that. Now it's like, well, if Wilder wins, what's the big deal? He's gonna have to go after Usyk, and I don't think that's other than the one punch, he can't outbox Usyk. So what's really the? Does anyone else feel like maybe the Fury Wilder fight lost a little bit of luster?
You know,
Bro,
people
If
thought that.
Wilder beats fucking Fury, he will never fight another guy that has a chance to beat him again. He'll
I was
finish out his
going to say
career.
that.
He'll pick off the Waldens, the Helleniuses, maybe Prince Charles. He's never going to go in there against somebody like
Bro,
that
if
again. He's
bro,
too mentally soft.
if Wilder wins, bro, they're gonna be living off that win for years, bro. He's not gonna fight another top five heavyweight ever in his life, bro.
I agree.
After that win,
Yep.
I
But
agree.
what's he
if he
gonna do,
beats
man?
Fury's gonna fight bum after bum, then retire. That's it,
Yeah,
bro.
yeah. Because
Yeah.
think about it. Why would let's say Wilder knocks out Fury? What's the point of him fighting Usyk? Like, sure, there would be all the belts on the line, but I don't know. I think they make more money if they just milk Wilder.
And
Well, first
also,
of all, I think they'll go for a fourth fight to go ahead and 2-2, and then they'll go after everybody else. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Haitian.
also the LDBC excuse is gonna be like, oh, Usyk is on the other side of the street. Have him come to PBC. They all talk.
He's completely right.
Yeah, they'll make excuses like they always have. Listen, the Fury thing. Let's not pull any punches, man. That shit was a cherry pick gone bad. He only picked Fury. Wilder that time the first time. Yeah, because they thought they could beat him. They didn't think he had the power. Remember, fucking pillow fisted. He said and all that other shit. Because again, they were always avoiding Joshua. I mean, look at the fucking hoops they went through and the excuses they made not to fight that guy.
This could be
Please.
a really bad year for Al Heyman, right? He could fucking end up losing Wilder again. And then he can end up losing. He's more likely going to end up losing Caleb Plant. So it could be bad for him this year.
And then
Could be
he's
the
got
coup
to.
de grace.
Well, he's got to spoon feed and find an easy target for Charlo for both of them. And then what else does he have after that? He's not going to do anything with David Benavidez because he doesn't want him to win. So that's going to be a very bad year for him.
Somebody smoking that good shit.
I'm only.
Yeah, he's fighting Uzaki. I mean, Usyk. That's his next fight. But even worse, man. Did you see they announced Boots Ennis' next opponent, Thomas Delorme? Are you kidding
Whoa,
me?
he's still alive.
He's lost. What?
Is he still
Yeah,
relevant?
Thomas Delorme. Yeah, he lost 4 of his last 5
Yeah.
fights, I think. Like, really? I mean,
No.
Boots has been matched soft to begin with, but
He
that's
lost
just
4 of his
pathetic.
last 5 fights.
I believe. 3 of his last 4 fights. He's winless in he's only won 1 fight in his last 4, Thomas Delorme. And that's the kid Boots is fighting.
I'm not sold on that Boots kid. I'm telling you. I'm sorry to say. I mean, I'm not
Well, they're
saying
matching him soft, dude. They are matching him
when
soft.
they match you soft at that level, there's something
right?
there. Yep.
That's
and
what I
think
always
know,
say, too.
I think I know what it is, too.
Well,
Boots
Boots
is a good fighter, but at the end of the day, you're not putting him in with competition to mold his craft, like, and to better him as a fighter. They're putting him in competition to make him look good. That's going to be
Yep, handpicked opponents to make him look good, and that does not make you get better.
When you start, you start having you start having the Roy Jones effect, right? The Roy Jones, where you're like blowing guys out, and then you make a career out of it, and then when you get in there with somebody that's pretty hard, is going to put up resistance. Then what? What do you bring?
I was just about to say that as soon as he steps up, he's going to get exposed. Because if you keep, letting him fight bums, he's going to eventually not turn into a bum, but he's going to.
No, I think you're right.
He's not going to be polished.
He's just going to be what he's going to be. Haitian is he's going to be a guy that could beat C-level fighters, but when it comes to those B+ A-level fighters, he's going to have a hard time, and they probably wear him out.
Exactly. Well, put it this way, recognize, think about it. I'll ask all you guys a question. Now, think about it real hard. In 2015, when the PBC launched in May of 2015, remember Thurman, the whole welterweight division, all the fighters he had, right? He had a fucking huge, over 200 fighters. He had 11 champions. Name me one fighter since the PBC has launched that you have steadily watched get better. like to progressionally get better. I think
Not
they've all
many.
peaked. Not
Not
many,
Wait,
right?
guys, quiet. Listen to this. You hear the crickets in my backyard? That's why. That's the answer. None
Inactivity,
of them.
career stagnation, and soft matchmaking is the
Yep.
fucking is the
So
problem.
I remember you talking about this. They do a horror, like a few guys, but I heard you talk about this, Jimmy. How they don't develop fighters. You don't see the development in fighters as the years go by. You actually see a
Nope, you
Tank
don't.
Davis.
It regress
Tank
exactly.
But
Davis.
I
What about
don't think it's necessarily because they see something in Ennis that they're scared of, which you guys could be completely correct on. We've got nothing to go off of anything other than a hypothesis, but like you said, since they don't develop their fighters to get better, they don't want to put them in with the rest of the welterweight division right now because they're still going to try and milk Danny for 2 more years. They're still going to try and milk Sean after this Porter loss. This Crawford loss if he actually loses. And if he wins, they're definitely going to milk him. They're still thinking about trying to
It's
pull
like
Keith
the
Thurman out of
35
the gym.
pounders. The
What's that?
35 pounders. Ryan Garcia loses, Devin Garcia loses, Gervonta Davis. One of the fighters' marketability is going to drop while the others going to skyrocket. I got mixed feelings about what you guys are talking because, look, Julio Cesar Chavez, he fought a lot of scrubs, but at the same time,
Yeah,
he
but he
was
fought a lot
able.
of fights too. Okay, he fought some scrubs,
Fighters,
but he followed it up.
but he
He
still had
followed
the
it up a
ability.
month later, fighting good
Yeah.
contenders. Yeah,
Because
he
he
did.
had a good chin. Well, that's what I said. Like the intangibles, he had a good chin, decent power. Boots Ennis got good power. How are you gonna develop that? That's gonna be like crap technique in the gym and training. So he
Well,
he's always against smaller guys. But yeah, you
and
got
remember,
to get
dude,
our type
I'm
of
not big
guy.
on guys that keep their hands low, man. I'm just not in athletic ability. Listen, unless you're telling me this kid is Roy Jones, which I don't see, I can't see this kid being like the world beater that many people think he is. If he does become a world beater, it's because the welterweight division becomes weak.
Well, they'll get
Assuming,
old. They
yeah,
will get
and
old, and
weaker.
he's still young. So
Right.
I agree with you, and I think that's what they're waiting on if they're going to cash him in. They don't want to cash him in too soon against the guys that are already making him money, but they have nothing else to do with him because they won't play with anybody else. So they're going to put him in with soft guys, market it up, make him look great like they did.
And
With
when he gets time for the tougher tier, like a guy like Virgil Ortiz, they'll be levels above him because they already fought better fighters.
No,
exactly.
That's where I think the problem lies. Because he might have power, he's got good speed, but he's lacking in an area. Okay, technical. You did the film studies with the Thunderdome. Technical ability, he can improve. The door's still open on that. But he might be lacking one of those things like a chin that it takes for you to have like 3 to 4 things to become a world champion. But particularly speaking, if you don't have a good chin, you might have power to you can still become a world champion. But if you don't have a good chin, yeah, you can get knocked out. So
You know
I
what
think
you know what boxing gyms have? A lot of boxing gyms have live sparring, where the cameras are not there, and when I remember it, there was never cameras there. There was never cameras in the gym, period. But like nobody's there. They do live sparring. Live sparring means we go at it. Okay, maybe we're wearing headgear, maybe we're not, but we go at it.
Yeah, but not this guy. Not this guy because this guy is, he's protected because, he's a project in the making. They're not gonna disclose everything that he does. It's within closed doors, right?
And he's already got like 30 fights too, or like close to 30 fights. It's not like he's like, in prospect numbers. But then again, listen, when you don't like, I don't know, I can't stress it enough, man. When you fight somebody who tests your mettle, like rocks your world, you know what I mean, with some shots, and you have to fight through that. That makes look at the gains that Virgil Ortiz made. Going against that kid, his last fight, getting rocked the way he was rocked, and to come back, that you learn from that. You take from fights like that. You go in and whitewash people, and that were handpicked to make you look good. What are you getting out of that?
At the same time, he's taking a lot of punches early, and getting hurt early. So how long does it take before that may catch up? There's a lot of unknowns about both of these guys because they're young, and we're just going to enjoy the ride up. Not Virgil Ortiz. Virgil Ortiz is a good fighter. He's a solid fighter, and I'm excited to see him. I want him to keep going. He's got a good chin because Kavaluskas can punch, and he gave Kavaluskas a pretty good beating. So I'm very excited to see him. But I think the athleticism for Boots Ennis is what's going to be his selling factor. The problem is he's just with the wrong company. If PBC is going to just have nothing to give him but weak touches until they think Spence can't do anymore and they want to cash in and pass the torch, that's what they're going to do. And I think that's their main idea of what they're trying to do. And whether that's going to pay off for Spence, excuse me, not Spence, but Boots Ennis and the PBC, remains to be seen. Based off of what we believe of metal sharpening metal, steel sharpening steel, no, I don't think it's going to work. But they'll do what they do with Spence. They'll cook up a bunch of in-house fighters and in-house fights, and we won't see him versus Ortiz.
No. You know what? Boots Ennis does gain something, but he doesn't gain as much as Ortiz does. Virgil Ortiz. Boots Ennis gains confidence because he's beating upon weaker men, and he's gaining marketability. It's like if a puppy.
Good point.
You put him up against a bigger dog, but you take the other dog's mouth. That fucking puppy, he can go against that dog and beat his ass up, and he's gonna gain confidence, right? But I'm not saying that I do that, but just that's what some people do in the real world. Okay, he can gain a little bit of confidence and marketability to the world. But what Virgil Ortiz is gaining, he's gaining more. He's gaining where the iron sharpens the iron. He's gaining the marketability, and he's also gaining the confidence. So he's gaining one more thing.
Guys, I want to just go ahead, finish this point. With this topic.
Yeah. So he's getting the marketability from fighting named guys with a name. Even if they're just contenders, guys with a name that people know that you could trace it back. You could trace that name to another fighter, another elite fighter. So that's where he's getting all that promotion, and he's very fan friendly because he's willing to have these fights. So Boots Ennis is behind the 8 ball. He's 30 fights into his career versus a kid who's like 18 fights into his career, and he's already got more experience than him. If the time comes when they fight each other, if they ever did, I don't think they will. But if they did, he hurts Boots Ennis.
Hey guys, did you see the picture that I posted there? Guys, can you hear me? Hello. Did you guys see the picture that I posted? Usyk and AJ after the fight.
Yes, I saw it.
It looks like Usyk is more busted up than Joshua.
Well, he's white.
Light skin.
No, but he has like a big gash over his right eye.
But look at Joshua. Joshua looks like he got a broken face, bro.
I don't know. It looks like AJ Usyk looks worse though.
Probably
could have been one punch
up though, isn't he?
Swelling is deep bone. That's in your bones. That's where that's coming from. That what he has is scratches,
abrasions.
Abrasions and cuts.
And let take it from one of the guys that's clearly a white guy on the board. I looked awful time a lot of times when we sparred without headgear, like that I did lose a fight because I just bruised easy. I wouldn't swell very much, but I bruised easy.
Yeah, you're getting touched up, and you're not getting hit with a big shot.
Okay,
but
perfect
you're getting touched
example. Perfect example. 1 second, Gonzalo, please. Back to the subject we were just talking about Boots Ennis and Virgil Ortiz. Virgil Ortiz. One of the reasons why some people are a little off the hook on Virgil is because he gets pieced up and his face gets marked up real easy, but it's because of his ethnicity and his skin tone. And I think that's one of the reasons why some people have a little bit of a Boots doesn't. When he does get hit, he doesn't swell. You can't see the bruises on him. Has a lot to do with the ethnicity of the fighter and certain character traits you get from your who you are.
Doesn't really fight.
Yeah, but it's not that Joshua bruises easily. It's not that Usyk bruises easily. Anthony Joshua punches harder. So with 2-3 shots that Joshua lands, he's gonna fuck up Usyk. But that doesn't mean that Joshua won.
And it's a 12-round fight. And it's a 12-round fight. It's not who does what
correct me if I'm wrong. How did he cut him in the eye? Because I'm confused about that.
I thought it was a clash of heads.
It looks like a clash of heads above the eyebrow.
That's what I thought. Yeah. That's
was
what
there?
I thought.
Yeah, because it looks.
Was there a clash real quick. Hold on. When he was in that round, I think it was the 8th or the 9th round. He was fucking AJ up. So I was like, where did that not come from? I was just like, what the fuck? How did that? How
I
did
mean,
that
that
not?
was an accidental head clash probably
Why?
because they
So,
they mostly kept it clean, but you still had a righty facing the lefty where the
oh
hits
yeah,
are
you got
more.
righty lefty. You're gonna
Oh
have
yeah,
at least
yeah,
head
yeah.
clash.
They're more
And, it,
susceptible to coming together.
and if you look at Joshua's face, the right part of his face is swelled. He's got some deep swelling. It's not
That's
so
what
much
I was
surface
saying.
touch.
You
It's
see when the
yeah, it's
eye looks,
chunky. Even on his
when the eye
nose. Look at the
looks a
bridge of
little
his
bit,
nose.
when the eye starts to look a little bit disoriented, that's something broken or something swollen.
Yeah, he's got serious swelling around the whole right
Yeah.
side of his face. That left hand, man, he ate that left
Hey,
hand a lot.
I just
but
watched it.
recognize, don't get me wrong, man. I'm not saying that it was a hit clash because even though it's a righty and a lefty, they kept it clean. Even the announcer, because I was watching it in
No,
Spanish,
but
they made
what
a
I'm
point
saying is,
about
you know what? I didn't
that.
see
So
that
there's
punch.
nothing wrong with me saying that fucking Joshua. It's possible that he could have caught him with a punch, and that
No,
happened
there's
because all
plenty
it
wrong
takes is
with
one
that.
punch.
You're absolutely wrong on that one, Gonzalo. There's plenty wrong with what you're saying.
AJ
No,
said.
you have a guy at his heart. You have
AJ just said. AJ just said that in the starting the ninth round that he couldn't see from his eye, whatever eye it was. He said
Yeah,
in the ninth round.
the left eye.
Fuck is good,
Yeah.
boys.
He said he couldn't see from his left eye. I
That
don't
makes
know if I believe that. But he
I
also
don't
said
believe him.
Usyk has a good pace, but he still gets hit. He still gets hit a lot. And he said in the rematch he'll learn how to hit him more and be more concussive with their punches. So
Punches. Yeah.
yeah.
Boy, he's a sucker for punishment, no? Like fucking the guy that fought along. Hey, remember the movie, the Rocky, where Tony tells Apollo Creed, he's all wrong for you, baby.
Yeah,
And then
yeah,
fucking
Rocky.
Apollo Creed gets mad, but then Tony tells him, you hit him with everything you got, but he kept on coming. Remember that?
Man, kept
Yeah.
it
Yeah, he's
going.
all wrong for you, baby.
Let it go.
We don't want to face a fighter like that.
I mean,
Remember in the first movie,
he
I'm
wasn't
sorry,
his speed wasn't he wasn't fast enough for Usyk to begin with when he wasn't loading up on his punches. If he
That's
sits
right.
down on his punches, it's going to be even slower.
Yes.
You know what I mean? He's going to have to set his feet even longer. I don't know if that'd be the wise move to do right off the beginning.
Look, let Joshua say what he wants to because he is a constant professional. He's an Olympian. He knows how to fight. Okay, he's learned something from this. He's probably going to try and implement something in the gym. The problem is that more cerebral fighter with a higher boxing IQ has already seen you for 12 rounds now, and you've exposed all your weaknesses that you really aren't very good at fixing. So, what does he really think he's going to change against the guy that's going to have more tricks up his sleeve and in the rematch?
The only thing you got to do, Jay, I think the only thing that he can do is, okay, you're not going to outbox him. Then try to make every punch count. Make every single punch count. I'm not saying that he didn't do it in this fight. Any clean punches landed. I'm not saying he didn't have effect. They obviously did. His face is a little bruised up. What I'm saying is try to say, I'm not going to outbox this dude. I know that. So I'm just going to try to hit him with hard shots, every single shot. Even if my input is a little bit lower, I'm just going to be loading up for big shots to knock his ass out.
Chance, bro. Dude, that boy got beat the fuck up. Like I've never seen a display of boxing like that in a long time. That was some special shit.
That was some high tech shit, right? That was like some high tech boxing skills.
Who do we have on StreamYard? We have somebody called Jared.
Who's that?
Jared?
Is that L Dog?
No, it's Jackson. It's Jackson, and then there's somebody else called.
Hide the camera,
you say I'm over exaggerating?
My identity sealed.
Nobody can hear me.
Basically, you're getting a little bit of a stiffy. I heard you say the word stiffy, referring to the jab with the Europeans.
I'm getting a little. Nah. Listen. It was a good fight. It was a good example of how to beat a big man without running. Wouldn't you say that? Like it was a good, like he didn't.
He didn't run at all, yo.
He just backed up a little bit, got some room, back at it again. That was it. He just showed.
The guy's an outstanding boxer and gentleman, just like you.
Like me.
I could have beaten AJ like that.
I don't know when I said this, but I did say Usyk would be more aggressive. I said that. You know, I don't know when I said that.
No, you never said
MMA,
that.
let me
Come
say
on.
this,
You're
bro. He did the
bullshitting.
same thing Ali did against Foreman in the Rumble in the Jungle. He came out and punched him in the face with lethal intentions in the first 5 seconds. He came out and cracked AJ. And when I saw
Guys,
that, it was the same thing Ali did to Foreman.
but there was a point in the fight where I don't know if you noticed, or maybe I'm making this up, but I thought I saw Usyk slow down, and I was getting concerned because I was like, is he getting tired?
Sixth and seventh, bro. He peeled it back a little. He was I mean, if you ever notice, dude, throughout history, those are always the rounds. If you think you're ahead on the scorecards and you want to take kind of a fucking charge up, get your second wind, notoriously it's the sixth and seventh. That's usually around your target, halfway point, and I think he did exactly that.
Usyk did a great job,
That's
bro.
it. But you know something that you missed? It was like a role reversal. It wasn't the exact same thing because it was a role reversal on the 12th round. You had Foreman doing the rope-a-dope, which would be Joshua. The smaller man had him on the ropes, and then Joshua was doing the fucking rope.
Because he was tired as fuck.
Yo, life is so good.
You see Eddie diving across the table to hit that bell? Hit that fucking bell! With a hammer in his hand.
Jackson, did you place a wager on this fight, or can Jackson hear me?
Yeah, she should. Oh, he's gone.
Bro,
Hey, don't ignore Mr. BDA Jackson. Get your shit
Who
together.
who did he pick? Did he pick Usyk to win?
Well, I don't know. He's not here anymore.
Let me
But
check.
I
I
wanted
have
to
the
bring up the
predictions.
point that when it comes to Usyk, some people are now debating whether he's number one pound for pound. And I think you guys touched up on this, but some people are saying, well, wait a minute, Canelo's been fighting taller guys more often than Usyk. Yeah, but I agree with that. Canelo's been hopping weight divisions longer, but the heavyweight division is the marquee division, right? It's the main event division. So for a guy like Usyk to go in there and take on the guy that most people consider to be the number one heavyweight in the world, and beat him the way he did, he beat him with skill. Isn't that the ultimate proof of pound for pound?
I don't know. I don't know if marketability should be that. And I understand what you said. It's the glamour division. So because it's the glamour, should that give him more weight in overall, like pound for pound? I don't know if that's a criteria.
Is he good for
I
boxing?
still don't think I still got Canelo right there. Just from
Is he-
the size of the fights, if you factor everything in. But one more good fight away. Because again, this is his only one big fight in heavyweight. One more big fight, and I think he could bump him out of there.
Hey guys, is this
Yeah, you hit the nail
win
on the head
good for
because-
is this win good for boxing, guys?
Usyk had been largely been
All
inactive,
right.
and he hadn't really done anything at heavyweight. Now he
Nah, bro.
got the titles.
I don't
He's
think I
champion now.
have. I actually
Calm
don't
down.
think I
He's
actually
champion.
have to like break this down. Okay, so if you want me to break so listen. Usyk, he was undisputed at cruiserweight, now unified at heavyweight, right? He beat Anthony Joshua, who some say is the best heavyweight. He beat Marco Huck. He beat Michael Hunter. He beat Tony Bellew. He beat Brace. He
You beat that
Gastelum.
ass. That's what
He
you say. You beat that ass.
Who else, bro? Who else?
But Tony Bello is fight. He's national. He's a national level
He also
journeyman.
beat Joe Joyce. He also beat Joe Joyce too in the amateurs. I mean, this guy career he also was a gold medalist. I mean, listen, and also he fought these guys in their hometowns. Canelo never did that. Also,
That's true.
also he's not PED cheat, never been caught. And if he even is
But
on
what-
PEDs, he's never been caught anyway.
MMA, your boy got fucked up.
Listen, I appreciate his abilities. Like I said, I picked him to win. So I understand how good he is, but he hasn't done anything in years. It's been 3 years since it's been 3 years since he unified the division. Since he was unified champ, because he switched division, it took time, and this is his first big fight, and he's won.
Let me tell you something.
Overall, as many big fights, Triple G, those 2 fights against Triple G was a lot more impressive than this fight against Joshua.
Jimmy.
End of story.
Jimmy. Look at the accomplishments. Look at the facts.
I am, dude. Listen, you don't have to go mention all those fights again. I seen them all. You don't have
What
to go
are
through the
they?
list. Listen, some of them are good. Fucking one of those, like Tony Bellew, is garbage. That's almost a cherry pick. That dude's
That's
trash. And he has,
okay.
yes,
No, that's
Breakers,
okay.
and he
No,
did
who?
unify the division. And he is. I have him right now, probably at number 2.
Okay.
But
So you
just the
want to
2
say Tony
wins over
Bellew?
Triple G.
Okay. Tony Bellew's trash, right? The same guy who beat David Hay and was a WBC
David
heavyweight.
Hayes even bigger
Get out of
trash.
here, bro. Get out of here. Get out of here, bro.
Yo,
You
can I
just
ask you
hating
guys
on
a question?
Usyk.
This is great. The kid who picked, who said it was an absolute fact that Joshua was going to destroy the guy, is telling me to get out of here. This is
Bro,
fucking
Man,
great.
man.
Yeah,
I'm literally
this is
defending him.
awesome.
Yeah, get out of
Yo,
here,
yo,
man.
can you guys
He's
let me
so
ask you
this
guys
is
a
great.
question?
Hold,
Is
Jack,
Usyk not
we're just
the
we're
best
just trying to
fighter in
talk,
the
but we
world?
can't hear him because when we talk over him, his connection gets fucked up. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
my mic is shit. So what I'm gonna do is, Jackson, come on Discord, man. We're gonna close this shit.
What the fuck am I on? StreamYard?
Yeah. Go send me a message on Discord. I don't know what your name is on Discord. So
I don't know what it
Yeah,
is
Butcher,
either,
get rid
dude.
of the
Fuck.
line stuff. If you're not gonna play clips anymore or phone calls, because it really does. You sound you fade in and out.
Listen,
Yeah, I could barely hear you, Bucho.
I'm gonna agree with look, this is not to there's no actual facts. This is where I would disagree with Haitian, but I'm gonna agree with him on that. Remember, he thought that AJ was gonna blow him out, and so Usyk beat him. So I wouldn't blame him for saying he thinks Usyk's number 1. So he impressed him.
Yes, he did impress me.
No, I know. I'm just busting stones, dude. Haitian's a good dude. He knows that's not personal. But I understand exactly what you're saying. But no, all kidding aside, listen, I appreciate him, bro. I just want to say, if you look at the entirety of all of it, those 2 fights against Triple G is the reason why they sold over 1 million pay-per-views. Those were wars. 2 of the fucking guys at that level. And yes, I'm just saying, Joshua, I just didn't rate him as high as some people.
Yeah,
I just never have. And I
why
just
you
don't. I think it's a great win, but I'm not going to beat it. A win over Triple G, I think, was better.
I'm
That
saying,
second
where
fight.
is there what Usyk fight you thought he lost? People thought Canelo clearly lost first and
Clearly
second.
lost. I actually, to be honest with you, dude, I had him losing both fights.
Yeah, so
Against Triple G.
okay then. So just go off of
But they
what
were
you
still
think.
super close. They were great wars.
Jimmy.
I mean, and then he's
thing,
taken out. Listen,
if you
but whether we rate these guys or not, he fought the number 1 ranked Ring Magazine undefeated super middleweight champion. Whether everybody says, oh, he's junk now, but the fact was he was undefeated Ring champion. So he had that, and he took him out, and that was about to unify the super middleweight division.
Am I talking the outdog, bro? Am I talking the outdog?
And Jimmy, look, Joshua. The thing with Usyk, is he was inactive at heavyweight. He kept getting injured for the last 2 years. We're not trying to Well, I'm not discount his what he did at cruiserweight. That was great, but now you have to perform on a regular basis to maintain yourself in the eyes of the public and keep that pound for pound rating. But at the same time, he's forced to do that, which is good because he's got 3 belts and he's got to face mandatories. Now he's a champion. He's got obligations. That's what we want to see him do. Fight more often and enough.
Fight more often. Get these big fights. Stay active. That's what we want. Look, I agree with Haitian Sensation. I think Usyk is a better pound for pound fighter than Canelo. He could do a lot more than Canelo can. He fights bigger opposition in terms of weight. Canelo fighting guys, more or less his weight, and when they get in the ring, they're around the same weight. Perfect. So that's another adage, but some people don't go by that. Some people go by what you have accomplished. Now, skill for skill, Usyk is better. He's better than Canelo from what I've seen.
I'm gonna ask you guys this. It's a little interesting. If Usyk
And you know what, man? Boxing's crazy. It's that flick of a towel of a punch when he fucking turns his elbow.
It's the Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali explained it beautifully. How he punches his hand. He demonstrates. Go type in Muhammad Ali demonstrates what he called his anchor punch, right? And it has this little twist, boom, right in the end. And he does it. Pacquiao does it. Pacquiao did it throughout his whole career. Who else did it? Usyk does it. Excuse me.
Crawford does it to a certain
What's his
degree.
name? Lomachenko does that. Wait.
Jump in place where you're at right now, and stretch out your arms like you're warming up.
But also,
See how the ball of your fist, if you're clear, is gonna tighten up as you go up and down, and stretch your arm downwards. Imagine that you're being a professional boxer and you're practicing that continuously. He can fucking crack, dude. Just they can't see it in camera.
When you,
I think the two things Canelo might have, or sorry.
You hear that? Okay, I'm hitting a heavy bag, right? You're gonna hear it. Watch. You hear that? It's like a little snap, snap, snap. You snap your punch.
But since we're talking about pound for pound, if Usyk was shrunk down to 168 and he was fighting Canelo, who do you think wins?
Come on, man. What kind of question is that? He's gonna be dehydrated. He's gonna fucking lose.
He'd die. Yeah, he would fucking. He kidding me? Yeah, he would probably die dehydrated.
He's gonna die.
I'm talking about if Usyk was a natural 168.
So if you're saying they're both the same size,
normally,
right now, like if you were to shrink him down to Canelo size, well, I think Canelo's got a lot more power. If everything equal, if you took Usyk exactly how he is, the same strength, but molded that down to Canelo size, the difference is Canelo punches hard, real fucking hard. Usyk doesn't. Usyk's gonna beat you with skill and movement. Canelo has up his waist up. He's as good as anybody defensively, including Usyk. He's very hard to hit Canelo clean. Wicked hard. Even Triple G said it, one of the hardest person he ever had to hit clean.
I'm not too sure about that, Jimmy.
Canelo pound for pound wise has more power than Usyk. Like straight up, Usyk's the bigger man. He'll fucking smack the shit out of Canelo. He'll just beat the shit out of him. If they had to fight, let's say if they had to fight their normal weight, 220 versus 185, right? When he comes into the ring. Yeah, I mean, he fucking stretches Canelo. He puts Canelo in the hospital. Canelo fight back, don't get it twisted, but he'll end up going to the hospital. But if you shrunk him to the same size, okay, you made them the same equal. Let's say pound for pound wise, Usyk is still a little taller than him. You're talking about a 5'8" guy versus, like, let's say we're shrinking him down, right? We're shrinking Usyk down. Let's say 5'10", 5'11", 5'10", 5'11", and he's got a natural frame of a super middleweight. Then that's a different fight, bro. That's a different fight.
But the reason
You know what? Canelo's got a good style to face Usyk, though. If they were pound for pound the same, I would favor Canelo's style to give Usyk a run for his money.
But the only reason I'm saying this, guys, is because we're talking about pound for pound. The pound for pound is being like you could be great in any weight class. That's pound for pound.
Not necessarily. Pound for pound is how you beat bigger fighters. Like, do you fight bigger fighters and beat them? You know, what is how you beat these guys? Are you doing it like what we just saw today, where you got a guy inside the ring being outweighed by over 20 pounds, and he's still beating that guy and actually hurting him? Now, heavyweight division is a little different because anybody could tell you this. Jimmy could tell you this. Once a guy starts weighing 200 and more, he can fucking knock out anybody. He can basically knock out any man. He can knock out a man 290 if he catches him right in his fucking jaw, right? So put some gloves on. You put some gloves on a man. It's still, you're taking away from the big man and you're taking away a little bit from yourself. But at the same time, you could wear out a big guy. You could wear his ass out.
Recognize. Haitian, just hold up 1 second. It's not like it's set in stone where it's 200. All that be all. It's like there's nothing saying that at the 200 mark you're gonna punch. Even a 190 pounder can fucking knock you out.
Absolutely. 170 pounds.
Can knock out a heavyweight.
Could knock out a guy. Yeah, absolutely. I've seen it. Seen guys 170 take a guy 230 and put his ass to sleep.
And then, listen, you know what? And it's always one of those cases too. I'm not saying you guys do it, but I see it a lot on Twitter. But Saunders, for instance, all of a sudden Canelo beats him. He was fucking terrible. Never beat anybody. And it's something you go back to his thing. It's like you plot just as good people as Charlo, and he is a slick fighter. I mean, he absolutely embarrassed Lemieux and fucking Canelo folded him, retired him. He hit so hard. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, Canelo hits that hard, and it's the wins he has. Whether you think he's garbage later, I mean, talent-wise, Billy Joe Saunders is as good a boxer as fucking Anthony Joshua. He just, it is what it is, the middleweight. But Canelo's beating all these guys and beating them soundly, knocking these motherfuckers out.
He hits hard, Jimmy, but at 68, there's possibly fighters that could punch harder with longer dimensions, like with wider shoulders, maybe like a little bit of a narrower torso, like Julian Jackson, which can create a lot of leverage on their punches. From the shoulder to the elbow, they got a long span. Where they got long arms.
Benavidez at 168 is kind of like that. That
Not
wide,
really.
long
He's
right
more like a
arms.
combination puncher. He's kind of like weight drained. He's more than 75 to be suited. I don't think he's necessarily. You also got to be heavy handed. I think maybe like I don't know, Berlanga. He's kind of thick, where he punches hard. He's probably heavy handed.
Berlanga doesn't
David
have.
Morrell Jr.
Don't get me wrong.
Guys that are
Berlanga got hurt. Canelo.
You're 68. You should be about 5'10", 5'11". That's what I'm trying to get at. Basically, Canelo hits good to the body. He hits hard. But a lot of the times he's having to throw his punches just to put force behind his punches, where he's not throwing just because he's putting a lot of power behind that he's trying to knock you out. But naturally more given to the fighter that would just let his hands go, like a 5'11" type of guy that just naturally can create a lot of
guarantee you, strength for strength, Berlanga's stronger than Canelo. And get out of here. No, he is. He's naturally stronger. He's a bigger man.
Like a Bob Foster, dude. Bob Foster is like a nice fucking dude.
Yeah.
Let him finish, man. Let him finish.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem. He won't hit Canelo flush, and Canelo will hit him flush, right? And so, but there are guys in that division that are stronger. So I'm talking about a guy who's not polished. Obviously, he's not polished yet. So
that was a good analogy.
Let me, Jimmy. Listen, none of these fights Canelo's fighting, you think he's gonna lose. So let me see.
I'm having a hard time hearing you, Haitian.
Yeah, speak like a man. I told you already.
Jesus Christ!
I'm playing. I'm playing.
Even Canelo fans
probably fucked me up all.
Even Canelo fans, bro, literally saying that he's fighting bum, or not he's fighting bums, but they're saying that his opponents have no chance. So let me ask you a question.
Why do they have no chance, though?
If his opponents have no chance, why is he fighting them?
But because they were undefeated world champions.
Oh, come on, bro. He could.
What do you mean? All right, no, stop. You asked me a question. Let me fucking give you the answer. Listen. He fought. He's trying to unify division, so he's fighting the undefeated world champions and beating them. And he's about to beat the last one and have all the belts in the division. It's if like you can hate Canelo all you want, but he's beating the guys he has to beat to win. Now, if it was Benavidez instead of Plant, that would have been a better fight. But unfortunately, the only reason why Benavidez doesn't have his title because he lost it on the scales. But that's not Canelo's fault. That's fucking Benavidez's fault. So unfortunately, he has to get the weaker of the two. But Saunders was undefeated world champion for 4 years. Fucking Smith was the fucking Ring Magazine champion of the division. I mean, you can say, everybody can say, even his fans can say they're matching him soft now. He's in the division knocking out the world champions. If they're soft, that's on boxing in general, not on Canelo.
If you were one belt away from being undisputed, regardless if it's a weak opponent or not, wouldn't you take that fight? Of course.
Bro, let me say this. If everybody's gonna put pressure on Crawford's undisputed run, put pressure on Canelo's too, bro. Let's be honest, bro. Because we could say, they were undefeated. They were undefeated world champions. But
here's what you. Okay, so Haitian, listen. So when Canelo was fighting these guys that are undefeated, Canelo's the big money, right? So he's the big money guy coming into that weight class. So when he beats these guys, it's not surprising because Canelo is a popular guy. So it's like, oh, Canelo beat this dude. And some people have their little suspicion about him. Okay, fine. But like in terms of like shockness, right? It doesn't shock people because everybody knows who Canelo is, and they don't know who these guys are. When Usyk just beat, hold on, real quick. When Usyk just beat Joshua, Joshua's the guy with the big money behind him. He's the big guy. He's the more popular guy. I guarantee you, there's a lot of people that didn't even know who Usyk was until tonight, right? So when he beats him, it's like he's going against the odds. So it looks pretty. And I agree with you, me personally, because I know who Usyk is. I've seen him fight. Usyk is the more talented fighter.
Well, how much you want to bet they recognize if you would have lost tonight? If you guys, I mean Usyk would have lost to Joshua, right? How much you want to make a bet? Like the LDBC would have been saying, he's a big deal. It's not even a good win. The fucking dude's a cruiserweight. You know what I'm saying? That could have easily, that whole narrative would have been the other direction.
Either way, yep. Either way, the narrative could have went either way. Oh, so people like the LDBC who don't like Anthony Joshua, they're like, oh, he just exposed that bum again. I told y'all he's a bum. He would have got knocked out by Wilder. But if AJ would have beat him, they would have been like, oh, but he's just a cruiserweight, like the guy that didn't come in at 220, right? You know what I'm saying? They're going to ignore that. The guy came up, well over 200 pounds in that ring.
Exactly.
And then don't
it
tell
would have
me,
made him
man.
like he was nothing.
Yeah.
Don't tell me, man. Haitian sensation. Do not tell me. Look, I like Canelo. He's a good fighter. But I fucking hate Caleb Plant. I hate his ass because the things that he says, his attitude, his whole demeanor. I'm not like him. Maybe that's why there could be a little bit of bite. I am American. I should be rooting for the American. But I don't fucking like his ass. I happen to be Mexican, although I live in the Philippines. But I don't fucking like Caleb Plant. Now, don't tell me that, regardless whether it's Caleb Plant, there's a bit of a morbidity that you want to see what fucking happens, because this guy Caleb Plant talks a lot of shit. That you want to see him back up what he says. I do.
Listen, Gonzalo. Listen, everybody has. I know why you're mad at him, because you said it before. Listen, everybody has their own struggle. He is not saying that he's better than anybody else. He's not saying that he had more struggle than nobody else. He's just saying, this is my struggle. This is what I went through. So who are you to tell me I can't be Canelo? That's what he's saying.
And I'd say your resume tells me that. The fact that you've never fought anybody good.
My eyes. I'll be like, my eyes tell me that.
And I'd say, I know what I'd say to him. I'd say, really, man, someone should talk to your management team, because they fucking matched you against no-hoper after no-hoper. You've never been matched tough. Anytime. And the one time, Usyk, the one-hit wonder, look what he did to his face. Look like a mic grinder.
Hey, you know what? He might be right. He might be fucking right. But now he's got to prove it. That's why there's intrigue.
Now, look. I don't like
the fucking fight sold within the first day. It's sold out, bro. It's sold out.
I don't like to use people, but I will be rooting for Plant, even though I think he's going to get fucking destroyed. I like everything he's saying, but in reality, talent versus talent, you can't compare the two guys. I mean, look, I know it's just a little push off, and some people think it was probably staged. I think it was staged that they knew that they might explode at each other. But I think the exchange tells you everything you need to know. Fucking Plant, hooked with his left, right? Dips down into fucking Canelo's uppercut, bro. And got fucking 3-peat. In a boxing fight.
And the motherfucker telegraphed it too. He was like, what's that guy, Lil Santa Cruz, where he shook his glove? When he throws a punch, he did that. Come on. That's an indication that you're going to try to do something tricky. Right? Yep. Did you see that?
And Canelo's going to read it. And Canelo's going to have
something really cool. No, Canelo saw that.
Yeah. And he's just going to counter that shit. And he's going to probably hurt him bad. That's probably what's going to happen. Maybe he won't quit. Maybe his corner says, I think you had enough, son.
Yeah, based on instinct. Even if he tries to feint something. No, Canelo's just going to fucking dive in there like a bull and fucking take whatever he got. And if he can catch up, this is the thing that I like about Plant, though. He's versatile. He's dexterous with the legs. If the leg
You could have
for a 68 pounder proved to be better than Billy Joe Saunders because he's slimmer, but still he's pretty wide, like a fucking plyboard, where he's fucking lean.
I wish he just
And
relaxed
he,
more.
the legs can prove to be like he does good. Man, he can give Canelo. He can be fought on him. Possibly, I don't
Canelo would
know.
knock him out. Canelo would have knocked him out if he wanted to, right on that stage. If he really wanted to, instead of throwing, even if he put a little bit more strength in those fucking palm shots. If he would have closed his fist, put a little bit more on the palm strike, whatever, he would have he didn't do it because then the fight probably doesn't happen, right? So
You know what's fucked up though? Recognize? Did you see that the thing broken down? It was open slap, open slap. The only one who swung on him was fucking yeah, he threw a fist, was a clinch fist, was Plant. Somebody's calling through right now on it. You guys getting somebody, Johnny Walker?
Yeah, Johnny Walker. I don't know who the fuck
Yeah.
that is. I don't know.
Yeah, it was fucking me all up. The thing's ringing in the background, but yeah.
Oh, it's Kevin from Chicago or some shit. All right, hold on.
Oh, okay, yeah. Plant threw a clenched fist. So he threw a fist back at Canelo. Yeah, this Johnny Walker's calling us again.
Johnny, stop fucking calling, man.
Johnny,
it's Kevin, guys. It's fucking Kevin.
Kevin?
Yeah.
Oh, from Kevin from Chicago. Why is he calling?
I
Can't
don't
he
know.
just like go on the
I
fucking?
think he wants to join
Twitch,
the
I sent
party,
you a
man.
private. I sent you a message. It says he wants to jump on the show.
Yeah, I know. I talked to him here.
Hey, did Callum Smith beat Lenny Castillo or did he lose?
Who?
What's that?
Castillo.
Did Callum Smith beat Lenny Castillo or did he lose? I didn't watch it.
Gonzalo, I'm about to answer your question. Callum Smith knocked him on the second round, and it was actually scary. It was scary because he dropped him hard. The guy fell flat. You know, like the whole body straight.
Yeah.
Boom, he falls, and then his legs were shaking, but he was sort of looking up at he was looking up down at his legs as they were shaking, but he seemed to be out of it. I don't know. It was frightening.
Like PDA, like Donito Donaire knocked out Cocholito Montiel, Fernando Montiel, like that.
A little bit, but the guy was stiff, straight stiff.
Because Montiel was moving. Remember, he was like.
Yeah, Montiel was moving around like he was asleep, having a nightmare.
Yeah,
This guy was just.
He was like a cockroach that got sprayed with fucking what is it called? Bygone.
A little bit.
Hey, you guys catch that Georgian last night on Showbox? That kid's someone to keep your eye on. I don't know if you guys caught
I
any of
gotta
that.
see that video. Sorry, Jimmy. So that means that's knockout of the year?
What, that fight last night?
No, the Callum Smith.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because it wasn't a knockout, but.
I don't know. I didn't see it, so.
Oh, well, you said that Callum Smith knocked out Lenin Castillo in the second round, so that's probably knockout of the year? It was that good?
It was a friendly knockout, that's for sure. I don't know if maybe Valdez Burcheld was. I don't know. I'd have to look back at the other knockouts of this year, but yeah, it was.
That's a candidate. I'm gonna be picking that. I'm gonna watch it, but I believe you.
There was some good knockouts this year.
What's up, Kevin?
What's up, guys? Did you talk about that knockout? That was freaky. His leg was twitching.
I gotta see that.
Did you see that?
I missed it.
Hey, but anyways, did you see that Caleb Plant post on Instagram? He's bringing up Canelo and he's saying, "Motherfucker, you motherfucker," to Boo Boo Andrade. Whatever kind of name is Boo Boo. But I can't believe people actually thought he didn't know what motherfucker means, and he was saying, he's talking about his mom, and in Mexican culture we don't play that shit. It's such bullshit.
I'm gonna right now, but you know it's bullshit, so why does it matter? Fucking Caleb Plant. I don't like him. Fuck it. If you're Canelo, you don't like him. I mean, you could do the same too. If you're Caleb Plant, I don't like fucking Canelo Alvarez. So now I don't like him. I have to give you a reason why I don't like him. When you don't like somebody, fuck it, dude. You just don't like him. What are you gonna do about it?
How about his stank ass breath was breathing right in Canelo's face and running his mouth?
Yeah, what you gonna do about it?
Grandstanding. He's lying, grandstanding, like he's talking about his mom. You don't talk about my mom. He wasn't talking about your mom, you liar.
Oh, who cares? I still don't like you. What you gonna do about it?
Okay, you don't have to like him, but don't lie. Don't be a liar and say, "Oh,
Well, he's
you
not
don't
going to sit
understand
there and
English."
say, well, he said I'm a drug cheat because it's really none of nobody's business in his mind, probably. So fuck it.
But
What do
what's
you mean it's
pissing?
somebody's
Okay, so
business?
so what do you guys think is?
business.
So Jimmy, what do you
What's
think?
inside his head?
No,
No,
why
I
does
don't
he
care
hate
what's
Caleb
inside
Plant so
his
much?
head.
What? Hold on. What did Jimmy, in your opinion, what do you think is pissing Canelo the most?
Oh, the drug cheat thing and the
Okay.
bitch. Call him a bitch and the drug cheat, without a doubt. Sent him to the roof.
Okay.
Because he's calling him a drug cheat for the thing he really didn't do. Do I think he took fucking growth hormone? Absolutely. But do I think he took fucking clenbuterol? No, not at all. It would have been a waste of time, a colossal waste of time, and even to risk it, getting caught that close to fight time, would have been asinine. And the levels that were in his fucking body, it didn't come in ingested through pill form. And again,
And what
clenbuterol for him would have been a waste of time.
Hold on, Gonzalo. Let Jimmy finish, man,
Yeah.
and then you can jump in.
No, so I was just gonna say, so for that reason, I think that what you know what I mean. Even though I do believe he took fucking steroids, or not even probably steroids, but very little steroids, mostly growth hormone, insulin, and little steroids to gain the mass he gained. I don't think he took clenbuterol. So that being called a cheat for that, it's like fucking, you know what I mean? So I think, yeah, I know it's silly, but I think that sends him to the roof because they're calling him a cheat for something he really didn't do. And also the bitch comment online. I think he went in hating his kid's guts. And when he got into his face, he was just waiting for it. And, fucking Plant should have known. I mean, you saying this shit about the dude on Twitter for a month, and on top of that, he also was pissed that he ran to the fucking press. Remember when the fucking the negotiations broke down just a little bit, and the first thing Caleb Plant did was run to the PBC mouthpiece Coppinger, starts, I gave in to everything. It's not me. So I think Canelo has no respect for him, knows he's never fought anybody, and he just runs his mouth. And I just got to add one thing. Now that the LDBC has said he's officially black. Actually, he's not even white. If you really think about it, the only thing white about that kid is his skin color. That's what Drew Titan said about him.
Well, what
So-
I was about to say. Never mind the words. Just what Canelo told him. Hey, put the work in the gym and fucking stop making excuses. Now Canelo's resolute in his mind that he don't like this motherfucker. He don't have to justify that. And whether you want to nitpick, well, I'm killing Plant. I'm trying to prove that my words that I can beat you in the word battle. That what you're saying is like not up to the standard. Nah, fuck that. This is a fight. Fuck you. I don't like you. I'll beat your ass. Put the work in the gym and shut the fuck up. When it comes down to it, oh well, I said this online. No, you're gonna have to fucking fight with your hands, not with your mouth. That's what I saw.
We know
I don't have
that,
to give you a reason why I
Gonzalo.
don't
They're
fucking
gonna
like
fight. Gonzalo, they're gonna fight. We know that. We're talking about what Canelo said regarding his mother, like someone's disrespecting his mother. No one's talking about his mother, and he's lying about that. Grandstanding, get on his high horse when he's lying. That's
But that's what I'm
bitch shit.
saying. That's what I'm saying.
That's bitch shit.
That's what I'm saying. Who cares? He knows probably that he's lying and he don't give a fuck. He's gonna fuck this dude. He don't give a fuck. That's just an excuse. Who gives a fuck?
He don't care about.
Yeah, but why get mad? Why get mad? Okay, hold on.
I'm gonna fucking fuck you up.
But why is he getting mad? Why is Gonzalo? Okay, hold on. Why is Canelo getting so mad? Like, okay, so he's talking shit. Canelo should just talk shit too, and then
because he fucking this guy talks a lot of shit. He's like what's the word, man? What's the word? He's
oh what?
He's not
shit talker.
He's not likable. I'm American, dude. I'll root for the fucking American guy too. Don't think just because I'm Mexican, dude. No, I'm American.
And I think Pucho, honestly, I think it might piss him off a little that this kid has never done anything. He knows what he is. He knows how he got to where he is. You know, he won the Canelo sweepstakes because fucking Benavidez ate himself out of a belt. That's the only reason why he's even there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Fucking Triple G twice. Triple G's a monster, dude. These guys don't compare to fucking Triple G.
So Jimmy, are you saying Canelo wouldn't have been as pissed off if Caleb Plant was something better than what he is? Like, you know what I mean? Like if he was a Golovkin type of fighter, you know, maybe even a Benavidez. Well, because it's Caleb Plant.
I honestly, 100%. I believe if he had more respect for the kid.
Yes.
You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Like if he actually went in there, was in the meat meat grinder a few times and had some fucking brawls and showed he had the metal. But for this kid to come in, been match soft, just to get to that position, has a belt only because Benavidez ate himself out of it, and now you're up here fucking telling everybody how you gave in. Like his attitude doesn't match what he brings to the table, and I truly dislike the kid, and I'm an American too, and I want Canelo to decapitate him. I really don't like
And
him.
a little bit about that, since he's an American, he can speak the English better to where he can sound more eloquent on a press conferences. Canelo, since he's the A side, he don't want this guy to behave like that because it's gonna seem like this guy is actually carrying himself like the A side. Now, if you're Canelo, you're gonna shut that shit down. You're not gonna pay attention to what he's doing, and you're gonna be like, "Fuck you." I'm not even paying attention to what you're saying.
It's
See what
true
I'm
because
saying? It's not
Gonzalo,
like they're like
it looks like
yeah.
it looks like Caleb Plant's the one carrying the whole press conference, because he's the one that's that's speaking more. Like Canelo just says a few words and that's it. Caleb Plant's been talking a lot of shit.
Canelo needs Caleb Plant. Canelo needs Caleb Plant. He wants to be the unified champion.
Yeah.
And Caleb Plant is the last man in his way. So this idea that Caleb Plant's a nobody and this and that. No, Canelo needs Caleb Plant because that's why I came crawling back to him after he said the fight was off.
And exactly, so then he could leave. He could leave and go make. Well, he could leave and go make $700,000 again, and fucking Canelo give $10 million to somebody else. He just won the sweepstakes, man. He hasn't done anything to deserve respect.
No, his sweepstakes is that championship belt. That's the sweepstakes.
Yeah, that Benavidez ate himself out of. Because
like Kevin. We're trying to say.
No, I understand what Pucho's saying that Caleb Plant's carrying the promote that he needs them in a sense. No, you're right. But also, like, who's speaking right now? Not Jackson, but Kevin. Yes, you're right. But
Pucho
also
was saying something.
No, Kevin was saying that he needs them because he's got that belt. But Pucho was also saying that Caleb Plant's promotion and that that he's doing his job. Yes, because we know that it's not a pretend fight like fucking Deontay Wilder.
Gonzalo, here's the thing. Hold on. So, I understand Kevin's point and I understand Jimmy's point too. Like, and I'm a little bit also with Jimmy here. Look, Caleb Plant is not a nobody. I mean, he has a belt for a reason. Okay, he has a belt. How did he get that belt? Because Benavidez fucking was coked up and shit. Also, you look at Caleb Plant's record. It was not as impressive as people are gonna maybe disagree with me. Callum Smith. Now, who the fuck's Callum Smith? Listen, Callum Smith at least won the World Boxing Super Series. You know what I mean? Like that was a big shit. Like Caleb Plant hasn't even done that.
What basically I'm saying, I understand both points. I understand Kevin's point. I understand your point. He's pushing the right buttons too to make the fight intriguing, morbid. Right?
That's why I don't get offended. That's why I don't get offended by when he goes at Canelo, because look, like you guys said, he's like the weak. Look, when it came to opponents, this was the weakest link he picked because it has a lot. Like Kevin from Chicago said, it has a lot on it. He needs Caleb Plant too.
That's the only reason.
Yeah, he could have fought somebody else, but he chose Caleb Plant because he needs that belt and it's a lot of money. And let's face it, he's also the weaker of the other two opponents that were being considered, right, for September. And then it got postponed to November, right? Because he felt like this was the easier of the three, and there's a lot on the line. He can win he could become undisputed. So Caleb Plant is just making it interesting, I'm okay with it,
So what are we debating here? I'm confused now. What the fuck are we debating here? Like we're all over the place.
Well, Canelo lying about someone thinking he's calling his mother a bitch or something. He's a liar, and on top of that, he's grandstanding. That's not a good look. And people trying to defend it, like, well, they're gonna fight anyways. Who cares? I care because that's some little lying ass snake shit. Oh, he's talking about my mother. No one's talking about your mother. You called someone else a motherfucker. Like 2 months ago, 3 months ago, whatever.
Yeah,
he called someone else a motherfucker.
Andrade. He called Andrade. I have recorded it here. Yeah, he called him a motherfucker.
Yeah, I said that the other day. When that first came out, I said that doesn't make sense because Canelo himself said
so he knows.
to Andrade. Yeah, he knows what that means.
Fans, and you got the sycophants. Well, you don't understand. You don't talk about someone's mother in Mexican culture. That's different. It's just bullshit. It's absolutely
Yeah.
bullshit.
Yeah, it is bullshit, Kevin. It is bullshit. But what I'm saying, when you truly hate a motherfucker, whether I want to judge you or not, if you truly hate a motherfucker, you know what you're gonna do, and that's what's interesting because these fuckers hate each other. I don't give a fuck if he said
He
motherfucker
didn't
or
have
not.
to lie
I
though.
want to
If
see
he
the
didn't care,
energy.
Gonzalo, if he didn't care, he didn't have to lie. If he didn't care, say, yeah, fuck it, I don't give a shit. I'm gonna beat his ass. But he didn't have to lie. When you lie,
Well, he got
like
mad.
lying
He got
means you
mad.
do care.
Kevin,
He's
he
not
got
going to bring
mad.
up the drug thing himself. He's not going to
Yeah.
mention that. He doesn't want to bring any attention to
He
that.
just
So
fucking said
he's
it.
just
Man.
keeping his feelings to himself and saying what he says. Again, I don't care about that. It made for a good fucking press conference because Canelo doesn't speak because of his broken English. He's embarrassed by it. So fuck it. He did sell up the fight to recognize his point. So let's get him. Don't worry. Player will have every opportunity to pay him back for it.
And by the way,
Say, liar, and I'm going
yeah.
to beat you up.
And the thing,
But
Canelo,
you all
yeah.
know Canelo already. Canelo is pretty stand up, but at the same time, he's kind of like Caleb Plant too. He's unlikable in many ways. So you fucking know the guy. Do not tell me, oh Canelo, we respect you so much that every time you fight, we fucking talk about you in a positive manner. No, he gets fucking talked down upon every fucking time. Every time he fights, my energy level goes down. Fucking, I don't know, 50%, because I gotta be dealing with. He's a good fighter. He's a great fighter. He's good. Triple G's a badass too. I think he's better. Triple G. But do not pretend that all of a sudden Canelo, we're supposed to fucking judge him. He's a stand-up guy. We know how he is. But at the same time, fucking Caleb Plant's a piece of shit too. What I'm saying, Canelo's a better fighter than he is. I don't have to give you an excuse or tell you the truth why I like you or not. No, you fucking rub me. You push my buttons. I don't like you. I'm gonna push you. I'm gonna see how you react. Fucking Caleb Plant was shooting bricks when he got pushed, and he fucking Caleb Plant threw that fucking left hook. He missed, or he caught him with the edge of the fingers. He's making all these excuses, but Canelo came back with the two-piecer, and look at Caleb Plant's fucking face. He
All
was
right, so
shooting
both are.
bricks.
All
I
right.
talk a lot.
All right,
At the same
Gonzalo.
time,
Gonzalo, you're drunk, man. Relax.
All right. Let's
no,
calm
I'm just
down.
telling you, bro. I'm just telling you. You don't like what I'm telling you. Well, fuck you.
You woke up the Hulk, man.
No, what I'm saying,
Got you.
just because I tell you to fuck out doesn't mean that I'm gonna quiet you. That's what Canelo's doing. He's just doing what he wants. You got it?
I feel you, Gonzalo, but you don't have to lie. He doesn't have to lie. This is the first time I caught him in a blatant lie like that, and it don't rub me the wrong way. I don't like liars. That's one thing I don't like is liars. And
Evan, what about the computer? Didn't he lie about the computer? Isn't he hated because of that?
he's a Jew said too, and he's a cheater.
Oh, so he lied before. You know he's a liar. Don't judge him as an honorable guy now. You know he's a fucking liar, right?
He lied blatantly about that motherfucker thing, and he got on his high horse. He got on his high horse about it.
That's all I'm saying, Kevin. Sorry,
All
I'm
right,
speaking
all
too
right,
much.
all right.
I feel.
Let's see what else. I don't know. What are we talking about this show? Okay, yeah. So, anyways,
Have you ever heard the word "there's no honor among thieves," Kevin?
No, what's that saying? Don't you lie to me. What movie is that? Tony, don't you lie to me. That's Tony. That's Tony Montana. There's no honor amongst thieves. There's no honor amongst thieves. You're right, Gonzalo. You're right.
Yeah, it's only a few guys.
And you know what else?
Few guys that'll pass up on the opportunity to be in Canelo's position. There's not too many guys that would pass up on that.
You know what, though, Kevin? Honestly, all kidding aside, I'm not a liar, and I hate liars, like people who lie to get out shit. But if I smack somebody in school and the teacher catches me, you think I'm telling them why I did it? You know what I mean? I don't understand why people even asked him, why'd you do it? I'm surprised Canelo even said, I would have said, because I don't like him. Fuck off. Because he's running his fucking dick suckers right in my face, and he's never accomplished shit.
More respectable.
He should have just said that.
He should have just said that. Just said, I felt like it. Because he's a bitch. I wanted to.
And I understand where you're coming from, dude. I understand don't make an excuse. Don't say it was because of that. Just say what it was. But who knows? You might have been caught off guard when he was said that. And you got to think, too, man, he has sponsors. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Was
I
he
think
worried about his sponsors coming down on him for
exactly.
acting that way? He could
I
have
think
been
he
nervous
pulled the
that he even
trigger.
did that.
He pulled the trigger. He thought about it. He said,
Yep.
"Fuck,
Then
what
on
am I gonna
top of,
do?"
dude, hey, right, recognize he could have been in trouble. What happens if he cut him bad enough the fight was called off? Or
Yeah,
suspend, I mean, he was probably thinking, oh shit, did I just fuck up? I
I
better start
guarantee
covering
you.
my ass.
I guarantee you this. I guarantee you this. If Caleb Plant did that to Canelo, right? Let's say the roles are reversed. He pushes him.
bro.
Plant. Excuse me. He pushes Canelo. Canelo comes back, tries to smack him. He does the same shit, and he cuts him. Yeah, guarantee Plant would be in trouble right now.
Bro, that's facts, bro. Canelo's the A side. If Plant did that to Canelo, bro, it would be a whole lot. He would get fined. He would get probably even get press charges on, bro. That's how.
Bro,
That's
He
how.
did apologize to Sam Watson. Sam Watson was cool about it. I think Canelo's flexing too because I don't know if he's gonna end up being like a United States citizen, but he lives in San Diego. But he feels like he's entitled in America now, especially in
Yeah, because
California, in
what's
San
that?
Diego.
Caleb Plant,
Because
bro, he was pissed. And once he got, I think, once he got a piece up, bro, he was pushing Sam Watson. He was pushing. He like grabbed this lady's hand and got got it off of him or something. He was pissed, bro. But I mean, getting pieced up like that doesn't that takes away your manhood, bro. Getting pieced up, and not being.
you're a
What
funny
happened to
dude, man.
Joshua
That's
today
funny.
then? What happened to your boy Joshua today with his manhood?
Let me say this, bro. I wasted my money, bro. I bought a beat maker, man, to do some karaoke. Of cause Usyk getting knocked out, and I was wrong, bro. And I wasted
What songs you gonna do karaoke to?
All Falls Down by Kanye West, bro. You know,
Joshua's a
Give us
stand-up
some
character,
tunes.
man.
Hold on.
His
Give us some
manhood
tunes.
was not dented in any boxing sense or regard, because as an
Who
afterthought
wants to
after
hear
that
MMA
fight,
sing? Who wants to
won.
hear MMA
But
sing?
Joshua, how he performed, the thought of like me depreciating what he did hasn't even crossed my fucking mind. What does that mean? That dude's fucking solid in defeat.
what'd you say? I recognize.
Give us a song. Sing for us.
Yeah. But you don't know nothing about that, do you?
Nah. I'm not gonna sing, but it goes like all falls down when it all fall, and then Kanye West says she has no idea what she's doing in college, and her she won't drop out because her parents will look at her funny, stuff like that. So I know the song, bro. You're not gonna school me with this old school stuff, bro. I know the song.
Come on, man. You don't know
That's
old school
that's
shit,
too
man.
bad, bro. Usyk came up, shut him down. What are you gonna do?
What do you thought about the fight, Kevin?
I thought exactly what happened. The superior boxer won. Bills pay the bills. Just too quick on his feet, too agile, in and out. That looping left hook comes from some weird angles. He'll throw it straight down the middle. He'll swing it around the guard. He sets it up with that right hook, kind of just to straighten him out. Is just a technician, the number one pound for pound boxer in the world. And Punch Drunk brought this up. He's like, "Is Usyk now the number one?" And I seen in the comments the rabbit hole that is the YouTube comment section. Oh, after one fight, he's now the pound for pound. Like they
Oh
still
my god, this is it. Yeah, because they don't even know about the World Boxing Super
You don't
Series.
even know who he
They
is.
didn't follow that shit.
These are not boxing fans. These
No.
dudes are not boxing fans. The guy went through a tournament where he played the road dog, right? He had to go to everybody's backyard purposely. He said, "Yeah, I'll fight all these guys in their hometown, every single one of them, and I'll beat them too. Trust me, I'll beat them." Does the same thing to AJ, and they're like, "Oh, it's just one big win." Shut the fuck up, man.
They think that Usyk came out of nowhere because for
That's
them
what they
he
think.
did. Because for them he did come out of nowhere. They didn't know who this guy was.
And let me ask you something, Bucho. Didn't he beat them like he beat every other cruiserweight? Just about.
Yeah.
He pretty much beat him the same way.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
he had to like. I mean, like the Brady's fight, I would say, like a
I
little bit
saw
like
an
that.
interesting comment on the
Brady's fight
chat.
was very competitive. It was very competitive.
I heard an interesting comment on the chat that Canelo's a peg-legged bum. If that means he's putting his weight on the back foot to counter you harder, like some people discovering or learning, because I learned that that's what he does. Is if that's his peg leg, that must be working out pretty good for him, right? Right, recognize? Because you identified what he does good, right?
Of course, man. No, he's a fucking great. He's a great boxer. Go watch him fight Triple G in the second fight. More importantly, go watch the first fight, but he wore out. You know what I'm saying? He wore out, and he was basically trying to survive and come back for the last 2 rounds to steal the fight. But the second fight, he showed that he can box, bro.
Recognize the scared deal, bro. If Berlanga, if Berlanga beats Canelo, I'll buy you a meal at Fish House, bro.
Oh shit! I don't know. I mean, I don't think that's gonna happen. I don't think that fight's happening anytime soon. But yeah, man.
Yeah, bro.
Willing, I'm still alive. Yeah.
Some sweet potato and jerk ribs, bro.
Nah. I like the jerk chicken. I like that one more.
Okay.
Yeah, so guys, we're talking about Canelo and
No, oxtails. Wait, time out. Oxtails, bro.
Okay. You know, some.
By the way, in the chat, hit the like button, please. I don't know how my sound is. All right. I was about to say, hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe as well if you're new. We're talking about Canelo.
Something you like about Caleb and Buchon. His confidence, okay, that's stand up a little bit. You know, he wants
I didn't
to
say that. I didn't say anything. I put in my words. No, Gonzalo. I do like his confidence. Look, listen, we all said that, man. We said like this is interesting because we have a guy that's really talking shit and who actually believes he can beat Canelo. So yeah, that's
right. Everybody else
that.
was coming into that fight like, okay, you had Billy Joe Saunders. I can't win the fight. Like a fucking bitch, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you had Callum Smith. You know, it's an honor. You know, there was nothing there.
No.
Then there was
Kovalev was saying I didn't have enough time to train and like everything set up so I lose. And
Kovalev was smiling at him like, "Hi, buddy. You know, I like you."
No, hold on. Jacobs was the one that was like.
Jacobs talked a little shit. Yeah, Jacobs talked a little shit, but you know,
nothing happened in that fight. Nothing happened. Nobody did anything. Nobody did anything.
He got. I mean, he outboxed him. Let's be honest. He outboxed him pretty easily.
Jacobs always does just enough to lose.
Wait, who you talking about?
Jacobs.
Daniel Jacobs.
Remember when he fought Danny Jacobs?
Bro.
There was a little. Jacobs was talking a little shit about him, but like you know, it was. I don't think he brought up anything about steroids.
Head movement was on point, bro.
Yeah,
bro.
Jacobs was fighting scared. Like every time he threw that jab, he threw it like he was scared, and Canelo had to just evade that jab. But then Canelo didn't do that much anyways. He threw some good body.
Probably didn't really have to.
Nah, he was controlling it.
He got a gift decision against Triple G. He got a second fight, in my opinion, another gift decision. He fought Rocky Fielding, British bum. He fought Callum Smith, British bum. Billy Joe Saunders, British bum. Yildirim, Turkish bum.
Two undisputed
Kevin, hold on. Jimmy.
Another
Jimmy, hold on.
British
Kevin. Is Caleb Plant a bum?
No way.
Why
not?
Not?
A chance.
Why not?
Because he passes the eye test.
Oh, get the fuck out of here, man. That's the eye test.
His resume isn't the best, but he got 2 quality wins, my fan. Porky Medina, he's not a bad fighter, and Jose, whatever his last name is, Jose Kasaki. He's not a bad fighter.
He's lost the last 2 fights in a row.
Come on, Kevin. You call everybody a bum except Caleb Plant.
Caleb Plant ruined him.
Kevin reminds me of the guy, I could pronounce the last name, Usyk, and he'll be like, yeah, Rodriguez, that guy.
Yeah.
Let me say this a lot.
He just called the Ring Magazine champion a bum. Undefeated Ring Magazine champion a
Yeah,
bum, but
and Caleb
fucking
Plant is
Porky
not a bum
Medina's
because
all
of the
right.
eye test. And Caleb Plant
Who did
like
Callum
passes the
Smith beat?
fucking eye test, man.
Who did he beat to get that Ring magazine?
What's his name?
Was it in the
I don't even
semifinal?
remember.
I don't know, but he beat George Groves. Come on, George Groves is a decent.
Washed up George Groves, who retired after that fight.
He beat a Ryder.
Well, he fucked him up. All right, hold on. Let me read a super chat
Ryder,
here.
gift decision.
All right,
He
Paper
got
Tiger.
walked
Hold on, guys. Super chat. Paper Tiger, thank you for your contribution. He says, question: if Canelo had to fight in a tournament with relatively fair judging, with Triple G, Charlo, David Lemieux, Martin Murray, Jacobs, then goes up and beat light heavyweights in Beterbiev and Smith, is he undefeated? If he fights in a tournament with fair judges, no, because he probably would have lost against Triple
but
G.
he still lost the fight in his career, so no.
No.
But that's a big jump going from middleweight to light heavyweight.
Yeah.
Yeah, to fight Smith and Beterbiev.
Did he say did he mean like undisputed pound for pound if he did that?
No, he would be would he be undefeated? Like if he fought all those guys, would he be undefeated with fair judges?
I would just no. I don't think he'll get through it, and it's just that's not a knock on him. One of those guys will pick him off. Absolutely.
People in the
To be
chat are saying
honest,
that Kevin
I
is
wanna
trolling.
see-
Kevin is trolling apparently.
I want to see Canelo fight Andrade or Charlo because LDBC can't say nothing other than he's a drug cheat because he beat a black fighter that the LDBC likes. So what other than that can you say other than Canelo's a drug cheat? He have no excuses no more.
Listen. I don't know what they mean. Look, drug cheat or not, those guys haven't put themselves in a situation to be where Canelo's at, right? They haven't. Now, people could say that Canelo might have ducked him. I don't know about that. If he ducked him at 154 or... I don't remember them calling out Canelo, but I do remember Canelo offering Charlo, just 160 Charlo, a pretty hefty contract for a fight, and he claims that he doesn't remember that, but his twin brother does. So look, even though I'm not a fan of Canelo, he's better than those guys by a mile. Like just when you think about, would I like for him to fight them? Yeah, sure, if there's like nothing else to do. But those guys didn't put themselves in a position to fight.
I had
the LDBC member.
It's hard to have a granite chin. You can develop a stiff neck, where you're a wider neck that you can take a punch. But to get a good chin, you just can't buy that. Canelo's got that. Now, if you say he's been avoiding or ducking back foot fighters, he's been facing many fighters like that. The difference is the skin color. They're not black, they're white. But nonetheless, they're fucking white. They're back foot fighters, slick fighters. But then again, he's also fought the power punchers. But then he's also got the chin, which most fighters do lack or they're not confident in that they can take a punch. Fight those guys.
Gallo, he's been feasting on a bunch of British bums. Rocky Fielding, Callum Smith, Billy Joe Saunders. All those dudes are 3 overrated British fighters. Okay, look at Callum Smith.
Gavin, we know you don't like the British.
I don't know. We don't know how. We don't know about Caleb Plant. The verdict isn't out on him yet. He's still young in his career, so he has the opportunity to go in there and make a fight of it. To me, he passes the eye test. He's a way better athlete than those guys. Way better athlete. I mean, Callum Smith, he looks like a big, strong athlete, but he's gangly. He's like a big, gangly, goofy dude. And
so Callum Smith is a bum, and then he went 12 with Canelo, but then Callum Smith just knocked out Lenin Castillo, who went the distance with Dimitri Bivol.
I'm looking at Callum Smith's knockout. I'm looking at Callum Smith's knockout. He never even tried to do that to Canelo. He didn't even try to throw like a fuck. God damn, that was a vicious fucking knockout, bro. Was that fight at 175? Because Callum Smith looks really big. He looked
Bivol,
muscles. He looked muscled up.
I
yeah,
understand people saying, "Oh, the fight was, fixed," but I don't understand people saying that this fight's gonna be fixed, bro. Like, how would that benefit Caleb Plant for it to be fixed? Like, why would Caleb Plant? I don't see Caleb Plant, you know, like I don't. Caleb Plant doesn't come across as a guy that would take money just to like lose. Like he seems like a guy that has dignity. Like he really, really wants to win. I don't see
These
Caleb
guys
Plant.
beat themselves before they go on the ring with Canelo. I don't know why, but they do. Right? It could just be pure skills. Maybe they look at Canelo and like, this dude is a god. I don't know. Right? The difference is that Plant is bringing so far, he's bringing a different energy.
Yeah, bro.
different vibe.
Callum Smith. You want to talk about that triangle theory with Callum Smith, Castillo, and whatever his name is, and Bivol. Bivol completely outboxed.
Yo, what's up,
Castillo.
fellas?
It wasn't even a fight. So I don't like that triangle theory. This guy, this guy, this guy. I mean, Bivol, he got dominated Castillo. So just because he didn't get the finish, that's not saying much.
What's up, LT? Yo. Can you guys hear me?
Bobby.
Fuck.
I can hear you, brother.
Oh, okay. So I said, what's up, LT?
LT ain't here.
Yo, man, my bad, man. I'm trying to figure this out. Hey, what's up, fellas? How are you, man? How are you guys? King Bucho, what's up? Recognize, what's up, MMA? Boy, was I surprised today, bro. Wow, bro. Like, was I, like, shown wrong today, bro? I'm not gonna lie. Wow, man. It's just, you know what I mean? I thought it could never happen, you know what I mean?
You thought it could never happen? What? Get a decision in the UK?
Nah, man, my girlfriend could change a tire by herself. But the fight was good, man.
Yeah.
But the fight was good, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, bro.
Nah, man, it was a great fight, man. Well, boy, did London showed me wrong today, man. Like, I thought, you know what I mean? Hey, I mean, first of all, seeing that Hatton kid get the decision, I was like, okay, there's no way Usyk is gonna win the decision. You know what I mean? So, yeah, man. Great for Usyk, man.
Number one pound for pound?
Nah, sure. I don't really care about pound for pound list.
Oh, shit.
Bro, did you see that picture I put in the chat, bro?
Yeah, Plant?
Yes.
What about it?
Bro, he has the motherfucker, and he has
Oh, shit.
No.
Let me show it to everybody.
What did the three fingers say to the face?
What?
Can't say five fingers because only three landed.
Here we see the picture. Plant has a Plant has a T-shirt that says "Undisputed Motherfucker." Wow,
that says a lot.
Oh, that's comedy gold right there, fellas.
Definitely. Let it. Oh boy, does it Caleb Plant's looking for it.
Yeah.
One ugly motherfucker.
Plant has the intangibles. He passes the eye test to me. The athleticism, the reflexes. He has the power, the jab. The only thing I'm worried about is his conditioning hold up. Will his conditioning hold up to have that explosive in and out style for 12 rounds? But the thing with Canelo is
Kevin, what sport did you play growing up? You must have played some sport. You were the best sport you were best at.
State champion wrestler.
Okay, wrestler. Okay, take that right there, brother. Wrestling. Your senior year, if someone brought in a sixth grader, and you're just a big sixth grader, how fast would you tear up? How good would you look against him?
No,
my point is, it's hard to get a correct eye test when you're fighting handpicked no-hopers, bro.
Jose Kazak. How do you say his name?
Exactly. Uzaki. I don't know. Whatever.
Uzcategui. Call him Uzi. Call him Uzi.
Jose Uzi. Okay, Uzi. That dude's got power. Powers in. He's a real dangerous fighter. You see what he did to Durrell, Anthony Durrell. So this idea that Jose is just some bum and he's a bum bastard.
He's been chewed up alive ever since. He hasn't knocked anybody out since.
Yeah, you called George Groves a bum or something. You called George Groves
was washed. He was way past his prime.
Who's better, fucking Porky Medina there, or who's better, Porky Medina or?
He retired after that loss because he knew his time was done.
He came out of retirement to fight him.
Exactly. He was at the end of his career. He was already
out of his career. Kevin, his last 10 opponents his last 10 opponents have a career, have an average world ranking of 158. That's almost historically horrible. That's how bad that is.
Horrible.
And Callum Smith beat a bunch of bumps. So when we talk about championship belts,
but Plant beat any. If he Callum Plant's, then he beat fucking assholes.
I don't know.
At least Plant got the whole bum.
Jose is better than all of Callum Smith's competition. All of it. I put him above all of Callum Smith's wins. St. George Groves at 39 years old, whoever it was.
He wasn't 39 years.
Even above
He wasn't 39 years old.
Come on, get out of here, man.
How old was he?
34, I think.
34, I think, yeah.
31.
Yeah, if that.
Max 33, actually.
Who else there was on Callum Smith's resume besides St. George Groves III?
Let me check.
The name is St. Groves. George St. Groves. Sounds like the King of England or some shit. He's a bum.
Yeah, but when you talk about Caleb Plant, you say like, wow, the eye test, that gives you like confidence. That hold on, sorry, my sound's fucking up. All right,
You got it.
Hassam and Dam, he beat Hassam and Dam. No, hold on, it has to be John Ryder. Although that was a close fight.
But listen. Kevin, bro, did you just say eye test?
Rocky Fielding.
Eye test, bro. Listen, Canelo on eye test destroys Caleb Plant on eye test, bro. So it doesn't make no sense.
Listen, Kevin, I'm not saying that Callum Smith is this big ass fucking fighter, but I don't think he's that far from Caleb Plant. Like they're almost on the same level, maybe. You know what I mean?
They're on the same in terms of resume, but in terms of skill, I like Caleb Plant's skill set better. I think Callum Smith, his athleticism, he's a big gangly dude. He's just got that gangly, awkward athleticism. He's not Caleb Plant's explosive. He's a dynamic. He's more dynamic. It's just they're talking about athleticism here, and Caleb Plant has the athleticism factor.
Yeah, that athletic, explosive power did a number on that fucking shell of Truex.
That was
what about that fight, Kevin? What happened in that fight?
Burnout. Absolute burnout at 39 years old.
People always like to bring that fight up. People love to bring that fight. He dominated him. He washed them on the scorecards. It wasn't even a competitive fight.
Kevin, he should have stopped the guy.
In the first run. You know what Canelo would have done to Caleb Truex in that fight if that was Canelo? He wouldn't get out of the second round. And that kid would have fucking... You kidding me? They would have been fucking hitting him in the chest to bring his heart back to life.
It's like defending Rigondeaux beating some bum.
Imagine Canelo going 12 rounds with Caleb Truex, bro.
He'd jump out a window and set himself on fire on the way out down.
Like, oh my God, Canelo. What would they say? Oh my God, Canelo going 12 rounds with Caleb Truex? Come on, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, listen. Caleb Plant's going to have to do something. Show us something because that fight was shit. Man, he looked like shit.
I'm with Kevin. Team Plant.
Callum Smith. Team Plant. Let's go.
Oh boy.
Yo, I got a prediction, bro. I mean, is it a prediction? What is it called? Foreshadowing?
What?
Or what?
A vision?
A vision. Or what is it? Like a prophecy? I don't know what is it called, man.
Prophecy.
Yeah, prediction. I think Canelo's gonna switch to southpaw. Watch.
What?
He's gonna fight southpaw. Yep.
Like Morales against Pacquiao in the
Yeah.
12th round there.
Yep.
I don't know, man. No, I don't think
Man,
so.
I've been seeing these training videos. That dude's been training to fight southpaw.
Why would he fight southpaw, man?
Hey, I don't know.
Plant?
No, Canelo's gonna fight southpaw.
Well, Canelo has been. He does practice a lot southpaw. I guess he does spar a lot in case he has to, go into that stance. He's not completely awkward. But you would think that wouldn't be something someone would imply and implement unless you think you're losing. Like, I don't know why he would do that. I'd be surprised.
Yeah, man, that's what he's shooting for.
Bro, if Canelo goes southpaw, he loses the fight.
In the chat, Get These Hands says, thank you for your contribution. He says, Plant's best win is Mike Lee, the Subway guy. Hashtag eye test. Ha 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 ha. He's laughing at Kevin.
Jose Uzi now. Now you're just disrespecting Jose Uzi.
You can't remember his name. That's funny though, man. You disrespect him. What's his name?
To be fair, who can pronounce that fucking name?
Yeah, I can't, dude. Oh yeah, I can't.
One of
That last
Caleb
name is
Plant's-
insane.
One of Caleb Plant's best wins is a guy who has butts in his name, bro.
Disrespecting my German compatriot now, sir. Not cool.
Wait a second. Wait. Always wonder where that last name came from because I don't believe that's like Spanish origin. Usategui.
No, somebody explained it. I think Gonzalo had an explanation though. He knows Cuscategi actually. He said, "Oh, he trained with the guy or something."
It's like
Anyways.
Portuguese, some shit.
Yeah, it's not Spanish for sure.
Well, Kevin, I don't know if you can go to the fucking link. I just put up his resume, dude. Look at the fucking
Let me
ranking
check,
of the
let me
people
check.
he fought. That's 387th.
Oh my!
But doesn't that speak more to Canelo, right? Like Canelo's fighting a guy who's like 4 pounds.
Yeah, we said that. But Kevin's saying that nah, man. Well, he says that the eye test is like
No, that was
rates-
I recognize exactly. That was my point. I'm saying he's only fighting him because he has the belt, like you said. If Benavidez didn't eat himself out of that belt, he'd still be the champion.
But to be
Well,
fair,
no,
though,
you had
to
to
be
fight
fair,
him.
nothing in the 168 division is really impressive right now. You know what I mean? So whoever Canelo fights, there's always gonna be people complaining.
Bro.
Except for Benavidez, I think that's a good fight.
Ocho.
And yeah,
Hold up for a second, bro. Yo, Usyk is a G. He just gave Anthony Joshua his belt back, bro. He literally handed Anthony Joshua his belt back and said, "See you in the rematch, bro."
Yeah, cause the what is it the WBC and what is it called? Like those companies. What is it called? Like fuck.
the sanctioning
Organizations.
bodies.
Those
Sanctioning
organizations.
bodies.
Yes. Email them to them.
Yeah,
Especially made for them.
I was gonna say, Haitian. Almost listen. He did it in front of the cameras, but almost everybody does that. Like you got to really hate somebody, not because the reason being, it's you always give somebody back their belt so they can have them forever. Then they send you new ones. Yes,
Jimmy, you
brother.
know who didn't do it?
It's a tradition, right?
Jimmy, do you know who didn't do it?
Yeah.
Lennox Lewis against.
It's a custom.
Lennox
It's a
Lewis
custom.
when he beat
Lennox
Rothman.
Lewis didn't do it.
Well, hold on. When Lewis beat Rothman in the second fight, I remember that Rothman was
shit.
pissed off because he didn't get the belts, but he's supposed to get like those belts and get a copy. And I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Lennox Lewis is supposed to get new ones, right?
Yep.
And Rothman was like fucking complaining.
Well, what it is, if you keep those belts, they won't send you new ones. Meaning, like, say if you get Usyk Usyk beat him today, right? Takes all three of his belts. If he said "fuck you," I'm keeping these. The sanctioning body wouldn't have sent them new ones. They said, "Okay, you're keeping them." But traditionally, it's almost unheard of. Like I don't even think I've ever heard of somebody not handing the champion back their belts because you have them forever. You put them on your shelf at home. You know what I mean? Even when you're not the champion anymore.
About AJ, but he's always been a class act to me. He's always carried himself professionally. Yeah, he's had a few comments about his little BLM when that whole thing was going down, but other than that, he's been straight up.
Agreed. I think he's a respectful kid.
Yeah.
That's why he didn't really lose no cool points there, Kevin. His manhood was never put to the test. And if it did, he went the route. He lessened the distance.
Yeah,
And he didn't get stopped. You know what I mean? He still got some fight left in him.
Yeah, but
Wait, you think Caleb Plant's manhood got taken away or something because he pushed Caleb Plant in the press conference?
No, I didn't say that, but I think Caleb Plant fucking felt his strength. I think he felt his power plant. Not to be like make a pun, but I think he felt I think he felt fucking Canelo's strength. I mean, he literally. I have a widescreen. He shoved him off the screen, like gone, like a paperweight. I don't think he realized. That's what everybody says when they fucking strap up with Canelo and they wrestle with him. They never realize how strong he was. His legs, like wow, the kid's real powerful. I don't think Plant was ready for that.
Actually,
drugs, brother.
Yeah. Caleb Plant's pretty strong himself. Have you seen his abs? It's like a washboard. Caleb Plant is strong. Doesn't necessarily mean that translates into power.
Abdominals are like calves and forearms. The genetics. You can work to get abs, but if you have great abs, that's usually genetics.
Bro, did you see that big ass belly that Caleb Plant showed up on the press conference? That is the belly of steroid use, man.
What?
They call him Columbus gut, and the weight, in that weight industry, when they lift weights or whatever.
Oh, Jimmy knows about this. LT. Jimmy, Jimmy can
they call
explain
him
this.
Columbus gut, bro. And when you do I can't remember what type of steroid. I think it's HS or some shit. Where I'm even what's this guy's name? The guy that has a show. Joe Rogan, man. When he takes off his shirt, man, his gut is out there. It's because that, and he's a well-known user. Like he openly said, "Yeah, man, I use that and stuff." So what that steroid does is it sends signals to your gut, man, to keep on growing. Your intestines to keep on growing, and that gut that guy has, that is a sign of Columbus gut, bro.
Jimmy,
He worked with Victor
wait, hold on,
Gonzalo.
Gonzalo. I want to hear Jimmy respond to this. Jimmy knows a lot. Gonzalo,
What
Gonzalo,
he's giving you
Gonzalo.
is not up to date.
All right.
What's actually
can hear
testing
me.
positive. So you're not popping hot because he's ahead of the curve. Yeah, go ahead, Mucho.
Yeah, Gonzalo, Jimmy, go ahead, please.
What's up, brother? Oh, about the the steroid gut. Well, it's not actually steroids. Steroids doesn't make your stomach extend. The bubble gut, it's a growth hormone. Growth hormone.
What is it?
Like if you look at if you look at the bodybuilders in the 1970s and 80s, they didn't have that big extended stomach. But what it is, this growth hormone doesn't just make muscles grow. It makes your fucking teeth widen. It makes it locks out the corners of your bones grow and lock out. It all your organs. The reason why, if you can take growth hormone, always have a doctor, a blood scan, is if there's any slight tumors in recess, they're going to explode. So yeah, it makes everything grow, and that's what happens. Your stomach is a muscle, and it grows, and that's when it ends up you get a distended gut. In fact, it became such an issue in the last 10 years that Mr. Olympia started taking points away from guys for it. I mean, you can have a great six-pack the minute you relax your abdomen, whoof, your stomach extends. So has Caleb Plant been taking growth hormone? I wouldn't be shocked.
Yeah, Jimmy, I saw this documentary and people are complaining about that gut and when they show their back muscles to the judges, they let that gut just fucking out. So if you have a camera from an angle, you can see their gut just it looks weird.
Yeah, because they're holding it in.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's
Because
not
it's
no
just an
roid
extended
gut. That's not a roid gut. That's just a freaking. He's got a little weight to cut. That's just power gut.
Nah, bro, nah, that is not. That's not a chubby gut, bro.
Kevin,
That
I hope he's on HGH.
Me too.
Just to even it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, that's what I've been saying all day. You know what I mean? I hope they all laves the gloves just to make it, fun fight.
I remember when.
But wouldn't it be funny? Wouldn't it be funny that the guy that uses steroids, projects himself? You know what I mean? When you cheat on your girl, you become so paranoid. Are you cheating on me, girl? No, but you're the one that cheated on your girl. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? It's like that, bro.
You always accuse others of what you're guilty of. It's always a defense mechanism.
Exactly, man.
Exactly,
Like Canelo saying someone calls him a motherfucker when he's the one saying motherfucker to Andrade. It's called being a hypocrite. That's it.
No,
Hypocrite.
Jimmy, is your name Timmy, Jimmy?
Yeah,
What's your name?
Jimmy.
Jimmy?
Yeah.
Jimmy. Yeah, bro. Oh, the guy just answered, the guy in the blue bubble. Oh, green bubble, I mean.
Oh,
Green. No, that's Kevin. Kevin.
Kevin, there, Kevin. No, man. Let me tell you. I mean, it's nice to argue, but let me inform you right. He never said motherfucker to Andre. He never told him. He told him, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. And in Spanish or Mexican, I think. But he never said it. He never said motherfucker.
I'm gonna fuck you out. Get the fuck out of here because I'm gonna fuck you out right.
No, he didn't, bro.
Don't make
No,
it.
he didn't. I'm telling you just because, you know, like, I know it's fun, you know, but...
Oh wait, I have the clip. Let me just.
Yeah.
I have the clip, guys. I can.
Verbatim. It doesn't sound. Chinga tu madre.
All right,
But,
hold on, guys. Guys, can you hear me? Guys, can you hear me? Hold on. Let me play the clip. All right. Hold on. Nobody talk. Okay. Wait.
I'm gonna fuck you out.
Wait.
I'm gonna fuck you out right now, motherfucker.
He said, "I'm gonna fuck you up right now, motherfucker." I think.
I'm gonna fuck you out right now, motherfucker.
Play it again.
I'm gonna fuck you out right now, motherfucker.
Yeah, he did say
motherfucker.
I'm gonna fuck you out right now, motherfucker.
Fuck.
Que chingue a su madre. Que chingue a su madre.
All right, that's it.
Okay, Bucho.
Me.
Don't push me. Canelo's been traveling to America for a very long time, and I know he's heard that. I know he's heard the term "motherfucker" before. I know he has.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay,
but let me explain
Gonzalo.
something to you. Let's say, let me just explain something to you.
Okay.
If we're meeting at the center of the stage and I'm quiet, then all of a sudden you yap your fucking gums and you say motherfucker. That's just gonna give me a reason to fucking set up fucking it's like the fire that just fucking you know. Yes, it's a fucking excuse. It's bullshit. But when tempers run high, all I need is that little fucking anything you say to set me off.
All right, let me tell you what I saw, okay? Because I saw the TV Azteca, like it's a Mexican TV channel, right? So he was interviewed after the press conference, and then Canelo immediately says, "Oh, I'm sorry about my behavior," something like that. And then he's like, and then the guy asked Canelo, "What happened?" "Well, everything was okay. He's talking shit. I'm talking shit." But then he said he insulted my mother. That's when I went like, okay, you know, that's enough or something like that. So it's a way to like justify the fact that he's the one that started the push. He was the one that pushed because he initiated contact, though. So now he has to justify that, and so he uses the mother thing.
But
and Mexicans are gonna be like,
we're always trying to do what Canelo does good. Half of these motherfuckers are always trying to discredit and talk shit about him. So we already know that half the and you and me also, I don't know me, that he's kind of an asshole. So why all of a sudden we have to pretend that he's gotta be on the up and up? That doesn't fucking matter. That dude Canelo don't dislike me. He dislikes that motherfucker. Whatever problem he has with him doesn't have to do anything with me as a fan. Go ahead. If that's gonna give you the fucking pizzazz that you need to light a fire under your ass to beat his ass, do what you will, man. I don't give a fuck.
Exactly, bro. And not to mention, bro, Caleb Plant's been dragging Canelo through the fucking mud, bro. Imagine you just say, like, just being on the gym, you know, working out, eating that special meat, right? And all of a sudden you hear this news. Caleb Plant just said that Canelo ducked the fight with him, with Benavides and Charlo. And bro, cause remember, Plant was saying so much even before the fight that supposedly Plant gave, like he was gonna give him, all right, you're gonna have your $40 million, and all right, you're gonna have the Mexican rights. Like if he was the one, you know, okay, you can have Hennessy. You know, remember all this. Bro, bro, I don't care, bro. Like, you look at me, and you've been talking so much shit behind my back, even to the fight. Bro, hold on. You've been talking too much shit. Like, bro, he even said, like, we even waited for Canelo to get married. What the fuck? Bro, you tell me that to my face, bro. Please look at me once. Bro, once and I'm gonna fuck you up, man.
Yeah, we're not friends.
Gonzalo, hold on. Yeah. This is all basic pre-fight trash talk. Okay, this is what they say. You look at Fury versus Wilder. You look at Fury versus Wilder.
Bro.
You look at Fury versus Wilder. They say
Bro, that's not
10 times
pre-fight
worse
trash
shit.
talk, bro. That's not.
Look at
That's
Fury
fake
versus
ass
Wilder.
fucking
Look at
garbage.
Fury versus Joshua. Look at Fury versus Joshua. There's trash talk. It's pre-fight trash talk. Okay. There's nothing's extraordinary out of the blue, and that's why Canelo had to lie and say he's talking about my mother or something like that. That's because he tried to justify it, like Bucho or BDA said. He's trying to justify his actions, shoving them at the weigh-ins, being an unprofessional fighter, and now he's got to lie and make shit up because he got a roid rage temper tantrum.
Let him lie. Who gives a fuck, dude? Let him feel the way he fucking wants to feel.
I like Kevin, man.
You know, like LT was saying, you know that motherfucker hates you already. So why all of a sudden I have to treat you with fucking like with respect, be nice to you. That if you try and tell me, Kevin, if you say to me I fucking kill you, does that mean that the next day I'm gonna try like Kevin? Hey, how's it going, buddy? How's it going? Be fair to me. No, fuck you. I know what you want to do to me. So whatever you tell me, shut the fuck up, dude. It's like I'm just gonna find any excuse to go at you.
But what you said earlier, Gonzalo, about when he said,
bro, Canelo wasn't even trash talking. Hold on, not just that. Canelo wasn't trash talking at all. All he did is slap him, like push him back, and gave him 2 slaps. Boom, boom, like a bitch. Here you go, motherfucker. Learn your fucking spot. That's your corner, and you're gonna give me my money at this time. Like, you know, like a bottom bitch, like you make for that kind of slap. You know, because Canelo wasn't trash talking at all, because Canelo could have gone for days.
No, Kevin, they were just mad talking.
He wasn't on his level. He said he wasn't on their level. He's easy money or something like that. That's what he was saying. He's saying Plant's a nobody. He's nothing.
Hey, boy, hold on. Get these hands in the chat. Hold on, Gonzalo. Jeez, Gonzalo. Get these hands in the chat. Thank you for your contribution. He says, before motherfucker, Plant invited him to his genitals. Yeah, because Plant said suck my dick. Is that justified?
Yeah, it's a fucking face off. Who started yapping? Who started speaking? No, he's facing. You're fucking wearing. I'm not, and all of a sudden you got a mud under your breast, something. I don't give a fuck what you're saying. You're fucking talking. It's a fucking face off, dude. You want to talk? I fucking don't like your. Fucking look for an excuse. All of a sudden, between 2 fucking dudes. Nah, fuck that shit. I'm just saying, dude. I'm just saying, man.
I agree with Gonzalo 100.
Doctor.
Especially on the YouTube media, you've been talking shit behind my back. All of a sudden, I have to pretend like I'm fucking a gentleman. Come on, man.
You don't have to pretend like a gentleman. You just have to keep your hands to yourself like a professional, okay? That's the problem.
Let's talk about professionalism. First of all, let's talk about professionalism. If Caleb Plant so butthurt or so like, ew, like Canelo's a cheater and he's not a professional, me as a professional, I would say, then why the fuck do you want to fight me? Period.
Man, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. The problem is he crossed the line when you put your hands on each other. That's the bottom line. The pre-fight trash talk, you can talk all you want. It's called freedom of speech. The minute you shove someone, put your hand on them, that's assault. That's assault, and you cross the line. I don't know where you're from.
Wait. You're going to try to call the cops on Canelo. Like, you're gonna try to call the cops. It's freedom of speech, and second of all, like that is physical or whatever harm. Like Canelo should be arrested. Come on, bro, drop that bullshit, man.
You're trying to get on your high horse. You're trying to get on your high horse, and he's trash talking. He said mean things though. He said mean things, so he's justified. That's pretty much what you're saying.
Revolucion, are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes,
freedom of speech.
These dudes are drunk, ain't they? We got some drunk panelists tonight.
Hey, it's Saturday, man. Saturday.
I'm not even drinking, bro.
What's going on, BDA? This is the return of Revolution. It's been quite a while.
What's going on,
Are you
everybody?
playing music?
Yes,
Everybody?
I just watched that goddamn fight. I just watched that goddamn AJ Alexander Usyk fight. Goddamn, that was a real masterclass, man. That made me happy. Wow, fucking, I don't even know what to. Yes, sir. What up, Gonzalo?
Hey, what's up, Revo?
Yes,
Was a good
it's
fight,
been a
man.
long time. It was a fucking banger of a fight, man. Usyk was doing things I ain't never even seen before, bro.
Ah, come on.
Before I interrupt, this dude in the chat is saying I'm acting like a Karen. No, Karen would be Canelo saying, "Oh, he talking about my mother. He's talking about my mother.
Kevin,
You don't talk about my mother." That's Karen behavior.
Kevin, have you never seen a shove in a press conference? I mean, I've seen fucking people throw tables and shit. You know what I mean? Like I've seen fucking Lennox Lewis against Tyson, Lennox Lewis against Rahman when they were on that ESPN studio.
Mayorga Mosley.
I mean, fuck, the list goes on.
I seen it, but he went a little bit overboard with the push.
A little bit.
He was trying to shove him off the stage.
I agree, but it's
My
not
only
like,
problem with this, is that the motherfucking he got the cut from the scratch on the eye, and legitimately that could fuck up his training camp a little bit. You know, he's got to deal with a cut. I don't know how big it was. You know, if it was a little baby scratch. You know, but that's something that's playing into the fight now over some bullshit.
Well, he fucked up. I mean, he shouldn't have been talking about. He shouldn't have been talking about his daddy and his mommy. You know what I mean?
They could just
Freedom of
put new
speech,
skin
baby.
over that revolution. They could. How you doing, buddy? But all they'd have to do is put new skin over that, and in a cheek high pad sparring mask, and they'd have no problem with that.
Okay.
Because it's not deep. It wasn't a lacer. It wasn't a lacer. All right, Jesus Christ.
What was it? A laceration? Wasn't a Jimmy? No.
Yeah.
Jimmy, it's been so long. Jimmy, come back. Fuck the rest of these guys. Yeah, I don't even know who they
People
are.
screaming and shit. It's
Bunch of
getting
new cats.
Oh,
Revolution tried.
King of the calls, brother.
Revolution
I
tried
feel-
to
I feel
hold
hurt.
his ground, bro.
I feel, I feel insulted here, man.
LT, you gonna let him talk to you like that? Damn, LT, I lost respect.
I know, right? It's your panel,
LT,
bro.
LT, what's that mean?
It's
LT,
yours,
that's
bro.
LT,
King of
that
the
means
claws right
lieutenant.
here.
That means
Get
lieutenant.
that king of the
I'm the
motherfucking
leader of the
claws,
revolution.
Nah, bro. LT means no. Hold on. LT means my name, Luis Trevino. Nothing more, nothing less.
Just doubted yourself.
Canelo. How do you say Canelo? It's
I've done
Canelo.
Canelina. Jimmy's back, my man.
Jimmy's back.
Yeah, I heard your revolution. I just don't want to be trying to fight to get a word in and I know if I keep repeating myself, I get upset. So I just, you know what I mean? People cut me off to repeat themselves 6 times in a row. It's starting to get just silly. So I figured people are just tired. So I'm going to go.
Somebody said one of the biggest reasons. I'm gonna tell you the cold hard facts, the truth on my behalf. One of the biggest reasons I respect Canelo and I like Canelo is because he fucking fought Triple G twice. In that era and those times, maybe 5-6 years ago, nobody was willing to fucking do that, and he did. I like Triple G even more than I do Canelo. Canelo fought him twice.
On his terms, though, man. On his terms.
The second one, he made it close. He's probably become a better fighter now, while still remaining in his prime. To where the third fight, I would probably say, okay, Canelo beats Triple G because Triple G's fucking almost down near 4. But that's one of the reasons, man, because everybody else fucking avoided him. Triple G.
Yeah, what's wrong, man? We're cutting you off.
But he lost the fucking first fight, really. Like, it's a draw on paper, yeah, but he lost the first fight.
Who
so they
gives
kind
a
of forced
fuck,
his
brother?
hand.
The point
forced
is,
his
he
hand in
got
the
in the
rematch.
Fucking ring twice.
No. He still fought him when Triple G was knocking everybody out and was about to break the middleweight record. And he retained his title. He didn't break the record, but he still was going on a fucking knockout. Where Canelo's the only guy to go the distance with Triple G, aside from Jacobs and Derevchenko, who got dropped. No, I'm sorry. That might sound a little convoluted. They went the distance with Triple G, but they got dropped. But in the first fight with Canelo, everybody else had gone knocked out, like in 11 years. So nobody else was willing to fight him. Guess why? Because he was the boogeyman and motherfuckers were scared. That's right.
And Gonzalo, I give him credit too for calling out, taking on G. But at the same token, I have to temper that because he waited him out 3 years from the first time they talked about fighting this possible coming September. That was 2014. They didn't
Oh
end up
yeah.
fighting
Hey,
until
to be
end of
fair to me,
2017. He
I
waited
don't
them
think he
2
was
more
ready
years,
yet, man.
got the belt.
No,
No,
no, he's
exactly.
not ready. He
But
loses
but then he
Jimmy.
got but then he got the WBC belt. Now it wasn't that he just won the WBC belt. Now think about this. He knew all the belts. That was Triple G's tagline. He purposely went after the WBC belt, took on Cotto because they could with the arrangement, took that out and stepped in and took that belt away from you want all the belts? I got this one, which then it set it up like, okay, that was now you have an excuse. Now let's do this. It took not almost. It was another 22 months. It wasn't until after he saw a chink in his armor against Danny Jacobs did he decide it was ready to go. So I
Well, to
can't
be
give him
fair
too
to
much
Jimmy, to
credit.
be fair to like what else he was saying, I don't think he was ready, and there's nothing. In 2014, he was probably not ready, or 14.
No, I agree. No, I agree 100%. And I don't think he was ready when he won the WBC belt.
He would have gotten the belt.
What's that?
But then again, nobody
Yeah,
else
man.
fucking
I mean,
finished
the point is to see a 50-50 fight, man, and we got that fight. The point, you know what I mean? Or am I wrong on that? Do we
No, I
want to
like
see
to see.
Tank against
I like
another?
to
Do we want to see
LT.
Tank against another?
LT, I
Forgot
like to
his
see.
name. Barrios.
I like to see 50-50 fights.
Thank
But you
you.
know you know what messes it up is when you have a bad decision. Like what messed up the Canelo Triple G saga, and what even hurt his win is that everybody going in. So when he clearly won the fight in the first one, they gave him a draw. He made it was a competitive fight. Everybody knew that was going to Canelo. So it kind of
Bro,
leaves a
everyone
bad
got that decision. To me, even Danny Jacobs won Golovkin, and Golovkin didn't get the decision. I mean, Danny Jacobs didn't get that decision, but to me, Triple G lost to fucking Danny
I don't think
Jacobs.
so. I
Yeah,
don't
but
think
let
so.
me
Not
say
to me, bro.
Hey,
Not to me.
everyone, bro, let's not act. Hold
Not to
on.
me.
Let's not act like no boxer gets gift decisions. All right, let's not forget. All right, like coming from bro Mayweather from Castillo. Come on, bro. Let's be honest.
Whoa. Okay,
The
calm it
point
down.
is,
Whoa, 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 whoa.
we could talk
That's
about this for years. The point is,
But you got
I don't
those two
want to.
got in the fucking ring.
yourself, dude. That was a close fight. Triple G landed the power punches. Demariachenko got fucked up. It was like Canelo Taylor. But going back to what Recognized was saying, dude, reading between the lines. Fucking Canelo ducked Triple G, or you were saying that, but then again, Canelo, he probably fucking drew because he didn't want to fucking face him. You think he popped positive for computer for nothing? No, that's real a real reason why he did. All of a sudden, I'm just reading in between the lines. When he said that, all of a sudden, I was like, holy computer scandal. It's probably true, man. What do you think about that? It's true.
It's more asterisks, man. There's just too many asterisks for me to like really get behind Canelo, man.
Let that go. Let that go, Kevin. Let that go. He's probably getting tested
Level.
more than any motherfucker.
That's
right now.
revolution.
Oh, good. Oh, good.
Revolution. Look, bro, you don't have to get behind Canelo. Believe me, he has his own country. You don't. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You got a lot of
This is what I'm talking
Bro, you can
about.
go on a rant about Canelo. You won't make a dent. Trust me.
Canelo fanboys,
I ain't running around.
Canelo fanboys are like anything we've ever seen. They're the dick riding is like. But you know why? This is the reason why. Because Mexicans don't have a lot of other sports that they could get behind. There's not like big time NFL players, NBA players. So when they got a star boxer like Canelo, they just put all their chips behind him, and they all, no matter what he does, he gets take steroids, he gets gift decision, act like a diva. We're still gonna get behind him. He's still the best. He's the man, Canelo, the champ, face of boxing.
Kevin,
That's what's happening.
Hey, let me say this too. How LT?
No, that's bullshit. A lot of Mexicans hate Canelo, man. If you read Spanish,
they-
you could,
That's
you
true.
could check.
The love definitely outweighs the hate.
Kevin, you don't know
There's
what you're
more
talking
fans than there is
about. You don't
haters.
know
That's
what
a
you're
fact.
talking about, man. You don't know what you're talking about. If you go into the comment sections of whatever social media fucking post that you see that has Canelo in it, you're gonna see some
Your
Mexicans
comment
talking
section
shit.
is really low, bro.
Oh yeah,
Really low.
Yeah.
Bucho, I know what articles I know the articles
Yeah.
that you're
All
talking
right.
about. I've seen them on Telemundo sports section because I know how to read Spanish. And you go to the comment section, they say he lost to Triple G twice. They just fucking they like
No, when you read Mexican like comments on social media when it's related to Canelo, You're gonna see a lot of people that hate on him, man. They're gonna think, he never
Bucho.
fought anybody, blah blah blah.
Castellano, when you read Spanish.
Hey, Bucho, remember when he when he won the belt, right? When he won it, when he gave it up, right? His first public appearance after he gave up the 160 belt, instead of fighting G, he gave that up. Remember, there was that Mexican crowd. They were just drilling him in Spanish, screaming at him, calling him a ducker and shit. That kid, boxing guru, the Spanish kid Sal, he tweeted out because he was there. And it was all Mexicans. Because they didn't like that. It didn't look. It wasn't a good look. I don't care how much you like Canelo. Giving up your belt when they say, okay, the WBC says you have to fight him, and you say, no, he can have the belt instead. How do you paint that other than, wow?
Yeah.
Not a good look.
This was right after Triple G. Triple G had a fight. He knocked some dude out. I forgot who it was. And he says, I want, with his broken English, I want fight with Canelo, or give me my belt.
It was right after Lemieux.
Listen. The fact of the matter is, he has a lot of fans. Every time he sells out in arenas, the Mexican fans come out in droves. They bring the Mexican flags. So this idea that all his fans are just he's got nothing but haters. He's got no fans, and that's
I never said no fans. I'm saying it's split, man. And yeah, of course. Listen, Mexico has like Mexico has like 130 million fucking inhabitants, and then you have another fucking probably 20 million in the U.S. Like, yeah, he's gonna fucking sell out fucking stadiums and shit like that. But yeah, that's with any fucking boxer, man. Look, man, who else do we have? Fucking Floyd Mayweather.
Fucking sport, any athlete. I mean, look at LeBron James. Love him, hate him.
Canelo is another Floyd Mayweather. Half wants to see him win, half wants to see him lose.
Exactly. That's what it is, man. And listen, America has a lot of sports, you say, but why did they support Mayweather? If they have all these fucking athletes, why did they go with that piece of shit Mayweather? It's just the way it is, man.
Boring.
Like,
it's weird, the fixation and the way people talk about him, like around me, it's just bizarre, man. Like casual boxing fans, they revere, like a lot of people will revere him and defend him, and like other people just straight shit on him because he's boring, is what they say. But I don't know, man. Like people, like my wrestling coach. My wrestling coach always says, he's like the point he always goes back to is like the art of boxing is to hit and not get hit. And what did Floyd do? He didn't get hit. And I'm like, well, he didn't really. I mean, he would have hit. Yeah, he wouldn't try to hit. Though.
Really hit though.
Like he kind of did the bare minimum, you could say. Sometimes
Canelo's exciting because he tries to go for the knockout. He's trying to knock the fighter out. So those kind of fighters are always going to be popular, bro. Always. They're going to have haters, of course. They're going to have people that don't like them for for their own reasons. But at the same time, they're going to have a lot of fans.
Yeah. You're a hater. Carrot Top yourself, no, a revolution.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
I don't even think the Floyd fanboys were as bad as the Canelo fanboys. I think the Canelo fanboys, they're taking it to a whole nother level of fandom.
No, you're out of your mind. They don't even touch a candle.
No, you're out of your mind. What about Wilder fans?
Yeah,
Wilder fans.
Lie, and they just, I mean, I've never seen that. Collective psychosis. They just hop onto a lie and hang with it.
They're like out there, man. They're way out
there. They're
like
16-year-old and crazy chicks.
Yeah.
Social media. Look at the fandom on social media. You go to Caleb Plant's Instagram. Look at all the comments. It's nothing but Canelo fanboys.
That'd be a fun thing to look at. Like go down the list of like most popular boxers and like how their worst fans are different.
Yeah, we should.
Like,
good idea.
The Floyd ones are like
Plant's Twitter page. He gets fucking ratioed every time he tweets. And I know for a fact, I know a lot of these Twitter people, and they're not all Canelo fans. A lot of them just don't like Caleb Plant because he's a paper champion with a big mouth.
Man, I got time to kill. I'm in the Philippines. I hook up to like most of the Spanish on my social media. It's Spanish. Half the fucking dudes the people don't like Canelo. Half they like. So it's kind of split, man. Don't think that every motherfucking is rooting for Canelo because they're not. They're not, dude. I'm just telling you that.
Bro, I know exactly. Though it doesn't mean that they're all rooting for Canelo. But trust me, they're gonna sit down and watch his fight. When Televisa and TV Azteca show it for free, trust me, bro. Trust me.
you got to remember, half the population think redheads have no souls.
I agree.
Get the fuck out, Jimmy.
And they're
As a
oh
matter of
shit,
fact,
it's true.
Nobody got souls, motherfucker. None of us got souls.
That's not what they say about
that wasn't
That's not
a
what they say
Family
about
Guy or something.
No, it's true. Redheads don't have a soul. That's true.
Yeah,
What about the female? Female, is that a story?
Filipinos,
Jimmy, what do you say about redheads?
Puerto Ricans, Mexicans,
Redhead, what's other?
everybody. None of them got souls. Not a single soul's the thing. The thing.
See, you're a redhead, so you automatically assume because you don't have a soul, everybody else don't have a soul. You see? See what I'm talking about?
Italians, French, Germans.
The gingers, they're called gingers. Gingers.
I remember. I'll never forget. I'll never forget, dude. It was a South Park episode, and
exactly.
I never heard that word until that episode, and then that Thursday morning, going into middle school, it was all over. My life was never the same.
You got red. What do you got red
You
here?
a redhead, dude?
Yes.
You a redhead revolution? No, dude, I didn't know. I was just busting stones like the South Park shit. You know that.
I know. No, I know.
You didn't know, Jimmy? Hey, fucking Revolution looks like Sheamus. I fucking right.
I'm getting there.
I saw you, dude. You look like you had long brown hair.
Nah, it's red. I got long red hair.
You got the oaky Ricky.
Did somebody just ask about my pubes? Did I miss you or something?
What?
Revolution looks, in the face, he looks like. Remember that movie by Lorenzo Carcatera, Sleepwalkers? The two killers in the end. They're from Boston, Jimmy. Not the dark skinned guy, but not the dark haired guy, but the other guy.
What's the name of it?
Revolution looks like that guy. Remember that movie where they release the hot dog part and it hurts a guy, then they get into the prison, then they get violated. Then two out of the four guys they become, and then they see Kevin Bacon in a fucking restaurant, and they fucking.
Okay, brother. That was filmed actually. That's filmed in New York. That's called Sleepers or. Oh, yeah, no, that's an excellent movie, dude. We should have ordered that point.
The guy, man, Kevin Bacon, and Kevin Bacon said,
after they both.
I was only trying to help you guys. Then all of a sudden, you got one guy that looks like a revolution, and the other guy.
They pull out pistols at the restaurant, blow them away, and then walk out calmly and say, "We should have had that to go to the bartender to grab the sandwich," because that dude raped him in prison. Yes, yeah, that's a good flick.
We don't care. I'm telling you right now, we don't care.
About what?
I'm fucking around.
Oh, okay.
Revolution, he deserves some respect, bro. He did
put respect on my name. Hey, yo, love you, Gonzalo. Hope everything's well, brother. And yo, Bucho, I started making the list of most popular boxers and how their fans are different. You got Canelo, got the fucking wild Mexicans. Wilder just has psychos. Mayweather, you got the casual professors who, it's a sweet science, and they try to say shit that they're just saying cliches. AJ got the women, and the other people that like his sexy physique. And Teofimo got corny young dudes who play Fortnite. And who else should be on the list? Who else got the corniest fans?
Lomachenko fans.
Fuck it, we'll put Loma on there.
Teofimo Lopez fans.
I did. Corny young dudes.
What about Devin Haney fans, man?
Yo.
Haney fans are they're like pussies, yo. I don't know. They like back Haney, but Haney's not. Haney's not doing shit. They're like, Devin Haney should fight.
Yo,
he can do
I've been
something,
watching some YouTube channels, and what's the deal with Devin Haney? Some people are defending Devin Haney. Some people are shitting on Devin Haney. It's like splitting the YouTube community apart.
Bro, bro. It's only like 2 or 3 channels that talk about those kids, man. Because no one's mentioning them now, man.
Yeah. I'll put down they're kids they're clinging to a lost cause.
Wait. Let me say.
Hey, you know what? Who gives a shit about Devin Haney?
Yeah.
Does Lomachenko have bad fans? Does he have a cult following?
I don't think so. Because it's reasonable. I think the level of hype matches the level of skill. He's not like overly crazy hype, like by casual fans at least.
Hey guys, I missed the super chat. Diablo Bandito, thank you for your contribution. He says, "Thank you, Usyk. I won. Bet BetMGM, Plant's gonna upset the world, win by points. All right, so he says Caleb Plant's gonna win. That's I don't think so, but you never know.
Doesn't happen twice in a row.
Nah.
He rubbed the big with that one, no? Fucking good old El Diablo.
Yeah.
Man,
Bro, boy, was I thought I was gonna get lucky on the betting odds, man. I was like, yeah, man. You know what? They gave the decision to the son of Ricky Hatton or whatever the fuck his name is. I was like, there's no way Usyk's gonna win by decision. You know what I mean? So I put $20 on AJ by decision, man. Fuck.
Talk my thoughts a little more on the fight because I just got through watching. I watched it in German on Daily Motion, so I don't know what the commentators were saying.
Who'd you pick going in?
Dude, I don't even know. I would say I just assumed AJ would win, but like my boxing predictions are like based on the politics and all that bullshit, and I hate it. So I don't even really
Most
predict.
people did pick AJ, so it's not like you're out of your mind.
Yeah.
It's the most people did pick.
Like I know Usyk is the better boxer, but the size is also an issue, all that bullshit. But man, I just gotta say, I was so fucking impressed with Usyk's performance. That was like, what was some of the shit he did? So he like up checked one of Joshua's jabs, like straight up, and then like followed right through it, like the fastest fucking straight jab, like to counter it, right? And like so AJ, he sees his fucking hand is way up here, right? He just up checked his fucking hand, and then he just gets fucking hit in the face, like no reaction.
He was hanging his jab out too long, just that extra split second too long, and he would go to the outside and just shoot that left right down the barrel. He did it to him over and over and over.
That was sick. He fucking.
Don't get me wrong. Joshua landed, but didn't crumble. You could probably think or believe or not that all of a sudden we don't know. He lands the way he did. He crumbles, but he didn't. Fuck. There you go. There's
Gonzalo. I'm gonna tell you what, Gonzalo. Usyk's got a chin. He's got a really good chin.
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
I think Usyk's chin, I think he actually catches better than he fucking throws. Meaning his chin. Usually guys, you know what I mean? Like he can take a better punch than he throws. He's really not a heavy-handed puncher. He's he's a combination, accumulation puncher.
And guys don't realize that
starts people with one shot.
And guys don't realize how good his chin is, it seems, because he doesn't fucking get hit too much. And when he does get hit, he just rolls. He just fucking shakes it off. Dude, like, the fact that when AJ cracked him with that big shot, that first real good one, and there was like a good, 2-3 seconds that, he's just looking at him and they're just looking at each other. It's like, all right, that didn't do shit. Like, that shit was like settling in. You could feel like Josh was kind of like bugged out.
Yeah, that was in the second round. That was at the end of a punch. That's why, he was able to jump out to the end of the punch. And that's the problem. He never got him in the right distance. He never landed his big punches at the correct distance. Either too close or too far across his body.
Bro, I kind of felt Usyk. Bro, I kind of felt Usyk let AJ off the hook, man. Like I felt like he could have pressed harder and like got him out of there early.
I thought too. I thought every time he was aggressive, he was landing at will when he was pushing the press, coming forward, throwing that 1-2.
Right.
That last salvo punch is great.
But the problem is, if you shoot your wad and you don't take them out, there goes your legs for those final 3 rounds. You know what I'm saying? So it's one of those risk-reward things. If you don't take them out, how many times you've seen somebody go for it and they don't take them out, then they're shot. They just don't get that sting back on their punches.
And I was listening earlier while I was at work, just getting out in the last hour. I got to agree with what Gonzalo said about Usyk blended the tactics and the strategy so well. You could tell that he had the game plan for the fight, how he was going to fight it out, and just the shit he was coming up with on the fly to adapt round for round. It was you couldn't have put it better, Gonzalo. Tactics and strategy came together.
Yeah, and look, man, he does get hit. Usyk gets hit, but his idea maybe is one of those old adages that with time it might change. Kind of like what they used to say, the right-hander that's the curse to the left hander in the straight right hand. It changes because boxing it's an evolution of things. Look, Usyk gets fucking hit, but he's always trying to get his get back, and his
Yep.
get back is always better than the punches he gets hit with. So obviously, this basic mathematics. You got hit, but I hit you more, so I won the fucking round. Because I made your fucking, especially because I made your fucking hit snap back, right?
Mm.
You know what else? His power is underrated. He's got good power. This idea that he got pillow fists or this and that. A lot of his shots, it's just he doesn't put everything into it. He's touching. Then all of a sudden he'll come in with a looping hook and buzz you and wobble your ass because they think he's got these pillow hands. He doesn't. He doesn't load up like a
Bro,
lot of these guys.
Watch
a lot of the shit
AJ
that
watch
people make
AJ run. Watch AJ run on the rematch, bro, just like he did with Andy Ruiz, and call it the sweet science.
Yeah,
He should
a
have
lot of
done
the
that.
shit that
Yeah.
people, these boxing writers, man, not in our time, the time before, because that's what you're supposed to. That a Mexican is fucking flat-footed, that he cannot box and punch, that he's just fucking a comfort fighter. That's bullshit. That a black fighter is fucking only that. That's bullshit too, man. You just gotta fucking read in between. People make you believe shit. Jimmy, you've been around for a long time, but maybe when your time in the 70s, but people had you believing something that's what you thought was the. But shit changes, right, Jimmy? That when the 80s is not the same as the 90s, because from the 80s and the 80s learned from the 70s, that in the 2000s, boxing is different. It's more improved.
Don't compare that Ruiz win to this Usyk win. That Ruiz win was a fluke. He landed a shot early. It was a fluke win. Usyk went out there and dominated it systematically, methodically.
That ain't no fucking fluke, bro.
Yeah, it
He
was.
walked into Andy Ruiz bread and butter. That's what he does best. So how are you gonna say it was a fluke?
Well, that's why he ran in that rematch because he can handle fucking Ruiz. He had to run and against Usyk in the rematch. I mean, can he actually fucking run against Usyk? I don't know. It's a
Yeah, I
different
don't think
style,
he'll be
man.
able to do even more with the
Counter.
legs.
Usyk can come forward, bob and weave to the inside, and he can.
Because I can't hear him at all.
Fuck
Yeah, I'm
it.
having a hard time hearing Bucho
All
too.
right, I'm gonna bounce here. You guys can stay
No,
here.
don't bounce. I heard you that time,
Better
good.
not. You best not.
No, but Kevin, listen, dude. I understand. Like, I don't know if you thought I said he had pillow fist. I didn't say I had pillow fist, but for a cruiserweight and a heavyweight to not have knockouts, like almost never. I mean, he stopped one person in the last 5 years at those big weight divisions. You can't say the dude's got power. He's got a heavy punch, but it's communal. It'll get you after time and weigh you down. He doesn't have starching power. I mean, it's obvious. I mean, he's had one stoppage, Marco Huck, and that was 2017, early 2017. Since then, he had one TKO. So he is. That's not his game, though. He's a big
Flatline
dude. If he
Tony
wanted to knock somebody out, he could knock somebody on the street. But in a boxing match, no, he's not like you would say like Wilder's got that one starch power. That's all he's got. But there's guys who's got that eraser. If they hit you, you're going the fuck out. That's
Gotta look
definitely
at
not
who he's
Usyk.
fighting. He's fighting every single fight is cream of the crop. That Polish Duke of Milwaukee, cream of the crop. Breedis, cream of the crop.
But that's
Gassiev,
what.
cream
Yeah,
of the
but
crop.
Marvin Hagler fought all cream of the crop too, and he knocked them all out.
I
That's what
don't know.
guys with one. That's what guys with starching power do. They
I'm not
knock
talking
out
about
cream of
Marvin
the crop.
Hagler. I'm talking about new times. We're talking about new age boxing. I don't want to talk
Well,
about the
they we
80s.
Nah.
Well,
Let's talk about
Hold up.
1978. Okay, let's talking about 2021.
Let's bring up one thing. Like, okay, the Bradis fight. Bradis is a tricky guy to knock out. The way he fights, he ties you up, kind of dirty. So, I don't know. Would you count that against Usyk? Like, if we kind of break down the fights, now he's fighting at heavyweight, so he's fighting these big guys. He marked out Marco Huck, and who else? He didn't fucking break Gassiev, but Gassiev's like a fucking brick. So you got to look at his competition too.
Yeah, that's what I just said, man. He's faced elite competition. That's why I laugh when someone says, "Oh, he's a one big win." He has one big win against
Not just
AJ.
elite, but
I
just guys
did.
that are hard
I
to
never
knock out.
said. I didn't say he only had one big win. I'm just saying you can't. You wouldn't describe Usyk as a power punch. You wouldn't say, "Oh yeah, he's a power puncher," because his knockout
No,
ratio doesn't say that.
no,
You know what I mean? Then he hasn't stopped people. That's not his. That's not how he beats people up. You know what I mean?
that's
That's
not
not
his
his game.
style. That's not his style.
Yeah, exactly. Believe me, if he was in the street and he wanted somebody ran their fucking mouth, 99.999% of civilians would go the fuck out. Believe me, I know that. But I'm saying in the ring against that level of competition, that you're not going to see him spark somebody out in the second round with a shot. It's just not his game plan.
He's got 13 stoppages in 19 fights. So it's like, man, I don't know, maybe 70%, 65, 70%. Yeah, but I get what you're saying, 99.
Same as Fury. Fury. That's his ratio.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, man. People that can crack, they can probably knock out most people in the world. Most human beings, they can knock out. That's just a fact, though. It's crazy. People that can crack.
Like if he could
Here's the
really
thing.
crack, like Joshua would have been out cold. Believe me, if he could crack like a real puncher, Joshua was out on his feet because he was sucking wind. He couldn't get enough air into his lungs in that 12th round. He was guppying. All it would have taken was a nice crisp body shot could have took him out too. I'm surprised he didn't dig there a little, especially in the end. But he did get robbed the last 6 seconds. They fucking rang the bell early.
Yeah, that's crazy because most heavyweights, if you go back throughout history, maybe I'm wrong, but with the fights that I've watched, they don't go to the body. Well, they do, but they don't get knocked downs or knocked out to the body. And if you go back and watch that, what was that, Jimmy? I think that was like a fight where the two fighters got dropped multiple times, but George Foreman was like a power puncher, and that was one of the reasons he was able to drop that dude like many times. And I think a few times was the body, because when you can fucking punch, you can punch.
This is the thing with Usyk. The cruiserweights are much harder to hit, faster, more elusive. You look at these heavyweights; they're stationary. They got much easier targets. So people always like to hype up these heavier weight classes. The smaller guys are always more skillful. Bigger guys may have more power, but I think that's
the
why.
heavyweight. Come on, man. It's the most prestiged weight division in the history of boxing. It's been heavyweights. No one's hyping them up.
I didn't say that. I said it's harder to hit.
Kevin,
Cruiserweights,
it
they're
sounds
more
like
harder to hit.
you're trying to water down Usyk's performance. I know you're not trying to do that intentionally, but does he deserve the credit that he does, or are you trying to like unconsciously say that if there were a better heavyweight now that somebody could beat Usyk because he's not cut out to be, although he beat Joshua because Joshua's not that good.
What
Yo, I
I'm saying
gotta
is cruiserweights are easier,
bounce.
are harder to hit. They're harder to knock out because.
All right, they can't fucking hear me. You guys on YouTube, I gotta go, man. We've been here for a long time, man. We might do a show tomorrow, so I need my sleep here. But I want to thank everybody who joined, everybody who donated. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button if you're new. We have more shows coming up. Guys, Usyk versus Joshua is over. So let's start the fucking countdown for Wilder versus Fury 3. That's in 2 weeks. I believe it's the 9th of October. So yeah, that's the next fight. I'm not really excited for that fight, but as we approach the fight, the psychos will come out and we'll probably call in. So that's going to be interesting. Also, I'm planning on having a BDA Kumite show. So stay tuned for that. All right, guys. Yep. Stay safe, fellas. We'll see you next time. Take care.
I'm disappointed in every one of you.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to offend you.
I'm disappointed in every one of you.
I kiss you on the mouth.
No, I'm not cool with that. I'm sorry.
One more time.
I'm disappointed in every one of you.
I mean, I'm dealing with degenerate animals.
I'm I'm disappointed in everyone. Totally fucking disappointed in everyone.
All right, come on.
Honestly, I can't do it, man. I'm disappointed in everyone.
Then let me tell you why.
It's gonna be all right, Nicky. Go ahead, shoot.
He just killed a fucking man.
What are you going to do about it?
You're happy because you got nothing. You don't got a thing. You're happy because you got nothing.
Lobito!
You got nothing.
I want to get out. I want to get out of this rat hole. I want to get online. I need
BDA boxing.